Chapter 1283. She was brought to a place she didn't know by Senior Gu and met a big shot she didn't know, but was said to be very powerful. Then, she became her disciple. Oh no, she had emphasized that it wasn't that kind of relationship, and she didn't intend to be anyone's master. Anyway, it was just a relationship between a teacher and a friend. She originally thought that this mysterious person who she didn't understand would be, perhaps, very strict. Who knew that after Senior Gu left, the two of them started playing chess and even brought her to the table to play chess, which made her a little unprepared. Then, she was caught off guard and was beaten to a pulp on the chessboard. Under the slight provocation of the other party, she was a little unconvinced and played another game. The result didn't change at all. She was beaten in a fancy way, but she wasn't as nervous as when she first came. She also found that the other party wasn't a high and unreachable person, at least for what she saw at the moment. Unknowingly, the sky brightened up, but it was dusk. Siyu recovered from the state of losing 66 games in a row. Seeing the sun rising and the curtain of night fading, she stood up and stretched. Her slender body drew a beautiful arc, curvy and beautiful. There was a hint of laziness on her young and beautiful face. She couldn't help but say, "It's morning." Yin Nuashing smiled when she heard that. "It's dusk." "What morning?" The day was covered up just now. Siyu was stunned. She thought for a while and remembered that when she came here this morning, she saw that the curtain of night had replaced the day. She couldn't help but say, "Oh." Then she noticed that she wasn't absent-minded today and didn't do anything. She was just here playing chess with this guy who looked like a girl. After knowing each other for a few hours, she finally figured out the other party's gender, which made her unable to react for a while. She never thought that there would be a man with such a beautiful and charming face. "Little star, from today onwards, there will be one more person here. How do you plan to settle her down?" Her body floated in the air, and her jade-like hand poked Yin Nuashing's face as she discussed this topic in front of Siyu. Yin Nuashing pointed at the lakeside and said, "We won't be staying here for long anyway. You can find a suitable place to build a house. You can discuss the details with Siyu. I'm going to take a look at that thing." Oh, the little angel obediently got down from his body and watched him disappear into the void. Then, she walked in front of Siyu and smiled at her. She reached out her hand and pulled her forward. Let's go. Let's go build your house." Siyu was stunned for a moment before she waved her hand and said, "You don't have to go through so much trouble. Just find a random place." The little angel nodded. She did not find anything wrong with it. "Yeah, it's just finding a place to build a house. It's no trouble at all." Siyu was speechless. She felt that what she said was completely different from what the little angel understood. She could not help but look at the little angel who was walking in front of her. She had a holy and beautiful face and a noble and sacred aura. It was difficult to look at her directly for a long time. No matter who saw her, they would feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was like a priceless treasure in the world that people could not bear to destroy. She noticed the ring on her finger. Thinking back, it seemed that Yin Nuashing also had an identical ring on her finger. "Are you his wife?" So you could not help but ask. She had not done anything for the whole day, so she did not have a deep understanding of these two people. Naturally, she wanted to know more about these two people whom she would follow for a long time in the future. The little angel smiled. "Yeah, I guess so. Probably." Siyu's face was a mess. She felt that she could not look at these two people from a normal perspective. There was only darkness in the void. Nothing existed. Eternal peace. This might be the most common understanding of the void for ordinary life. But in fact, there were many unknown activities in the void. The void turbulence was only one of them, but it was also the most explosive and the most influential one. Yin Nuashing's figure appeared from the dark and boundless space. He slowly opened his eyes, and a white light began to emit from his eyes. It gradually spread to his hair and clothes, and in a moment, his entire body turned into a brilliant white. Even his eyes were almost pure white. There was only a slight difference between the white of his eyes and the color of his pupils that could be recognized. He did not dare to go to the concept layer at the moment. He carried the seed of the sins of the world with him. Once he went too deep into the concept layer and left the range of the realm of the gods, those things would probably follow his shadow. Even if that was the truth, he did not want to experience that feeling again in this dream. So he ordered Gu Hong to completely seal off the concept layer of the realm of the gods. Firstly, it was to prevent the sins of the world. Secondly, it was necessary to deal with that thing. As for himself, he planned to go to the void to take a look. Ever since he noticed that thing, he felt that there was something in the void of the realm of the gods. It was like a fishbone that was stuck in the void of the realm of the gods. A huge azure tree trunk and many roots were rooted in the void. The red branches and leaves spread out in all directions like a huge paper umbrella. It was that tree. There was no mistaking it. It was rooted in the void of the realm of the gods. Those roots could be seen swaying gently as if it was stretching. As it streaked across the void, many colors emerged from the void and drilled into the roots. Along the trunk, they were transported to the branches and leaves of the canopy. It was absorbing nutrients. What was different was that it was absorbing the power of the natural order of the realm of the gods. There should be other energies as well, but it was hidden very well. He had already seen its existence with his eyes, but he could not feel any kind of energy flowing here. Taking root in the void of the realm of the gods, this is probably just a layer. There should be something similar in the concept layer. Yin Nuoxing frowned. I have never seen this thing before. The tree was absorbing the natural order and other energies of the realm of the gods. It looked like it was nurturing the dark red branches and leaves, but in fact, only a part of the energy flowed into the branches and leaves. More of it poured into the void. Such a violent absorption of the natural order would also affect the concept layer, but the impact was not great. The realm of the gods was very big, and the concept layer would not be destroyed in a short time. Judging by the rate at which the tree was destroying it, it would take decades for it to chisel out enough to cause abnormalities in the space of the realm of the gods that could be seen by ordinary people, and the realm of the gods could still suppress it. The other degree of destruction would probably increase by 3-digit years. Yin Nuoxing's figure floated towards the tree, and in a short while, she arrived under the tree. She had just entered its range, and was still very far away from the tree trunk. The area covered by the tree was probably the size of the realm of the gods, the size of divine prefecture. The area it covered was very large, and if it was placed in other worlds, it would probably be larger than those worlds. It could cover an entire galaxy, and it would be an exceptionally obvious existence in the starry sky. Yin Nuoxing stretched out her hand and touched the dark red leaves. She raised her eyebrows slightly. These leaves do contain my energy, but there is no trace of destructive energy. Moreover, my aura is very weak, and there's only a little trace of it left. Didn't you say that it just happened to take a part of your energy when you were doing something to the concept layer? Yes, but, Yin Nuoxing answered subconsciously, and then she was stunned for a moment. When she turned around, she saw the little angel, holding Siyu's hand and standing beside her. There was a soft smile on her pretty face that seemed to be able to light up the void. Didn't I ask you to build a house? Why are you all here? Yes, it's already done. I saw that there was nothing to do, and you didn't say what we were going to do next, so I brought her here. It smiled faintly and nodded. Siyu's cheeks twitched. It only took her 5 minutes to build the house, and then she made some modifications to her liking. It took her less than 15 minutes to decorate the house, and another 5 minutes to arrange everything in the house. After that, they slipped out. To be precise, she was brought into this dark place by the little angel. Is this the void? Siyu looked at the dark space curiously. Even though she already knew of the existence of this place, it was her first time here, and she didn't know much about it. We are in the void of the realm of the gods. The void is also divided into inside and outside, and the world barrier separates the inside and outside. The void we are in now is the place of the realm of the gods. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Since they were already here, he didn't intend to throw her back. What you see in front of you is the culprit that worsened the chaos of the laws of the realm of the gods. Well, it did take a part of my energy. At that time, I was also careless. I thought that no one would do anything in the concept layer, so I didn't monitor the whereabouts of every trace of energy, so I didn't know that it would steal a part of my energy. But it's okay, I still completed my arrangement. As for this tree, Yin Nuashing loosened his crossed arms, plucked a dark red leaf, and waved it in front of his eyes. After that, he squeezed his palm hard and crushed it into pieces. There's indeed a very weak breath of mine in it. As for the reason, probably indigestion. The little angel's flapping wings froze. So you could not help but roll her eyes. Indigestion of a tree. What kind of situation is that? It is my energy after all. Not everyone has the fortune to be thin. There are not many in the void who can withstand the infusion of my energy and come out unscathed. Yin Nuashing twirled a strand of white hair and said, "That thing seems very exaggerated and perverted. It is indeed a little interesting in terms of function, but it does not have much divinity. It is very well hidden, but it will be a disaster if it is discovered. After all, it does not seem that difficult to deal with, and I have countless ways to destroy it. But we can't just burn it directly. It is rooted in the void of the realm of the gods, and also in the concept layer of the rules, so we can only pull it out carefully. So troublesome. Why don't we think of a simpler way?" The little angel's face was covered in cold sweat. She quickly grabbed his arm and shook it. "Stop fooling around. We are still in the realm of the gods. Safety is the most important thing. I got it." Before the little angel could finish, Yin Nuashing showed a look of realization. What he said made the little angel's face turn gray. It knew that trouble was about to happen again. Once this guy showed such an expression, it was likely that something devastating would happen again. Yin Nuashing turned around and saw that the little angel was about to cry. He could not help but reach out and pat the little angel's head with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't use anything too dangerous. Pulling it out carefully sounds very careful, but it will take some time. It has too many roots, and I still don't know if the person who planted that tree had one or two or more evil intentions. But as long as one of them is to buy time, we must not let it happen." As he spoke, he reached out and plucked another dark red leaf. Then he covered it with an energy barrier. Then he used a small energy barrier to cover the entire leaf. Look, the big barrier is the scope of the concept layer of the realm of the gods. I just need to wrap the entire tree and destroy that piece of leaf. The whole process will take no more than an hour or two. It has melded itself into the void and the concept layer of the rules. Even if it is completely destroyed, it will only destroy that piece of leaf. It won't. Wait a minute. Yin Nuashing suddenly stopped talking to himself. He frowned and pondered for a moment. He tilted his head and looked below the tree, but he did not see what he wanted to see. This tree has a huge root in the concept layer, and it is directly stirring at the bottom of the concept layer. Then it seems that I have to get rid of that thing first. The energy impact at the bottom of the concept layer could easily push the thing at the bottom to the surface and eventually affect the space of the real world. While he was rambling on and on with himself, the little angel at the side was shocked. "Only see you," had a confused look on her face the entire time. She had no idea what the two people from Yun Nua planet were talking about. The concept layer of rules and whatnot and whatnot. She only felt that it was very complicated. Now, she finally understood the meaning of Senior Gu's words. From now on, she would come into contact with things that she could not come into contact with before. For this, she needed to be prepared to accept everything that she could not accept before. So, it seemed that she needed to empty her mind first. It seemed that she needed a long time to prepare herself mentally. Well, let's talk about it in 5 days. Gu Hong is still sealing the concept layer of the rules, so there's no hurry. Oh, by the way, I have to ask Qing Jun to arrange some people to be on guard in case someone wants to take advantage of the situation. Is the combat power of a world enough to prepare? Yin Nuashing was still deep in thought, constantly guessing the purpose of the other party. Although he did not know the true face of the tree, he could think of many things from the understanding he had gained in the last 10 minutes. He was also prepared to deal with each idea. He was not just imagining things. What if one of them really hit the jackpot? This was a game between the gods of origin, and every step had to be taken seriously. Oh, there was one more thing at the end. until he understood everything about his opponent. In the next hour or two, Yin Nuashing took the little angel and see you around the void, circling around the tree and leaving some preparations for destruction. He had to be careful when dealing with the concept layer of the rules, but he did not have to care so much about the void. He just had to blow it up. In the next hour or two, the little angel was talking to See about some things that they could only come into contact with at their level. As they talked, Yin Nuashing would also add a sentence or two. These were all things that she could recognize and see. The 5 elements constitution could faintly sense the power of the rules from the divine underworld realm onwards. Yin Nuashing was not afraid that she would not be able to know the truth and be confused. He also had a way to make the impossible possible for her. Elemental annihilation, seal. Yin Nuashing softly chanted. The many elemental annihilation runes and charms that he had left behind around the tree all lit up. One by one, they connected to each other to form a huge ring. Then, more rings appeared in other directions. Dozens of black rings with a faint red tinge circled around the tree in the shape of a sphere. A layer of dark red barrier also appeared at the edge of the sphere. The void where the tree is located is now sealed. There is no one in the 1 or 200 worlds around this level of the void. I don't know if they don't want to watch over it or if they don't know. Yin Nuashing clapped his hands, and the white color on his body began to fade. When he said this, his expression was still serious and even a little solemn. The little angel was a little puzzled. Does this count as the enemy's negligence? I do hope that it is true. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. But such a large-scale movement. If the enemy is not retarded and is also the Empyrean god of origin, it is impossible for them to leave such a hole. In any case, he knew that his rare rest had come to an end. He had been busy for 76 years in the name of taking the little angel out to play. Not long after he came back and rested for a while, things had happened one after another. The little angel looked at him suspiciously. I have a feeling that you have a very rude thought just now. No. Yin Nuashing spread his hands and laughed dryly. If he let the little angel know the truth, the 2 cute little canines might bite 2 holes in him. After circling the tree twice in the void, Yin Nuashing cautiously left behind more preparations. Then he brought the 2 people back to the real world through the void. Just as he was about to spend the last few peaceful nights, a dazzling ray of sunlight descended from the sky as soon as he came out of the void gate. He could not help but squint his eyes in astonishment. It's morning already? The little angel looked up at the sky. Although it was bright and sunny, there were no stars in the sky at all. In other words, the sunlight had appeared out of thin air and shone on the realm of the gods. It was probably because the daytime had disappeared this morning and was now making up for it. It was a disaster caused by the disruption of the natural laws. The little angel looked at him, smiled helplessly, and shook his head. In other words, they had stayed up all night and then saw the sun rise. Conservatively speaking, many people in the realm of the gods were in the same situation. There would probably be many people complaining. It seems that the rest you wanted is not going to happen. The little angel shrugged and said, Actually, it's not that bad. Isn't it just the sun? We can still sleep if we want to. That's not the same. Yin Nuashing had a mysterious look on his face. Sleeping without night does not allow one to have a soul. That's why. He took a deep breath and stomped his foot on the ground. He opened his mouth and said softly, I said, it's the middle of the night right now. Boom. There was a huge commotion as if the entire world had been turned upside down. Siyu hurriedly supported the little angel and steadied herself. A short moment later, she saw that the sky had darkened as a silver-blue light sprinkled down from the sky. She hurriedly looked up and saw that it was the azure moon of the realm of the gods. Earlier, the sky had been too bright, so the moon had only been a blurry trace. Now that night had fallen, it truly appeared before her eyes. In other words, the reverse time had been reversed again. Using the language of the gods to correct the sky, the little angel shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It doesn't matter. Yin Nuashing shrugged and stretched his body. Yawn. Anyway, the time hasn't changed. It's just that some of the rules have been corrected so that things that should have appeared at this time will appear on time. Yawn, go sleep and rest. We still have work to do in a few days. Yawn. There won't be many days of peaceful rest in the future. Siyu watched as he slowly walked into the forest. The little angel greeted her and said, "Then that's all for today. Go and rest. Don't worry, you still have a lot of time to get used to it. If you have nothing to do your own things. Little Star has already left a mark on you, so it's fine if you want to go out for a walk. However, we will be moving in a few days, so it'll be better if you stay by her side. Don't do anything that you can't get away from for the time being." After saying that, the little angel quickened his pace and caught up with Yun Nuashing. Siyu watched as the two of them disappeared into the forest. She bowed slightly and turned around to walk into the little house that belonged to her that she had built a few hours ago. The future, huh? She closed the door and leaned her back against it as she muttered those two words. Her eyes were a little blank, but also a little expectant. Her future had probably undergone some strange changes. What would happen in the future? Chapter 1284. She couldn't sleep. In the middle of the night, Siyu suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't know if it was because of the bed or the place, or because she didn't seem to have done anything today, but she felt uneasy and couldn't sleep. This room was decorated according to her preferences, according to her memories of the boudoir she had left for a long time. It was exactly the same. So, it was probably because of the latter reason she flipped over and got off the bed. After thinking for a while, she simply piled the blankets in a corner and sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of cultivation. A faint ray of moonlight shone into the room through the window, reflecting on her graceful figure and smooth skin. A light breeze blew in through the window, causing her fine black hair to dance. She was like a fairy in the moonlight, beautiful and moving. Then, 5 minutes later, Siyu stopped cultivating with a gloomy expression. She was sure that this time, it wasn't because she couldn't concentrate. Ever since she came here, she didn't feel that ethereal feeling that made her unable to concentrate. Being unable to enter a state of cultivation was probably the same reason as being unable to sleep. She did feel a little uneasy, but this time, it might not be because she didn't do anything today. Today's experience was like a dream to her. It was too much like a dream. Perhaps this was the source of her uneasiness. Siyu walked around the room a few times and looked at the bright full moon outside through the window. Mei Mao's eyes revealed some confusion. She then looked at the small lake not far from the room through another window. After hesitating for a moment, she pushed open the door and walked towards the lake. Ding! The crisp sound of the zither drifted out from the 7-foot-long zither that was suspended a foot or two above the ground. The 7-foot-long zither was completely white, so white that it was transparent. The faint indigo moonlight fell on the zither, dyeing it with a constantly floating light blue color. Yun Nuashing sat cross-legged on the ground, her hands gently stroking the zither. She emptied her mind and played the melody in her mind. The immortal emperor's 9 songs. Oh, in the Dark Age, it was the fairies' 6 songs. The gentle sound of the zither connected the heaven and earth of the Dark Age and danced with the laws. It was unknown which strand of the zither sound triggered the great Tao of heaven and earth, or the disturbance of the great Tao played this zither sound. He was using the realm of the Empyrean god of origin to explore the 6 songs of the immortal spirit. At his level, he wouldn't be affected by the 6 songs of the immortal spirit. The melodious sound of the zither didn't have any sharp feeling, only a feeling as gentle as water. It gradually seeped into one's heart, causing one to involuntarily relax. The little angel had fallen asleep on his lap more than 10 minutes ago. Her pure white wings were sprawled on the ground. She looked extremely peaceful as she slept. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly and let his 10 fingers move naturally with the rhythm in his mind. It was more like he was letting the fairy's tune play through his body. A moment later, he suddenly regained consciousness. His hands pressed on the few gently vibrating strings of the zither, and the sound of the zither suddenly disappeared. The tranquil night suddenly lost some of its flavor, but it was still tranquil and peaceful. He lowered his head and looked at the little angel sleeping on his right leg. After thinking for a moment, he could only turn his head to the left and look at the person gently approaching behind him. Accompanied by the faint moonlight, he could see the person clearly and could also guess some things from her slightly confused eyes. Yin Nuoxing gently brushed the little angel's ear, leaving a soundproof barrier. Then he said, "What's wrong? It's already so late. Why aren't you resting?" Siyu quietly walked out of the forest. She noticed that the little angel was sleeping soundly amidst the sound of the zither, so she did not dare to make the slightest sound. She was wearing a long white robe, and her long hair that reached her thighs was still wet. Under the moonlight, dozens of light spots reflected. She had just come out of the small lake on a small mountain and seemed to have just casually put on a long robe. Her white robe was wet in a few places, revealing the delicate skin underneath. Yin Nuoxing took a few appropriate glances, then looked away and looked straight into her eyes. He tilted his head and said, Siyu did not seem to have thought of what to say or what to do here. She had followed the guidance of a wisp of consciousness and came here. Then, she stood 1 meter away from Yin Nuoxing in a daze. Her jade-like hands were clasped in front of her, and she did not know what to say or do. "I'm a little uneasy," thinking of Senior Gu's words. She mustered up her courage and said in a voice that was almost inaudible to herself. Her ears were completely red. Yin Nuoxing was slightly stunned and could not help but laugh. After a moment, he put on a calm face and said, "Your emotions are a little messy. There must be something bothering you. Are you worried about the future? Or do you feel a little lost and don't know how to move forward? Or is it because the road ahead is beyond your control and you can't find the direction to move forward?" Siyu lowered her head and said softly, "Maybe it's both." Yin Nuoxing patted the ground next to him and said, "Sit down and speak slowly." Siyu looked at the seat next to him, then looked at his smiling face. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly sat down 1/2 meter away from him. She was just an ordinary little girl. Even if she had the 5-element constitution, she was still ordinary. However, this definition of ordinary referred to her background and compared to the entire world. Of course, from this standpoint, apart from a few special little fellows, almost all divine underworld tiers were ordinary. Those who could truly enter the void platform were only the origin tier and heavenly god tiers of each world. However, to herself, she was a dazzling pearl. In her environment, the realm she was in, and even higher realms, she was a very dazzling pearl. That radiance like the bright moon could not be concealed. She did not care much about it. She did not care about the fawning men in the academy or the admiring gazes of her companions. She was a little indifferent. Her original path of life was probably to cultivate honestly in the academy until she graduated. Then, she would enter a wider world and get to know more people, join a faction, or travel alone in the divine realm. However, she would eventually get to know 1 or 2 fellows who were very special to her. Perhaps they would be companions or companions. She looked forward to it a little. After all, she had been living in the academy until today. Since the day her constitution awakened and the day she stepped into the mortal tier, she had been living in different academies. Occasionally, she would go to other cities for a walk, but it was just a trip. Today, she suddenly went to a place she did not know and directly got to know a fellow who seemed extraordinary. This was the first time. Ding! Yin Nuoxing plucked the strings, and the soft sound of the zither drifted out. It was not the 6 songs of the fairy. It was the requiem for heavenly spirits. That's right. It was the tune from the strings, Requiem for Heavenly Spirits. As the name suggested, this little girl really needed to be comforted. Her state of mind was slightly messed up, but this was very normal in all aspects. Whether it was the 5 elements body or something else, she was just a little girl who had not seen much of the world. All of a sudden, she was thrown into a huge world. Standing beside him, the whole world revealed its true face to her. She could see so many things that she did not understand in the past all of a sudden. For a little girl like her, being flustered was a normal phenomenon. However, it was still early, and there was still a lot of time. She still had a lot of time to adapt. She could only see everything from the perspective of an immortal. She had plenty of time to adapt. The melodious sound of the zither drifted in the small forest on the small mountain peak. The breeze brought along the rustling sound of the leaves, accompanied by the reassuring sound of the zither entering Cu's heart. She closed her eyes tightly. In a daze, she seemed to see a beautiful world. It was colorful and unparalleled. A heaven's road extended from her feet to the distant horizon. On both sides of the road was a gorgeous sea of flowers. In the distance, there was a verdant mountain with a touch of snow covering the top of the mountain. Looking down, there was a strange emerald green. There was no transitional area between the snow and grass. The change happened in an instant. This world was very colorful. It was so colorful that it made her mesmerized. The dim evening sun shone on the left side of the heaven's road, and on the right side was the night ruled by the moonlight. The night and dusk were perfectly divided in front of her eyes. It was like a scene that appeared in a child's simple dream. It was a scene that was difficult to see or would never appear in reality. She walked forward in a daze. She didn't know where she was going, but she seemed to understand where she was going. She was immersed in this colorful world. Even if she was alone, she didn't feel lonely at all. His hands danced lightly on the zither strings. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly. His breath was leisurely and gradually disappeared. He was in a very good mood when he felt his left hand tremble slightly. He opened his eyes and turned his head. Cu had fallen asleep and had even fallen on his shoulder. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment. He stretched out his hand and moved the girl to the ground beside him. He covered her curled-up body under his large windbreaker. He saw that the tiredness and blankness from before had disappeared from her pretty face. There was a peaceful arc on her small mouth. He couldn't help but laugh. This girl, I don't know what kind of sweet dream she had. He sighed softly. He waved his hand, and the white zither in front of him dissipated, turning it into the shape of a scepter. Feng Ling didn't have a zither. It was just the observer's scepter transformed. It was even more powerful than an origin-level divine weapon. After all, the observer's scepter was connected to the rules of the realm of the gods. Quarter Moon couldn't even take it out back then. It seemed that this scepter couldn't be used unless one reached the origin level. Primeval, Yin Nuashing murmured. He was shocked by his own murmur. He definitely hadn't thought about the primeval god before. Why did these two words suddenly appear? He was just thinking about the relationship between this era and the future. If the future had a way to use the origin-level power of this era, the world fragment probably wouldn't be a threat anymore. He had even killed the observer of the realm of the gods, who had surpassed the peak of the origin level. Although the observer of the realm of the gods had gone too easy on him, the result was that he had killed the primeval god. This kind of power shouldn't be a problem to deal with the world fragment. After carefully thinking about it, the underworld reappeared at the end of the 139th era after the abortive plan of the Dark Age. It had been 80 eras. During these 80 eras, they definitely had a lot of opportunities. They had survived since the mythological era. There were a lot of primeval gods left behind. However, looking at the Great Yuan realm, the 8 Yuan realm, and the realm of the gods, the rules of these places have been constantly weakening since the Dark Age. In the ancient era, the Empyrean gods were almost extinct. Only a few of them were left. At that time, they could send an origin god to push the realm of the gods into the cycle of reincarnation. Why did they only appear at the end of the 139th era? Some kind of special reason? Some kind of special purpose? Some kind of special time? He wanted to figure it out, but he couldn't figure it out. Just like he didn't know the purpose of the underworld, he also didn't know the purpose of the underworld in that era. There must be a reason for the 80 eras. He suddenly remembered what Qing Chi and the other primeval god had said. The Lord of the Underworld seemed to have done something at the beginning of this era. He seemed to have been severely injured, and it took him until now to recover. Could it be that he was also severely injured at the end of this era and couldn't recover in less than the 139th era? Or something? How could it be? Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly. That was a primeval god. Unless he blew up the realm of the gods, how could he have the power to severely injure him? Since the realm of the gods still existed in the future, this plan was definitely not used. It didn't make sense for an alien to severely injure him. If the primeval god really existed in the Order camp, he and Hui would have sensed it through the origin mark in the conceptual layer of the great Yuan realm. Unless the primeval god had been holding back his voice. Ugh. Early the next morning, Siyu woke up under the stimulation of the weak sunlight. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw that she was lying in a black windbreaker that was a little too big. She couldn't help but be stunned. This windbreaker was big enough for her to roll 2 rounds inside. Oh, that's not the point. In a daze, she remembered the scene last night. Her pretty face became rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye under the sunlight. She actually went to a man whom she had just met for a day and acted coquettishly. No, she wanted to ask for help. Oh, you're awake? The voice that came from beside her gave Siyu a fright. She quickly turned around and wanted to say something. However, when she saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned. She opened her rosy little mouth and didn't know what to say. Yin Nuoxing was lying on the cold and hard ground. He tilted his head and looked at her with his hands under his chin. Behind him was a certain little angel with a terrible sleeping posture. She was lying on top of him, and her wings were wrapped around him, making him feel a little depressed. This sleeping posture was definitely not Ming's. It seemed that she was slightly different from Ming. However, the fact that she liked to wrap her wings around him was completely unchanged. This girl's sleeping posture is terrible. Come and help me. Move this girl to the side. Oh, be careful. Don't wake her up for the time being. She still wants to sleep under the morning sun for a while before she's willing to wake up. Yin Nuoxing pointed at the person on his back and said in distress. Siyu opened her mouth and looked at the 2 people who were entwined together. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly, but her wings have already wrapped around you. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a while. After a while, he said embarrassedly, oh, then forget it. Siyu stood up with a dry smile. She hugged the windbreaker that was rolled up into a ball in her arms. When she thought of what happened yesterday, her pretty face blushed slightly. She said softly, last night, thank you. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand carelessly. All of us have the time to change everything. I know that the path ahead has suddenly changed, and the future is no longer visible. You are a little lost, but that doesn't matter. From today onwards, you have endless time to adapt to all these changes. Whether it's sitting and meditating or following me to witness those things that are still epics to you, it's all the same. You came to me yesterday because you intend to change your latent performance with this mutation. Very good. Maintain this state of mind and don't lose yourself. We have enough time to change everything in the endless time. We have endless time. See, you purse her lips tightly and chewed on these words. After a while, she bowed deeply to Yin Nuoxing and then carefully retreated into the forest. She seemed to have found a little bit of her future path. However, it was just a little bit. However, it was better than not having a beginning. The path had to be explored bit by bit. Wait a minute, ouch. My waist. Ouch. See, you come over here for a while. She had just thought of something when she heard this slightly funny voice. Her face was in a mess, and she did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, she still turned around and walked back quickly. She saw Yin Nuoxing struggling to stand up. However, Miss Angel, who was hanging on his back, was too tightly wrapped around him. She could not help but think that the relationship between these 2 people was really good. What's wrong? Then she realized that she did not even know how to address this big shot in front of her. Knowing what she was worried about, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and said, my name is Feng Ling. However, this stupid angel likes to call me Little Star. There's no problem with either. The last one is not a special name. Many people call me by that name. My name is just a code name. After that, Yin Nuoxing took out a transparent crystal ball from his pendant and threw it at Siyu. Siyu was still holding the windbreaker in her arms. She was flustered and did not know how to catch it. The crystal ball fell into the windbreaker and stopped steadily. Then, she heard Yin Nuoxing say, I forgot to give this to you yesterday. However, looking at the situation, it seems that it's more suitable to give it to you today. It's nothing special. Just do as you wish. After all, you're someone who stands by my side. How can you not give it some packaging? Siyu sneaked a peek at the crystal ball, and then she felt dizzy. Tons of information came crashing down on her like a river of stars. She could feel an extraordinary aura coming at her from just a glance. The unimaginably powerful divine aura made her feel suffocated. If there was nothing to block the aura, she might have fainted by now. Nothing special. She laughed bitterly. The things in the crystal ball could turn the divine realm upside down if they were to throw out. She still did not know who he was. From Senior Gu's attitude towards him, his casual attitude towards these things, and some other details she could not imagine at all. She only guessed that he was very, very powerful. He was so powerful that it was unimaginable. She was still trapped in the prison of her thoughts and could not jump out. She knew this herself. After all, many things had to be prepared from today onwards. These things were myths and legends to her in the past. Even if she wanted to understand them, it would take a long time for her to mentally prepare herself. Stupid angel, you should wake up. Stop pretending to be asleep. I saw your wings move. Stop pretending. Stop tickling me. Let go. Ha ha. Don't blow. See, he was speechless. She felt that she had to get used to these two people's personalities before thinking about these complicated things. High and mighty people did not put on airs. How should she put it? She was not used to it. Chapter 1285. 5 days later, it was the appointed time. The dawn of this day had just arrived. When everything woke up, countless people felt an inexplicable tension. There was a majestic aura permeating between heaven and earth, which made countless people tremble in fear. But when they deliberately tried to find out what was wrong between heaven and earth, they could not feel or find anything. The sun was still hanging in the sky. The reversal of day and night had only happened once, and it did not happen again after it was corrected that night. The creation's barrier has been opened. From now on, all connections between the outside and the outside of the divinity's realm are prohibited. The original God stationed in the divinity's realm is to monitor the movements on the ground. No need to report any movements beyond the current chaos. Lady Qing will return to the divinity's realm in 2 hours. The Green Clan and other major clans of the ancient imperial universe have already deployed their forces in various parts of the divinity's realm. The people of the divinity are also ready. The entire divinity's realm is under surveillance. Once there is any abnormal movement, it will be suppressed immediately. The void of the divinity's realm has been completely sealed. The conceptual layer of rules will enter a state of complete freezing in the next 12 hours. The rules of the Great Yuan realm will be cut off from here for a short period of time. The void and the conceptual layer of rules have also been separated. There will be no interference. The void logging team is ready. Lord Feng, give the order and we will be able to eradicate it completely. Very good. Tighten the surveillance on the ceiling of the void. Don't make any movements first. Wait until I get rid of that troublesome little thing in the conceptual layer of rules. Yun Nuoxing stood in the place between the void and the conceptual layer of rules of the divinity's realm with his hands in his pockets. It was also pitch black before him, but he could sense the endless vitality moving nervously on the surface of this space, each performing their own duties. He walked in the boundary between the two spaces. The energy in his body was constantly pouring out, leaving one rune after another on the boundary. Siyu, who was following beside Yun Nuoxing, looked curiously at the divine patterns that were spreading out from under Yun Nuoxing's feet. They continued to spread into the darkness in the distance. The beautiful patterns seemed to have a life of their own as they underwent complicated changes. They continued to spread and extend. The place behind them was a sea of dark red and silver divine patterns. Siyu felt a little dizzy. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her. The little lass was clearly dizzy from staring at those divine inscriptions, but she was still forcing herself to look at them. Given the uniqueness of her 5 elements physique, she might be able to see something from the divine inscriptions. Even if it was just 1%, it would still be an improvement. Those divine inscriptions contained an extremely powerful amount of divinity, and under his control, they wouldn't have any harmful effects on her. After walking for a while, Yun Nuoxing slapped the head of the little girl, whose body was on the verge of collapsing, and said, "All right, Too much is as bad as too little. Stop looking. Siyu's eyes had already turned into mosquito coils. When she heard Yin Nuoxing's voice, she bowed and nodded at the little angel beside her. The two people didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since there was still some time to prepare, they weren't in a hurry. They stopped in this half layer. Yin Nuoxing half knelt in the dark place and pressed both of his hands on the ground, accelerating the divine inscriptions into the endless darkness. Siyu had yet to recover from her dizziness. When she saw Yin Nuoxing doing that, she curiously leaned over and asked, "That little star, what are you doing?" "I'm using the power of divinity and divine inscriptions to connect the void and the concept layer of laws. When the sealed space on one side collapses, I can pour the unreleased pressure into the other side. Of course, my original intention was to prepare for the concept layer of laws. There will be a huge commotion over there, and if I don't handle it well, there will be a huge impact. If the impact directly hits the concept layer of laws, it will directly affect the realm of the gods. In order to prevent such a situation, I'm pouring the impact into the void. There won't be any problems over there." Siyu shook her head to clear her mind a little. The concept layer of laws. What is that place? It's a dark spatial layer that is actually filled with many things. Yin Nuoxing folded his hands together. The space you know before, the space we exist in, and the space where life thrives is collectively known as the realm of reality. You can think of it as a real space, but that name doesn't mean the other way around. There isn't an equivalent illusory space, and it's fine as long as you don't get misled. Then, the realm of reality is located at the very center, just like how the ocean is 100 meters deep. Above it is the shallow layer, and below is the deeper layer. However, the actual space isn't that simple. It's just to make it easier for you to understand. Deeper into the void, deeper into the void, and deeper into the void. There are no world lights there, and there aren't many things there. Deeper into the sea, and when you reach a certain depth, you will enter the concept layer of laws. It is a space weaved by countless laws, and there are only laws there. Every inch of space represents a law, which is the law that forms the realm of the gods. In other words, it is the cornerstone of the existence of the realm of the gods, and any impact there would directly affect the laws of the realm of the gods. The place where we are now is the boundary between the concept layer of laws and the void. Siyu's eyes became more and more blank as she listened. She felt that she would lose her purpose in life and get lost in this strange space if she continued to listen. But, isn't the void in the shallow layer? Yin Nuoxing shook her head. The void is everywhere. You can see the void in the shallow layer, and you can also see the void in the deep layer. The void is the endless sea in this definition, endless and filled with countless possibilities. The concept layer of laws is in the deep layer of the realm of the gods. Its size may be the same as the realm of the gods, or it may be smaller, or it may just be a space limited by a concept. There is no actual size, and size is meaningless. Seeing Siyu's dizzy eyes, Yin Nuoxing stretched out her finger and poked Siyu's forehead. She smiled helplessly. Originally, this is something that only the rebirth realm can come into contact with. It is about the structure of the world itself, and it is indeed difficult for you to forcefully understand it. However, you can't avoid coming into contact with this by following us, so you need to come into contact with it earlier. Siyu shook her head and nodded. She almost smashed her head on Yin Nuoxing's face. Give me some time. I just need to sort it out. I can understand it." After the little angel settled the dazed little girl, she walked to Yin Nuoxing's side and bent down to look at his incomparably serious expression. Then, she looked up at the void. She could sense many high-level existences flying around in the void. They were making arrangements in the void, preparing for the upcoming battle. There were many Empyrean gods. No, they were all Empyrean gods, and they were at least mid-tier Empyrean gods. Two commanders were still rushing back from the void. Such a big operation could not be done without them. Well, actually, those two had volunteered to come back and join the fun. Yin Nuoxing thought about it, but could not find a reason to stop them. "Lord Feng, I Ching and I will be back in 2 hours. Please be careful." Lady Qing said through the soul communication. Yes, yes. Go on your way. Yin Nuoxing said faintly, then shielded the soul seeds of Qing Jun and I Ching. He sighed and said, it's just a small operation. Uprooting a harmful parasitic tree is nothing more than a harmless parasitic tree. It can be killed with a single grab and pull. Is there a need to make a big fuss? Everyone was silent for a moment. They looked at each other and then smiled bitterly. When this lord said those words, all the Empyrean gods in the realm of gods had already moved. However, since this matter concerned the realm of gods, they did not complain. Instead, they were very active. When they discussed this matter behind the scenes, they wanted nothing more than to eat the bastard who did this sneakily without dipping in sauce. The void has been stabilized. There are no abnormalities in the pouring channel connected to the concept layer of laws. Yin Nuoxing suddenly said softly. He stood up from the void and informed all the Empyrean gods in the realm of gods with his calm voice. Ready, we can begin the operation. Countless people looked at each other, and their expressions became incomparably solemn. The Empyrean gods guarding the realm of gods released their divine souls at once. Through a special method that Yin Nuoxing taught them, their divine souls merged with the realm of gods so that no one would notice. The Empyrean gods guarding the realm of gods changed their hand seals and sealed off the void layer by layer. Unless they wanted to pour out the power from the other side, this place would not be detected by the outside world. Locking on the laws, sealing, beginning to lock on the target. 2 teams, 3 teams, get ready to destroy the laws and restore order. Let's get to work. Suddenly, everyone who was preparing in the concept layer of laws moved together. Thousands of locking light beams of laws hit the tree rooted in the concept layer of laws at the same time. When those light beams swept across this layer, the entire space suddenly became. Oh, the space here did not move, but they could feel that this world seemed to have been reversed. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts were rumbling, as if a huge earthquake had been triggered in the concept layer. Those light beams were only used to lock on and trace the edges of the parasitic tree. They easily analyzed the ladder and the concept layer of laws and then locked onto the tree. Even if it was only for this purpose and did not have any destructive power, it still contained the power of laws of tens of thousands of Empyrean gods and Empyrean gods. It still affected this space. The sealing of laws has reached 70% of the threshold. Fortunately, Lord Feng strengthened the degree of sealing. Otherwise, it would have affected other places by now. The order has been stabilized. That part of the sealed concept layer has been replaced by a new disguised law of order. No abnormalities have been found in the Pantheon world. The disguised law of order can last for 4 hours. Everyone was speechless. They all wanted to scold that guy. That tree was so damn big. Even if there were many Empyrean gods and Empyrean gods working together to trace the edges of the tree, looking at the progress, they definitely would not be able to finish in 4 hours. How could they not be in a hurry? The barrier of order of the Pantheon world is still there. The creation's barrier can last for 1.5 hours. There should be enough time. Don't worry, safety first. When this voice sounded, everyone was relieved. If that was the case, then they could fight without holding back. There are no abnormalities in the Pantheon world. Perhaps it's because the creation's barrier is sealed. Many people have sensed the abnormalities in the world, but they can't find the source. The outsiders also did not find anything abnormal. They are only slightly vigilant. The situation is fine. Don't worry. We're already on our way. In a while, Lord Qing will be done by the time you arrive. Lord I Ching, slow down. You might be able to finish it in time. Now that there was no emergency, everyone could not help but laugh. I Ching and Lord Qing's complaints came from their souls, which made everyone laugh even louder. Yin Nuoxing listened and did not say anything to stop them. Yin Nuoxing clenched his hands and said, "Calm down. The control of the situation will be divided according to what we just said. Listen to the orders of your team leaders. I Ching, Lord Qing, you guys stabilize the situation. It's time for me to go." Hearing this, everyone bowed respectfully to the void. Lord Feng, have a safe journey. Yin Nuoxing nodded to the little angel and see you. Let's go. It's my turn. Siyu hurriedly got up from the void. What are you going to do this time? He clenched his fingers and pointed to the void below. It's time for surgery. The biggest root of that parasitic tree goes straight to the bottom of the concept layer and is stirring there. The thing can't be dealt with like the main part, and it's not within the range of the law domain. I have to do it myself to deal with it. One person can do the work of an entire team. Hearing this, Siyu was stunned. Only now did she remember something. This Lord Feng seemed to be commanding all the heavenly gods and heavenly gods of origin in the god realm. Little star, who are you? Who am I? This question has been bothering me for a while. Yin Nuashing scratched his head and suddenly thought of a very interesting answer. I'm a housekeeper. Housekeeper. That's how it is. My family is a bunch of little brats. Siyu's face was blank. She did not know what to say. Going from the middle layer to the concept layer only took a single thought. Before Siyu could recover from her daze, the dark space in front of her changed greatly. She once again saw the huge tree in the void. It was very big and filled with a mysterious radiance of energy. This dark space was filled with people. They were all heavenly gods and heavenly gods of origin. Thousands and tens of thousands of energy pillars slowly revolved around the tree. They traced the outline of the tree bit by bit, trying to pull the entire tree out of the concept layer. At first glance, this dark space did not look any different from the void. However, she could clearly feel that the space had changed from the void of the void, too. It was as if there were many things crammed into this place. It gave her a slightly familiar feeling, as if she was facing the god realm. Moreover, as this space shook, the things that filled this space were constantly shaking. The impact on the barrier of the law domain is only 85% of the threshold. Guys, use more strength. This place won't collapse. Nonsense. Your side won't collapse, but our side is collapsing. I'm King afraid that if my hand trembles, the law energy will directly rush to that tree. You know? Yin Nuashing looked and could not help but say, there's no need to trace the edges precisely. Just make sure that the additional damage does not exceed 10% will be enough. If you want to trace the edges completely, you'll have to stick your entire bodies to it. That will implicate you. Lord Feng, everyone exclaimed and hurriedly bowed. Then someone shot a beam of light toward the bottom of the tree. Lord Feng, the destination is in that beam of light. With us here, you can rest assured. Yin Nuashing nodded and rushed into the beam of light with the little angel and Siyu. As the beam of light disappeared from the area sealed by the law domain, everyone respectfully watched them leave. A moment later, they returned to the noisy scene. Did Lord Feng take in a disciple? He even brought a little fellow at the god and underworld level to this place. He really spoils her too much. Sure, he didn't admit that she's his disciple. I heard from that old fellow, Gu Hong, a few days ago that he was the one who recommended her. It said that the little girl has a 5 elements body. That day, Lord Feng even went to watch that little girl's battle. 5 elements body, wow. In the past, when this body reached the god level, it would be that. TSK. This time, with Lord Feng's protection, I'm afraid that a 5 elements god will appear in this world. So in the end, is she a disciple or not? Sure, don't ask. Ask someone who stands beside the observer. It doesn't matter if she's a disciple or not. The observer has already brought her to this place. He's grooming that little girl, so he definitely values her very much. Cough, cough, work. Time is of the essence. Let's not talk about it. Let's enter the next stage. We can begin to deal with the treetop. Under the command of a heavenly origin god, more than 20 high-level heavenly origin gods who have been waiting for a long time released all the energy in their bodies and fused it with the power of laws. Then, the 20 of them spread out and surrounded the dark red area, releasing rays of light that locked onto it with the power of laws. They formed an irregular circle around it and slowly enveloped the entire treetop. Faint vibrations came from behind them and slowly weakened. When they were a certain distance away, even the vibrations disappeared. Yin Nuashing knew that they had left the sealed area. Only then did she emerge from the light. What she saw before her was still a dark space. It was so dark that she couldn't see anything. However, there was a huge object in the darkness. It was an azure pillar that supported the heavens. It was as if it really was floating in a boundless sea. That heaven-supporting pillar was like boundless duckweed. Its roots swayed along with the currents in the sea. However, when it moved, the earth and mountains shook. In terms of the level of laws, the earth and mountains shook. Right now, they were still in the sealed layer of the concept of laws of the realm of the gods. He didn't dare to rashly charge into the concept of laws of the Yuan realm. That would attract some things over. At this moment, the three of them were continuously going deeper into the depths of that heaven-supporting pillar. It was as if they were diving into the sea. "See, you come here." Yin Nuashing suddenly stopped and pulled the little angel to her side. Then she stretched out a hand to see you and said, "We've passed the middle layer and are about to reach the deeper layer. From now on, seal off your perception of the outside world. Don't stray too far from me." See, you looked at the white hand. It was slender and beautiful, like a girl's hand. She hesitated for a moment, then put her jade hand into Yin Nuashing's and gently held it. Yin Nuashing kept staring at the dark area below until she felt a cold little hand in her hand. She grabbed it forcefully. After pondering for a moment, she quickly went deeper into the depths. "We've already entered the deeper layer, right? Why haven't we seen the bottom of that tentacle yet?" The little angel hugged Yin Nuashing's left arm. Seeing that the azure heaven-supporting pillar was still as huge as before, she was a little confused. Shouldn't the roots be getting thinner and thinner? We're almost there. It's a little more troublesome than I thought. We've already reached the deepest layer. Fortunately, the movement isn't too big, but Yin Nuashing frowned. However, the sea of laws was already shaking. It was rumbling like an underwater earthquake, the prelude to an underwater volcano eruption. Some things have already begun to float upwards. Hearing this, the little angel was a little puzzled. What exactly are the things that you've been talking about that have settled at the bottom of the sea of laws? The old laws that have already been broken, the foreign laws that have invaded, they're all sealed at the bottom of the sea of laws. They're settling and slowly decomposing, but they're all piled up here. It's like prisoners imprisoned in the deepest part of a prison. No one has ever come here to see how the prisoners are doing. Yin Nuashing slowly stopped. The heaven-supporting pillar had also reached the bottom. It waved there like an octopus tentacle, constantly stirring up the deep sea water. This is the bottom layer of the sea of laws in the realm of the gods, a place where nightmares are stored. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. The little angel and see you couldn't help but cover their mouths, afraid that they would scream out loud. Chapter 1286. The void was not calm. This topic had been talked about several times, and even Yin Nua planet felt a little sick of it. On the surface, the void was a black mass of nothingness and deathly stillness, but it was just a show of its stillness. In fact, the void was like an ocean. There would be waves on the surface of the ocean, and there would also be surging undercurrents. Occasionally, there would also be countercurrents. Every island and reef floating on the void sea was a world of light. However, those islands were not fixed in a fixed position in the ocean. They were drifting worlds. In this void, there were worlds being destroyed and new worlds appearing all the time. The destroyed worlds would be swallowed by the void and disintegrate on their own. However, when they were destroyed, countless fragments of rules would spill out, like a sea wave spreading in the void domain. Most of them would naturally calm down, while the rest would quietly integrate into the light clusters of other worlds. Those broken fragments of rules would not cause any damage to the light clusters of other worlds. They were like stones thrown into the sea, slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea and settling down. They settled down at the bottom of the sea of rules, which was where Yun Nua and the others were at now. In his opinion, this place was more like a tomb that buried rules. Buried with foreign rules, fragments of rules from the light of this world, and the last words of other worlds. The faint echoes that came with the void sea and the fragments of worlds that directly crashed into the void sea would all follow the rules of the world and sink into the void sea. There, they would slowly be broken down and slowly be swallowed up. Or some changes would slowly occur. It seemed to be understandable that there would be changes when many different powers of rules were mixed together, even if they were just fragments of rules. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand gently, and a weak power of rules and divinity spread out, canceling out the fluctuations of rules that were about to spread to the place where they were standing. He looked at the darkness below. The azure pillar that supported the sky was constantly stirring at the bottom, but it was moving very slowly. No wonder they did not feel much movement when they came down from above. However, according to the scene in front of them, it seemed that the pillar that supported the sky was being held back by those green things, slowing down its stirring speed. What existed at the bottom of the void sea was a mass of things. A mass of light that was between green and pale green was spread out at the bottom of the void sea. That was an illusion caused by the scene. If the void sea really had a bottom, the place where they were spread out would probably be the seabed. The pale green thing did not look like a living thing. It was more like a mass of sticky, extremely dense liquid light that flickered in and out. It was in the shape of a pool, but it could still move. They could see that its surface was undulating like a piece of mud that was being squeezed by hands. Occasionally, some complicated bright light could be seen wandering inside it, following the green light to appear before the eyes of the trio. What is this thing that looks like a large jellyfish? The little angel could not help but pull Yun Nuoxing's wrist and asked nervously. I have to try to touch it. Unfortunately, I can't give you an answer because I have never seen such a thing before. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and calmly analyzed. This thing contains a lot of complicated rule power. It doesn't look like a living thing, it doesn't have the characteristics of a living thing, and it doesn't have the breath of a living thing. However, it clearly has the activity of an individual. It has a very weak spirituality and has a strong rule power. That part of the rule power is too complicated and not pure. All kinds of dissociative and mutually exclusive rule power exist in one body. It should have collapsed by itself, but I don't know why it was preserved. Even if you ignore what I said, logically speaking, there shouldn't be life in the void sea. No, it should be said that it can't give birth to life. Life of the origin like the rule power is not born in such a scene. Among the endless rule power here, there are countless rule power that can be found in pairs and in threes. Those fragments should collapse by themselves after coming into contact with the void sea. Even if an unknown object was created out of nowhere like this, they are not. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and then he became more and more unable to continue. That azure pillar that supported the heavens slowly streaked across their line of sight, and then they saw an even more astonishing scene. There were originally light green things wrapped around the bottom of the giant tree root. As it continued to move, those light green things kept falling off. After it moved a certain distance, the huge objects below it, like a group of thin and small fish, emerged one by one and agilely attached themselves to the tree root. Looking at how they were connected to each other like ropes, it seemed like they wanted to drag the giant tree root down. The latter's huge size and strength were obviously not something they could handle. Many of the light green ropes that had just wrapped around the tree root quickly collapsed. Before those light green ropes were completely broken, more ropes would wrap around the tree root. It was unknown how long those light green objects had existed here and whether they had multiplied. They covered the entire bottom of the sea, like a light green land that was constantly rising and falling, spreading to the end of their line of sight. They could not see the end at all. When Yun Nuo and the others were falling, they saw a faint green light in front of them. They did not expect that the light was such a strange, unknown object. What were those things? Siyu nervously approached Yin Nuoxing. Those light green objects looked beautiful, but they gave her a sense of uneasiness. There was also a faint sense of familiarity among them. She heard from him that this feeling was similar to the feeling she had when she was familiar with the realm of the gods. That was because her physique was quite compatible with the laws of the realm of the gods. It looks like a sea. Yin Nuoxing muttered to himself. She was right. In this dark and boundless place, this light green color connected together, very much like some shallow sea areas. The seawater was green, and those light green objects, that's right, they should be independent individuals, gathered together to form such a large special landscape. Those light green balls of light were constantly jumping on the surface of the sea, causing it to undulate like waves. In this sea of rules, there was a glimmer of light, and Yin Nuoxing's ears automatically rang with the crashing sound of the rising and falling tides. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He turned around abruptly, but he didn't see anything. He only saw the little angel, and Siyu's puzzled expressions because of his sudden movement. A moment later, Yin Nuoxing's puzzled expression turned into astonishment. He looked at the green sea below and asked in astonishment, "Are you guys calling me?" A buzzing sound immediately rang in his mind. That's right, it was a chaotic and unformed sound, as if thousands of mosquitoes were buzzing in his ears. However, he could still recognize these special sounds and a special way of communicating. These things are indeed living beings. They don't have any signs of life, and they don't have any formed laws. Their existence is beyond my understanding. Perhaps these things are like life forms of laws that failed to evolve. They're a kind of incomplete, abnormal life form. They are things that I can't understand at all. Yin Nuoxing laughed bitterly. You can hear their voices? Siyu and the little angel were stunned. They had never thought that there would be a life form like this. It was different from all the life forms they had seen before. Even if the latter was a strange life form, they were still very surprised. Yes, I can be sure. Although they're very weak and they have a lot of broken laws, they have their own thoughts. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his bangs in distress. They were born with the laws of the realm of the gods as the carrier, and those things that settled at the bottom of the sea of laws as the nourishment. They only appeared after a series of wrong and abnormal changes. Because they felt the presence of the realm of the gods on me, they are calling for me. They said that the strange thing is disturbing their peace and is destroying their peace. They can't fight against that tree, so they are asking me for help. Yin Nuoxing glanced at the green ocean below and hesitated for a moment. He then turned to the little angel and said, "You and Siyu stay here. I'll go and take a look." After saying that, Yin Nuoxing held the two little hands in his hands together. Then, he quickly descended and drew an arc in the air. He quickly approached the green ocean. The little angel cried out in surprise. Just as she was about to rush over, she was surprised to see the green ocean surging slightly with the arrival of Yin Nuoxing. Perhaps there were thousands of individuals in the ocean. The little angel and Siyu could actually feel a faint thought flowing in the ocean. It seemed to be a little excited because of his arrival. We can only leave it to that idiot now. He smiled helplessly and looked at Mei Mao and Siyu, who were a little worried. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. He is a guy who likes to mess around, but he always manages to get out of trouble." Yin Nuoxing slowly stopped above the green ocean, and immediately a 3-meter-big green ball of water floated up, allowing Yin Nuoxing to land on the ball of water. When he stepped down, it was as if he was stepping on the surface of an ice-cold ball of water, and the latter was also undulating because of his gentle landing. The surrounding green ocean also had a lot of movement because of his arrival, as if it was welcoming him. There was a constant buzzing sound in his head. There were new green water balls. Well, Yin Nuoxing thought of them as water balls. The smallest one was 1 meter in diameter to the largest one was no more than 5 meters in diameter. They jumped around him. It was obvious that they were self-active. They could observe, think, and even express their emotions. In just a short while, Yin Nuoxing had already heard thousands of worried and complaining voices. Oh, it might not be appropriate to call them voices because they were just meaningless buzzing sounds. What they wanted to express and say was directly transmitted into his mind. They were very interested in Yin Nuoxing's arrival and came closer. In the distance, some obviously popped their heads and wanted to come closer. However, they were afraid of Yin Nuoxing's power. In the end, they did not come closer. However, there was a ball of water that was really bold. It jumped directly on his head and bounced there. It reminded him of little magic. However, these things did not have weight. He could only feel the sensation of touching them. Other than that, he could not feel anything else. It was probably because of the flaw in the rules. It was hard to imagine that there was such a race in this world that was born without rules. For the time being, he couldn't think of a good name for it. The green ball of water carried him and floated far away. Their method of movement was probably a kind of space jump that directly modified the rules. In the brief contact, Yin Nuoxing realized that this thing was indeed not any life form he knew. It was not a material life form, not an elemental life form, not an energy life form, and not an origin life form. However, it was more or less related to the rules of the 4 types of life forms. It was more complicated than the failed life form that he had just mentioned. The basis of its birth was that there was no foundation, no conditions, as if it had jumped out of nothingness. It was a tangled mass of rule fragments. It was a special life form that was completely created out of nothing. Their nutrients were the things that settled at the bottom of the sea of rules. They usually survived by eating the abandoned rule fragments that were piled up here. They had no concept of lifespan and did not seem to have a concept of death. When a small body reached the end of its life, it would merge with another small body of the same size to become a bigger body. The bigger body would suddenly shrink into a smaller body on the second day and start all over again. Their method of reproduction was also very strange. After shrinking, they would undergo a period of time of division and slowly grow. They originally lived here peacefully for a very long time, occasionally looking at the strange phenomenon at the bottom of the sea of rules, completely unaware of the outside world. A very long time. Yin Nuoxing didn't quite understand the way they described it, but he speculated that it might be able to speculate all the way back to that era. Yin Nuoxing was slightly taken aback by the fact that they were eating the discarded law fragments. Since they could tolerate the discarded law fragments, they should be able to eat the normal law fragments as well. These things were not a threat to them, but if they were thrown into a weaker world, they did not seem to be a threat at all. These little things had small appetites. If such a large group of water balls were to gnaw on the laws of other worlds, the speed at which they ate might not even be able to keep up with the speed at which the world healed itself. They were very active, and the reason was naturally because of the thing in front of them that was an eyesore everywhere. They piled up together and were very active. They were even telling Yin Nuoxing what they were doing. Just as he guessed, they were planning to drag that thing down, but they had no idea what was going on above that thing. The azure tree was rooted in the conceptual layer of the rules, and it was almost in a semi-symbiotic state with the divine realm. The action of dragging it down was comparable to pulling myself up, not to mention that that race did not have that kind of power. Under the accompaniment of the green water ball group, Yin Nuoxing came to the side of the huge tree root. The impact of its huge size was like seeing the pillar of creation in front of him. It was as huge as the pillar of creation. Those broken ropes fell down one by one. A few of them curiously floated to Yin Nuoxing and slowly circled around him. He reached out his hand and poked at those water balls. Those little guys seemed to be frightened and quickly went into the group of water balls to hide. He could not even tell which one had fallen down just now. Well, you won't be able to pull it down like this. Yin Nuoxing clamped the water ball that was bouncing on his head with both hands. This thing can only be destroyed. With your power, you won't be able to take a bite out of it, even if you work hard until the end of the world. All right, I forgot to mention just now. Those water balls wanted to drag the tree root down because they wanted to eat it. After all, it was also a distorted creation that was twisted together by countless law fragments. Perhaps it was also a kind of food for them. He felt that his worldview was being impacted. It had been a long time since he had this kind of feeling. After he said that, the water balls were also impacted. A group of unknown creatures huddled together and discussed in his mind. Yin Nuoxing felt that he was going to faint from the strange buzzing sound. All in all, after a while, he finally arrived in front of the tree root. It was less than 10 feet away, and at this distance, he could clearly see the movement of the tree root. It was as slow as a snail, as if it was entangled by those little green fellows, causing it to move very slowly. According to the original plan, he brought the 2 girls here and threw down tens of thousands of seals to seal off the area. Then, he used the law's homology to assimilate the tree root into a part of the law of the celestial realm. After that, he would cut out the entire tree root. It sounded safe, but it would create a large hole at the bottom of the tree root. However, there was a sudden situation that he did not expect at all. He was stunned for a moment. This was also considered the boundary of the celestial realm. Although the light green water balls were a little strange, and no one had ever seen them before, they were still a species in the celestial realm. Moreover, they were a miraculous species. If possible, Yin Nuashing did not plan to do anything to them. He just wanted to get rid of the tree root and give them peace and quiet. Then he had a headache. After thinking about it for 2 minutes, he decided to give up and simply communicate with the sea under his feet. He knew that there was a language barrier, so he directly communicated with his mind. However, he was worried that those guys would not understand what he meant. However, it turned out that his worries were unnecessary. As soon as he communicated with his mind, the light green water balls reacted. Along with the buzzing sound in his mind and the crashing sound of waves in his brain, they surged and gathered in the distance. Not far away, thousands of them shrank their size as much as possible and gathered little by little. The whole process lasted for about 10 minutes. Under the shocked gaze of Yin Nuashing and the other 2 people, they shrank into a water ball about 10 feet in size. Yin Nuashing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was looking forward to seeing if the entire species would turn into something else when they gathered as one. In the end, it was still a water ball. They hid far away. The blue light they emitted was very conspicuous. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find them. These little guys were too weak and did not have any breath. There were 2 more beside him. One of them was jumping on his head, but it had quieted down. The other was the one that carried him here. From the buzzing sound just now, he could tell that they wanted to let the 2 of them be witnesses. In other words, they wanted to watch him cut down the tree. In the end, he did not think too much about it. Yin Nuashing set up a large number of talismans in this huge area. The surging and powerful divine energy almost drowned this place. If it were not for the fact that this place had been sealed, the primordial life forms in the realm of the gods would have sensed that something was wrong with the whole world. Then they would have noticed that something was wrong with some of the things around them. For example, some strange things appeared in space and disappeared after a glimpse. Yin Nuashing's preparation was very fast. It should have been more than 2 hours since they dived into this place. Calculating the time, it should be about time for the surface to finish. Of course, it would be safer if they could complete it at the same time. However, even if he did it earlier, it would only cause a sudden impact into the void. Calculating the time, it should be about time. He was also ready. Tens of billions of talismans were now synchronized around the tree root. Without the obstruction of the water blobs, its movement speed had increased by a lot. He also used a few chains of order to tie it in place. Now, he could see it trembling as if it was convulsing. It seemed to be struggling, but it could not move because it was tied too tightly. I Ching, over here. He was ready to connect to the soul seeds of the group of people above. Just as he was about to speak, a wave of sound rushed over. You son of a bitch, you'd better stand there obediently. Now is a critical time. I don't care which world you are from. If you're placed here, you better put your hands on your head and lie on the ground. You over there, you won't be able to get out of the realm of the gods, no matter how much you run. I won't explain, but I can send you to hell. The tree canopy seal has been completed. According to the plan, we will divide the area into 2 halves. Master Qing, the destruction of order is ready. According to your orders, we have expanded the channel to the void by 100 times. The second half is almost done. The law destruction formation is ready. The strength of this overlapping space has been strengthened by 10 times. All the energy will sweep back and forth in this area until not even a single strand of root is left. The strength of the nomological domain has been strengthened. Everyone, don't worry about it. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Get ready. Fire. Yin Nuashing was shocked. You guys, boom. Yin Nuashing. Although there was no problem with the sudden change of plan, why were they in such a hurry? Sons of a bitch. We were waiting for you. Ha, little ones, follow me. Kill whoever comes. I will eat both of them. Kill them all. Heavenly gods of the god world, fall back and get into formation. Heavenly origin god, follow the echelon just now. Ancient theocrats, follow the division just now. Hold on until Master Foam is done. The nomological destruction rate has reached 40%. Continue to expand the nomological destruction power. Pour the excess destructive energy into the void. Don't let the nomological concept layer be attacked. Seal the void. Leave behind 1/10 of the people. The rest, follow me to support. This bunch. Yen, you're playing with your life, Bayat. An unknown heavenly origin god's energy has appeared in the god world. It looks like that son of a bitch is attacking the city. However, they obviously didn't expect that the city protection spell formation is at the peak of the origin level. They can't break it. Hold the barrier. Kill them. Those invaders of the god world. Kill them all. In just a few seconds, a large amount of words and information were transmitted back. Yin Nuashing slowly calmed down from his initial shock. He also knew why Yi Qing and Lady Green had suddenly taken such drastic measures. It looked like something had indeed happened. In that case, had the masterminds appeared, or Yin Nuashing shook his head and took a deep breath. The top was already in chaos, so he didn't need to wait any longer. He turned around and looked at the trembling tree root. It seemed to have sensed that its main body was being destroyed, so it was desperately attacking the chains of order. Sigh, annoying guys. Every time you guys come to cause trouble, I can't have peace. Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. He waved his hand and caused the hundreds of billions of runes to explode. The brilliant energy light illuminated the entire sea of nomological laws like a sun. He turned around and walked back. I don't care if you're cannon fodder or the mastermind. Since you've disturbed the peace of the god world, then bear the fury of the god world. Chapter 1287. In the dark, boundless ocean, a dark red light was flashing at the bottom of the ocean. A streak of dark red starlight suddenly appeared in the upside-down sky. Then, the starlight became unusually bright in a few seconds. It was so eye-catching that it could illuminate the entire dark ocean, as if it was going to burn the ocean. When the streak of red light approached, it would be discovered that it was shaking non-stop and expanding rapidly along the blue cableway. It was not starlight at all, but an enormous fire of destruction. The destructive noise that could make the void tremble came as expected, accompanied by a destructive shockwave. The impact was confined to an extremely narrow space, and the blockade was almost attached to the azure blue cableway, completely pouring the power of the shockwave onto the latter. The dark red fire turned the entire blockade area into a giant pillar of flame, flying wildly from the bottom of the sea to the top. Its speed could not be expressed in words. Lord Qing, a huge amount of energy has been detected rapidly approaching below. The blockade barrier can't deal with this energy. It's impossible to distinguish. Lord, the damage to the parasitic tree is only 60%. It hasn't been completely destroyed. Should we turn around to deal with the unknown energy or continue to cut down the tree? The destructive energy is rapidly approaching. There are still 10 seconds left. Qing Jun, who was fighting fiercely with someone, was taken aback when he heard this. Before he could think of how to deal with it, 1 or 2 seconds had passed. Yi Qing, who was commanding the whole scene, was also stunned when he heard this. Then he said happily, "Open a gap in the blockade. Pour all the energy into the void. Those who are stationed in the void, blow up the tree while you're at it. The momentum must be big. It must be exaggerated. Attract all those guys over there. That's Lord Feng's energy. He has succeeded. Lord Feng's energy needs a huge venue to pour out. Destroy that void for me." This sentence was the best stimulant. Everyone burst into ecstasy in an instant, and then, with a whoosh, they rushed toward the enemy. Those who were fighting fiercely in the void also rushed toward the tree. The mighty energy smashed toward the tree rooted in the void from countless angles. In an instant, the energy burst out like a flood toward the azure blue tree. Even its huge size was hit by the impact, and branches and leaves flew in the void. Upon seeing this, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm hurriedly tried to break free from their opponents. However, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm seemed to know that the heavenly origin gods of the god realm were trying to rescue the heavenly origin gods. As such, the heavenly origin gods of the god realm continued to entangle the heavenly origin gods and delay the heavenly origin gods with all their might. These guys are really, really good at acting. I Ching witnessed the entire process and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Whether it was pestering, accidentally being pushed away, or unable to catch up, they were all vividly portrayed. These old monsters who had lived for countless years were all actors. Did these gods live through acting for several lifetimes? Don't open the barrier too early. They don't know what's happening here yet, but they'll know the moment the barrier opens. The enemies are all heavenly gods of origin, and there are too many of them. We're too spread out, so it's not good for us to fight them head-on. Follow the plan and lure them to the void. Lord Feng's energy is coming. The concept layer of laws was trembling. Something huge had disturbed the peace of this place. If the sea of laws was really a sea, then one should be able to see waves rolling up from the surface of the sea. The Empyrean gods of the divine world were shocked when they felt this tremor. Then they were overjoyed. On the surface, they appeared to be a little flustered. They fought while retreating, allowing their enemies to retreat to the void. The pressure exerted by the void forced 60% of the Empyrean gods of origin to retreat to defend. The remaining 40% were still fighting around the tree in the concept layer of laws. Bastards! Don't run if you have the ability. Come, your grandfather can still fight a few thousand more rounds. Damn it, I know what you're doing. If you have the ability, stand and fight with me for 1,000 years. Monarch Qing was still shouting wantonly. His roar of laws spread throughout the entire field, causing black lines to appear on the faces of the other side. At this time, it was more important to retreat and defend, so they ignored him. Come, when has your grandfather ever been afraid? You run. If you run again, I'll... Monarch Qing's wailing suddenly stopped, and his expression changed into a smirk. He said softly, "If you run again, you'll die. Little ones, open the gate. Everyone in the central field, retreat. Give up on that tree. Retreat, retreat, retreat." I Ching shouted. The moment his voice fell, the heavenly gods of the gods of the gods were already prepared. They very tacitly retreated to both sides. A curved green barrier suddenly appeared from below and enveloped the tree. Then it extended to the void beside it. Then a destructive energy that caused the void to collapse and the primordial realm to rumble toward them at a speed that exceeded all senses. Originally, when they saw the people of the gods suddenly give up on the tree, they thought that they were physically exhausted. They sneered and prepared to chase after them to repair it. The next moment, a feeling of utter despair welled up in their hearts. It was as if they felt that the path of reincarnation had cracked open next to them, and a black hand was about to drag them in. They didn't even notice that they were already enveloped by the green barrier passage. Then, a dark red destructive flame broke through the rules and appeared in front of them. Boom! It was as if a towering pillar of fire had suddenly turned and enveloped the remaining 40% of the parasitic tree that had not been destroyed. With just a flash of light, the parasitic tree, together with its roots and leaves, had completely disappeared. Under the soul-stirring gazes of the gods of the divine realm, the unimaginably terrifying energy had turned a corner and whizzed into the distance. They could sense that the unimaginable amount of energy was repeatedly vibrating in the cyan passageway, colliding and rebounding in the passageway. In the end, it transformed into a wave of destruction that whizzed forward. I Ching breathed a sigh of relief. This energy really came at the right time. If all the experts of the divine world gathered together, they would definitely not be afraid of them. But this huge battle had taken up a lot of their energy in all aspects. 50% of all the available forces were used to suppress the outsiders of the divine world. Of the remaining 50%, 30% was in the void, and 20% was in the conceptual layer of the rules. He and Qing Jun had risked their lives to rush back and bring back a part of their forces. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle would have been unpredictable. "Hey!" Qing Jun's shout rang in his ears, giving I Ching a big fright. He abruptly came back to his senses. Before he could figure out what had happened, Qing Jun's huge figure suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. Qing Jun hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled him into the distance. A wave of destruction had broken through the cyan barrier passageway, and a large wave had emerged and submerged the place where he had just been standing. Only high-level heavenly gods of origin could resist it. If he had not been pulled away by Qing Jun just now, he would have probably turned into a wisp of ash, just like those guys in the distance who could not even display the phenomenon of the heavenly gods dying. I Ching broke out in cold sweat. He felt that this was the closest he had ever been to death in his life. He quickly turned his head to look at the solemn Qing Jun and said, "Big brother Qing, thank you for saving my life." "No need, no need. You're already in a daze when it's not over yet. If Lord Feng sees you like this, I'm afraid he'll pull you to fill up the void." Qing Jun waved his hand casually, then lectured, "The passageway we hastily built can't withstand the impact of Lord Feng's energy. It's expected that there would be cracks." I Ching smiled bitterly. He was still too casual. Upon closer inspection, there were many cracks in the passageway. The dark red wave of destruction gushed out like a volcanic eruption. He should have been the first to observe this, and then commanded everyone to stay away. Now, it was the others who were cautious enough to sense it in advance and run away. Fortunately, this small episode did not cause any casualties. Otherwise, he would have to apologize in front of Lord Feng. "Let's go and take a look at the void. Let's see what it's like there." Qing Jun waved his hand and flew toward the void. I Ching hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, "After Lord Feng's wave of destruction weakens, check the situation of the tree and strengthen the defense. There may be people lurking here to watch. Don't let your guard down until Lord Feng arrives." After leaving his sentence, he quickly caught up with Qing Jun. The people in the Sea of Rules solemnly cupped their hands and quickly dispersed to deal with their own matters. Someone to repair the blue barrier, someone to check the sealed entrance of the law barrier, and someone to guard against uninvited guests in each group. The division of labor was detailed, and there was a tacit understanding. In the depths of the Sea of Precepts, the Yun Nuo star placed the remaining 3 water spheres in a remote place within the celestial realm. Then, they set up a barrier in the depths of the Sea of Precepts to prevent some ignorant fellows from disturbing this wonderful group of people. When they left, a large portion of the water spheres that had gathered together had begun to split up, and it looked a little more majestic. "You seem to like that strange race a little." It followed beside her and asked softly. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head, thought for a moment, and smiled, "Because it's very magical. A strange race of life born at the bottom of the Sea of Rules. Yes, even if it's very unusual, even if it's not any race that I know of, it's still a race of life. With such a large number of people, and with a formed and circular way of life, it can naturally be regarded as a race. It's just that I haven't thought of a good name for them yet." When she said the last sentence, Yin Nuoxing scratched her head with a headache. She was not good at naming. Those blue water balls had a racial concept, but they did not have a racial name. She did not quite understand the meaning of the name she said. They had their own unique way of distinguishing between each other, so there was no need for such a thing as a name. Anyway, she just felt a headache, and she might as well ignore this matter. "So what kind of life are they?" The little angel tilted her head in confusion, glanced at Yin Nuoxing, and teased, "If they don't have a name, then you can give a name to this newly discovered species. It's not a big deal anyway. Although the name you give is not elegant enough, at least it's authoritative enough." Yin Nuoxing's face darkened, and she rolled her eyes. After pondering for a long time, she murmured to herself, "Not a life of rules, not a life of origin, caught in the cracks of error, and can't be completely related to order and chaos. Then let's call them concept life. Their existence is a concept. That's all I can think of." The little angel smiled bitterly, and after a moment, She coughed softly and said in a serious tone, "At a certain time in the 51st era of the Yuan realm, the observers of the realm of the gods discovered a strange race that transcended everything. They were overjoyed, and along with their way of life, they named them concept life. At present, this race is the only concept life race in the entire Yuan realm." Yin Nuoxing staggered, and her face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. She looked at the little angel with an indescribable emotion. Even though she had thousands of complaints in her stomach that she wanted to vomit, they were all stuck in her trachea, and she could not spit them out at all. Her pretty face turned red. After listening to the little angel, Siyu noticed the title in front of her and could not help but be stunned. Observer, observer. It was a title that even children would hear in the stories of adults. It represented the highest position in the realm of the gods, and it was one of the two priesthoods. She had racked her brains, but she had never thought that the caring big sister who was always laughing and joking in front of her would be such a legendary figure. She did not dare to think about it at all, and it was also because of her preconceived thinking. How could such a high and mighty figure appear in front of her? This thought was deeply ingrained in her mind, and she had never thought, if the guardian had appeared in front of her, she might not have been so surprised. In fact, there was not much to say about the guardian, because everyone knew that the guardian was called Hui, and he often appeared in front of the public. Even in the Sourcepeak region, one could hear news about him. As long as it was related to the guardian, many of the stories that seemed to be made up among the people were actually related to the guardian's deeds. What was that saying again? This story was adapted from a real event. In other words, the guardian of the realm of the gods was a public figure that everyone knew. On the other hand, the other priesthood, the observer, had almost never shown his face. No one knew about him, and it was precisely because no one knew about him that he gave everyone a feeling of extreme mystery. There were many very powerful stories that were related to the observer, but without exception, the descriptions were all mysterious. There were even some stories in which the observer was the main character, and they did not even mention him at all. It was easy to imagine how mysterious the observer was in everyone's hearts. Then one day, he appeared in front of her as an ordinary person, and she even played chess with the observer for a whole day. That's right, if she thought about it this way, many things seemed to make sense. It could explain how powerful he was, why he could change the laws of the realm of the gods with a single word, and why he could command the gods of the realm of the gods. What are you thinking about? The voice that came from right next to her face startled Siyu. When she turned her head, she saw that Yun Nuoxing's face was less than a foot away from hers. She subconsciously clenched her jade-like hand, but it was a warm palm that made her blush. She forgot to mention that the mysterious observer had been holding her hand for more than 2 hours. "No, nothing." Siyu blushed and shook her head. She looked a little dazed. Yin Nuoxing saw that something was wrong with her and carefully checked her body. He did not find any signs of her being contaminated by the laws at the bottom of the sea of laws. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Siyu struggled to free her jade-like hand. Yin Nuoxing wrinkled his nose, thinking that she was feeling uncomfortable or embarrassed, so he changed his position and held her wrist. "Bear with it for a while. We are still in the sea of laws. The energy impact just now has affected this place. The laws that I have are too strong. In order to not affect this place, I have restrained it very well. If I want to protect you, I can only rely on physical contact." Siyu shook her head slightly. She looked at him seriously and whispered, I didn't expect you to be the great observer." Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "You just found out? Didn't that so-and-so tell you when he brought you here?" Siyu smiled bitterly. "Elder Guhong only said that he was bringing me to see a big shot. I have no idea who he is." "Well, it doesn't matter. I thought you knew, but it doesn't matter if you don't know. You will find out sooner or later. Now that you know, you shouldn't be so nervous. I'm not some guy with an unknown identity." Yin Nuoxing yawned. "I think the little girl will feel even more nervous," Yin Nuoxing said softly. Suddenly, a soft smile appeared on his face. The mysterious observer who is known by everyone in the celestial realm has suddenly unveiled his mysterious veil. The little girl is overflowing with worship. Pain. Yin Nuashing tapped the head of the little angel with his sword. He glanced at the little angel and looked at Siyu. Nervous? Just be nervous. There's no need to feel anything else. Anyway, well, you'll get used to it. Siyu felt that there was nothing wrong with this sentence. When she thought of the 5 days she spent with him, she suddenly felt less nervous. No matter how mysterious a person was, it was only because he was covered with an unknown veil. When she got to know him little by little, she didn't feel that he was that mysterious and scary anymore. He was no longer that high and mighty figure that she couldn't touch, but a big sister. She felt that she might not be able to change her mind after saying that. Yin Nuashing pulled the two people away from the depths of the Sea of Laws and returned to the original sealed area. The celestial gods who were still standing guard were shocked when they saw someone suddenly appear. They almost threw their energy at Yin Nuashing's face. When they saw who it was, they hurriedly retracted their energy and bowed respectfully. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked around with his divine sense. He waved his hand and said, "The conceptual layer of laws is ignored. Go and suppress those troublemakers in the celestial realm. If there are any troublemakers, kill them if you can't keep them alive. Leave a few alive and find someone with a lot of ideas to interrogate." The group of celestial gods and heavenly origin gods cupped their hands respectfully, then disappeared in a flash. Since Lord Feng said that it was fine, then it was definitely fine. They could leave with peace of mind. In the void, when the dark red destructive flames swept past, the tree and everyone around it were burned to ashes. Those who didn't have time to defend themselves were all pale when they saw the terrifying energy. They were especially scared when they saw that almost all of them had been wiped out. Their morale went through a short period of time, then a short period of time. Knowing that they might not be able to escape, they began to fight with all their might. They ignited their own energy and divinity without caring about anything else. After all, they were all high-level heavenly origin gods. When they went crazy, even the heavenly origin gods of the celestial realm had to be wary of them. Oh ho, they're all fighting with their lives. Little ones, gather. Focus fire on that guy. Kill them. Green laughed loudly. His aura skyrocketed in just a few seconds, and he led a large group of his subordinates to charge at the rampaging high-level heavenly origin god. Their opponents were all caged beasts, so naturally, they weren't worth fighting one-on-one. They could just use 10 times their strength to forcefully suppress them. After a series of attacks, those desperate fellows were all pressed into the void before they could even do anything. Kill them, kill them. Our captives of the celestial realm are treated very well. That's right. I saw you raise your hand. Sigh. Don't be afraid of being ugly. Think about how much time it took you to climb to this point. What's wrong with a dignified heavenly origin god dragging out an ignoble existence? The dead don't have the right to speak. Oh, that's right. A wise man submits to circumstances. Come, put on this seal. We're very easy to talk to, so we won't beat you up. Little ones, watch this guy, and then beat him to death. The captured heavenly origin god had just breathed a sigh of relief when he heard these words. When he saw the ferocious gazes of the people around him, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was still sealed. Wait, this isn't what we agreed on. PFFF. Wah. At 10% yen. Humph. We're beating you, you bastard. How dare you offend our celestial realm? We'll kill you all. I Ching watched the whole process, his face covered in cold sweat. When Yin Nuashing rushed over, he also saw the whole process. With a face full of sweat, he said to I Ching, "Is this guy usually like this?" I Ching was slightly surprised and hurriedly bowed and nodded. Big brother Ching, he's black-bellied. What's hidden under that rough personality is blackness. Several people's cheeks twitched, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chapter 1288. The Realm of the Gods. The bullish asterisk T about the number 1 world had been talked about many times, and there was nothing better to say. This world was home to the most violent group of fellows in the entire void. However, that was excluding the underworld and some other ancient existences that might have survived. At the very least, it could be considered as the most powerful independent world in the Order faction. To many extraterrestrials, or those who had only heard of some marginal reputation, the mere existence of the realm of the gods was daunting. Those who had truly been to the realm of the gods and understood the realm of the gods would agree that there was no place more lively than this. It was a magical world full of countless miracles, a world that made people forget to return. Of course, this was excluding the lively part. After all, this was the most powerful world in the Order faction. For example, just yesterday, the law blockade that lasted for an entire day and many other big movements could not be hidden from the people in the realm of the gods. After all, the commotion was too great. Just the suppression in the realm of the gods had been carried out no less than 10,000 times. It was only when the commotion was about to end that some people finally realized, so someone was stirring up trouble in the realm of the gods. News of the matter spread very quickly, but the most important part of the process was not known to many people. The extraterrestrials were not clear about it, and even the heavenly origin gods of the divine world were not too clear about it. They had participated in it, but they were divided into 3 groups, each performing their own duties. In the end, they had to go to I Ching and Qing Jun to find out what had happened. When they finally understood what had happened, they let out a long "oh" and expressed their calmness. It was not the first or second time that the divine world had been stirred up by others, so they were already used to it. After this matter passed, the divine world was able to settle down for a period of time. Those extraterrestrials also did not dare to stir up trouble at this critical time. If they were caught, it would be terrible. The extraterrestrials had asked around and found out that many high-level heavenly origin gods had been killed on the spot in that battle. None of them had escaped, and those who survived were all sealed and sent to a mysterious place. As for where they were sent to, no one knew. In the realm of the gods, or at least in the internal space of this independent world, there was only one person who knew about it. Unless someone led the way, no one could break into this space before the realm of the gods collapsed. It was a space that was completely connected to the realm of the gods. It was a space that stood on the basis of concepts and laws. It was a chaotic space. Be careful, don't wander around. Just follow my footsteps. This space hasn't been activated for countless years, but there's no point in activating it anyway. There's only dissipation and endless cycle of despair in this space. There's no meaning in it. Only I can open this space and see the right path. It's meaningless whether others can find the right path or not. Without me, there's only chaos in this space. No matter what path others take, they will only lead to the final place where even the primeval god will be suppressed and trapped by all the rule, power, and world force of the divine realm until the moment of death. Yin Nuoxing walked in this space and said to the few people behind her. Her faint voice made Qing Jun, who was about to run a few steps, tremble. He quickly retracted his steps and followed behind her step by step, not daring to deviate by even a millimeter. The others also trembled slightly when they heard this and walked very carefully. In the vast white space, there were occasionally some pale lines appearing in the distance, as if they were sinking down from the top. If one looked closely at those lines, one would find that they formed a transparent cuboid or cube, floating disorderly in the space. They also saw a huge cube rumbling in front of them, knocking a transparent cuboid away. These were all the things in this space. In the chaotic space, there was no distinction between up and down, left and right, nor was there any distinction between directions. They were walking forward, occasionally taking 2 steps as if they were going down the stairs, but that was an illusion brought by their own senses. After all, when they first came in, they were standing in several different directions. Some were hanging upside down, some were standing horizontally, and some were hanging diagonally. However, they were all standing in a state of standing, and when they looked at the others, they were all standing in a mess. "Where's this place? I've never heard you mention it before," the little angel asked curiously. There was no normal order in this chaotic space. There were no rules. It was a completely blank world. Oh, that's not right. The state of this place was more like a place with rules. The only difference was that the rules of this place were chaos. It's located at the bottom of the realm of the gods, directly connected to the sea of precepts. It's an independent space for observers used to imprison certain things. To put it bluntly, it's a completely independent space similar to a prison. At the bottom of that space, all the power of precepts and energy of order in the realm of the gods will flow through there. In short, it's a special prison that uses the energy of the realm of the gods to suppress. There's no need for anyone to watch over it, and there's no need to worry about prisoners escaping from it. As long as the realm of the gods doesn't collapse, those who enter this place can't leave without my permission. Anyone who tries to escape from this space will be suppressed by the energy of the realm of the gods, and in extreme cases. Yin Nuashing paused for a moment and pointed down. The energy hidden in the deepest part of the realm of the gods will be used to suppress it. I Ching was still curiously sizing up the space, but he couldn't see anything. In a vast expanse of white space, there were only a few lines flying out from time to time. He couldn't help but ask, "Master Feng, how is the situation with the prisoners? Their divinity, laws, and souls have all been suppressed. They are very weak. Some of them are quiet, while the others are extremely restless and a little manic." Yin Nuashing said and suddenly stopped. We're here. We're here." He was slightly stunned and looked around. It was still white, and he could not see anything. It was pure white with a little bit of gray, which would make people feel annoyed if they looked at it for too long. There is nothing here. Well, normally speaking, none of you can see it. This is very normal. Moreover, this space is actually moved through seamless teleportation. The path we took just now was just teleportation. We only arrived here just now. Yin Nuashing said, "We probably passed through 9,600 levels of space." Everyone, how many overlapping spaces were used in this place just to imprison something? What kind of standard did the prisoners have to be able to enter this place? After that battle, some of the creatures at the level of origin were captured. They were all extraterrestrial creatures, and they were all imprisoned in this special space. Yin Nuashing had originally considered that it would be difficult to settle down and deal with these creatures at the level of origin. This was very likely the first time in history that this space welcomed guests, and it was a group of creatures at the level of origin. In terms of combat power, they were still a great threat. Ordinary places could not completely trap them. I Ching and the others were quite relieved to be placed in this place. They were even more relieved after personally experiencing the uniqueness of this space. Even if those fellows had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to sneak out of this space. As for interrogations, they couldn't even enter this place. Since there were ghosts and humans interrogating people in this place, Yin Nuashing and the others had to do it personally. I Ching and Monarch Green were the ones he had brought along to help out, while the little angel and CU were the ones he had brought along with him. He was also a little curious as to where these fellows who were sneaking around the Pantheon realm were, and what their motives were. Was it really as simple as coveting the realm of the gods? He did not quite believe it. Yin Nuashing sighed. The origin god's divine soul is suppressed, so there is no way to directly extract and read its memories. Even if it is read, it may be fake, unless one can completely separate the divine soul, consciousness, and memories. That way, the read memories will have a very high degree of credibility. I am not the primeval god, so I can't do such a fine thing. Even this space does not have such a special power. After all, this is not a place for research. Yin Nuashing sighed. The situation in this place will be fed back to me at any time. Unfortunately, those fellows are very tight-lipped. Even the slightest abnormal fluctuation in their thoughts can be seen clearly. However, it is as if they are dead. They are not thinking of anything. Those fellows who are thinking of things are also thinking of some irrelevant content. Those who are talking to each other also did not say anything useful. After all, they are all high-level origin creatures. Qing Jun held the back of his head with both hands and sighed helplessly. It is very difficult to pry anything out of these fellows. I do have a set of methods to try and wear down their minds, but the success rate may not be high. After all, they are high-level origin creatures. After all, they are life forms of that level. I Ching also sighed in distress. They might have already experienced things more terrible than death. What else could they use? In any case, they had already fallen into such a situation. The worst-case scenario was that their souls would be shattered into 8 realms. They had broken off decisively, but there was no way for them to know anything. Yin Nuoxing stopped here for a long time before she lifted her foot. Everyone hurriedly followed. This time, they carefully sensed the changes in their surroundings. They did indeed feel that there was a change in space, and it was very fast. In the time it took for her to take a step, Qing Jun felt that they had passed through at least 30 spaces. They continued to walk deeper and deeper, and he did not know where they would end up. He already had some faint palpitations. Well, let's go with this. In my observation, there's a slight possibility that this guy can be communicated with. Under the lead of Yin Nuoxing, everyone came to the same white space. Only the squares formed by lines floated up and down in the distance. They could not see any difference from where they were just now, but in terms of feeling, well, in fact, there was no difference. They couldn't sense it at all. Qing Jun couldn't help but think that those tens of thousands of spaces should all be exactly the same space. If they really fell into this place, there would really be no way to survive. Let's go in and have a look. The guy's been here for about 20 days. Yin Nuoxing made a gesture of pushing the door open. The people behind her subconsciously shrank their necks when they passed by the door that they didn't know existed or not. 20 days? I Ching, who had just passed through the door, was taken aback. But wasn't it just yesterday? The only role of the senses in this place is to deceive ourselves. There's no time, no space, no rules, no order. All the feelings born of the self may be true or false. We know that one day has passed because we are not here, but for them, 20 days may have passed, or even 20 years may have passed. And as long as this illusion appears, all this will come true. As Yin Nuoxing explained, he led the others into the deepest part of this space. Located at the bottom of the same huge space was the prison space. It was an isolated place of nothingness. It was still a vast expanse of whiteness. It was even whiter than before. It was so white that it was transparent. It was so white that nothing could be seen. I think I might go crazy if I stay here for a day. You couldn't help but lean closer to Yin Nuoxing. Looking at this space, she couldn't help but close her eyes and shake her head vigorously, shaking the transparent whiteness out of her mind. Ordinary people will go crazy in an instant. At that moment, as long as they think of any thoughts that are not beneficial to them, they will be pulled into the abyss. Yin Nuoxing reached out and rubbed Siyu's long hair. Take a deep breath. You're by my side. You came in with my permission, so there won't be too much of a problem. As long as you don't remember this space, nothing will happen. I feel that there are many differences between this space and those spaces just now. There seems to be rules and space in this place, but it also seems that nothing exists. If the space I think exists, but I have been exploring forward, I can only touch nothingness. On the other hand, I think there may be no space, but I can feel the characteristics of space. A closed space has an end, and it will hit a wall. Qing Jun's cheeks twitched fiercely. He felt that he would go crazy if he continued to think about it. Your thoughts are wrong. Your thoughts are empty. Everything you recognize will collapse into meaningless existence here, and everything you deny will become true and appear in front of you as a concrete existence. This is a space that negates everything, and this is a space that affirms everything. Wrong things will continue to be born, overlapping one another, and contradictory thoughts will repeat cycles. No matter which cycle you step into, you will fall into the abyss. In other words, all actions carried out here, whether it's walking, running, jumping, or sitting down to meditate, a breath, a blink of an eye, will cause the life in this space to slowly slide into an abyss. When you touch the boundary, you will step into a cycle of death. Sliding down will become falling, and the abyss will beckon to all of you. These 7,096 trillion layers of space will become your grave, burying the past, present, and future together, and consigning you to eternal damnation. Everyone fell silent as if they were dead. Even if they wanted to swallow, they could feel a fishbone stuck in their throat. To put it bluntly, Once you enter this space, it is impossible to leave without the permission of the observer. You will only gradually approach death as time passes. Calm people may be able to hold on a little longer, but the hot-tempered guests will only speed up their own deaths. In the end, no one will be able to escape the only ending. I think it's a bit of a waste to use this place to imprison those people. Lord Feng, didn't you say you were going to meet someone? Why don't I see him? I Ching laughed dryly. We're almost there. This area is his prison. He's staying in the deepest part and hasn't come out. We're here. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, she stopped and looked up. She calmly said, Your thoughts have fallen into the abyss for 20 days, and 20 days have passed in reality as you wish. However, it may have been longer, or it may not have been that long, but you seem to be quite peaceful. Everyone raised their heads and looked straight ahead. Judging from their line of sight, it was less than 5 meters away. It had suddenly appeared in front of them. Oh, it should be them who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Perhaps it's still all right. At least I can completely calm down and think about my life. The things I've done, the things I've done wrong, and the things I've done right. He also raised his head. The expression on his face was calm, and there was even a faint smile on his face. There was no trace of irritation. It was no wonder that Yun Nuoxing said that perhaps they could communicate. You feel relieved after falling into the hands of the enemy? Monarch Green took a step forward in a timely manner with a strange expression on his face. I think you still don't understand your current situation. He did not wear anything that could bind him, nor did he show any signs of sealing. He did not need any of that. Just appearing in this space was enough to weaken the high-level origin life form to the point that it could not even defeat Child. Whether I'm in a situation or not, at most I'll die. I've been waiting for death for a long time. He shrugged indifferently, as if he felt uncomfortable sitting there. He changed his posture and lazily half-collapsed on the ground. If you're here to interrogate me, I can only say that it's meaningless. I don't know anything, and it's useless no matter how you toss about. But if you want to talk about the current situation in the void, I can still talk to you for a while. You came to our world and did such a thing, and it was unreasonably done. I Ching took a deep breath. Old grudges? No. I don't remember when the realm of the gods was collective or unified. The existence of the realm of the gods, in itself, attracts hatred. If you want to say that, I agree. As for interrogation and whatnot, do you think it would be of any use to interrogate an origin life form? Smart. He ignored all the words before and only responded to the last sentence. Then he chuckled and sat up. So what are you here for? Come here. Before I Ching could think of what to say, he saw Yun Nuoxing waving her hand and shutting him up. Yun Nuoxing took a step forward and calmly looked into his eyes. You just said that you've been waiting for death for a long time. The prisoner was stunned for a moment and subconsciously said, Yes, so what? Nothing. As you wish, you're already dead. Yun Nuoxing said expressionlessly, turned around, and walked away without looking back. Everyone was stunned and did not react. The prisoner was puzzled and wanted to say something, but the white scene in front of him suddenly dissipated like a sandstorm, and the people in front of him also dissipated bit by bit. He was stunned for a moment and got up from the ground. Just as he was about to take 2 steps, he saw that his body was also turning into sand bit by bit, and was blown away by the yellow storm. No. Wait a minute. Yun Nuoxing and the others stood far away, watching the sandstorm engulf the prisoner's body and listening to his ghost-like screams. They couldn't help but grin, and then they all looked at the former. What happened just now? Qing Jun scratched his head in puzzlement. I Ching suddenly thought of something. He just said that he had been waiting for death for a long time, but this space. If he really wanted to die, then he should have already died. Yes, this is the nature of this space. His thoughts are both real and illusory. If he really wanted to die, he should have fallen into the abyss long ago. In that case, the people left in this space have never thought about dying. Qing Jun suddenly understood, and then scratched his head in puzzlement. Then why is he still dead? I just mentioned it once, so he thought about it, so he died. Yun Nuoxing looked at him for a while, then turned around and walked towards the outside. Death lasts for a long time. Although I don't know what he thought of, this is probably the deepest fear in his heart. Last for a long time. Several people were taken aback. Yin Nuashing stopped and glanced at them. Although death can happen at any time, do you think I allowed it? After that, she flung her windbreaker and walked outside. This is my space. I Ching and the others looked back at the continuous yellow storm and shuddered. There were only nightmares in this place, only nightmares. Nightmares that even death was not allowed. Sure enough, it was something more frightening than death. Chapter 1289. Death might not be a wonderful thing for any life. Although it was part of the life process, there would be countless lives that would subconsciously avoid that process. Everyone, every life, would have to go through it once. Some people, some specific life forms might have experienced death and rebirth many times. Yin Nuashing was a special case among special cases. Including this life in the Dark Age, he had died and reborn countless times. 100 billion reincarnators might not be an exaggeration, but a statement. As for how it felt to die so many times, it was hard for him to describe. He did not feel anything special. He had tried all kinds of ways to die, such as exhausting his lifespan, dying in battle, reincarnating as a mortal, dying of illness, and other unexpected disasters. He did not feel much pain at the end of his life. Yes, it was painful, but he had experienced pain more exaggerated than this. Those things... Oh, now is not the time to talk about these things. What he wanted to say was that he had already taken life and death lightly. The underworld was the final destination of all living beings. The cycle of reincarnation was the journey of all living beings. Death was not the end, but the intermediate point of a special journey. He had already traveled a long, long way on this journey. When he suddenly looked back, perhaps there was no one beside him who had traveled as far as he had. No one had traveled as far as he did. He had not stopped and was still moving forward. The above was just his daily thought after seeing death. He was squinting his eyes now. His eyes must be scary, empty, and probably cold. He had some self-awareness and knew what kind of expression he would show in this situation. But seeing that the little angel, and see you were standing a little far away and did not dare to come closer, he more or less knew what expression he would show in this situation. Time passed very quickly in the real world. A few days, a few months, or even a few years had passed, but the time in front of them did not pass so quickly. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. They had stayed in this horrible space for 5 days. C was a little girl who had not seen too many cruel things. On the first day, she followed Yin Nuashing and the others to inspect this space. She saw those people who seemed to have fallen into purgatory and were tortured here, or died and resurrected in front of her. It was too much a shock for her. She could not bear it on the first day. Her face was pale and weak. If it were not for Yin Nuashing and the little angel supporting her, she might not have been able to come out. Are you feeling better? Yin Nuashing returned to his normal demeanor. He walked in front of Cu and slowly squatted down. He reached out and rubbed her long hair. Seeing the little girl's slightly dispirited appearance, he also felt a little apologetic. However, she had to get used to these things. In this era, at this time, there were not many gentle methods to let her gradually accept it. Cu was sitting on the ground with her legs bent. She buried her face in her knees and hugged herself. When she heard Yin Nuashing's voice, she could not help but raise her head, revealing her pale face. She saw the concern and worry on Yin Nuashing's face, and her heart felt warm. She nodded and said, "Yes, I'm okay, but I'm still a little dizzy." When she thought about what she had experienced and seen in the past few days, she felt a little uncomfortable. She could not help but smile bitterly. She had said that she might not be able to last a day in this place, but in fact, she felt that her heart could not take it anymore, even after a day in this place. She could not forget the miserable looks of those people, but they were all enemies of the celestial realm. Enemies did not need to be pitted. This was not an academy where one could survive even if they won or lost. This was the real world. If they lost and fell into the hands of their enemies, they would not have a good ending. Being merciful to one's enemies was being cruel to oneself. She knew all this, but when she saw the outcome, she still... Yin Nuashing patted the little girl's head. He poured his mental power into her mind and tried to erase the negative effects as much as possible. Rest for a while. Later, you will stay here and do not go over. Siyu hesitated for a moment. She could also guess why Yin Nuoxing kept her by his side to watch everything that happened in this world. When she stood beside him, she was already prepared to face everything. But now it was not enough. She was still too weak. Going too far is as bad as falling short. This is not the time to be stubborn. Just be obedient. Yin Nuoxing patted her head and said softly. There was nothing Siyu could do. She could only nod her head. It had already been 5 days. In other words, the prisoner that they had been looking after from the beginning had died in the prison repeatedly for 5 days. They did not know how many times this had happened. According to his calculations, a normal person, or even a mortal, could only last for 1 day at most. Other life forms, including those with different life forms, might only be able to squeeze out 1 day, but no matter what, they could not last for more than 2 days. The most powerful group of people in the void were in prison here. They were all original level life forms. They themselves were the representatives of strength. Their minds and souls were abnormally powerful. They had withstood the erosion of time and stood out among their peers, finally becoming original level life forms. Naturally, they could not be compared to ordinary people and could last much longer. However, there was also a limit. After all, once they entered this place, the original level life forms were no different from ordinary people. Once they fell into a cycle of death, the tenacity and strength bestowed by their long lives would quickly crumble. In the end, they would not be able to last much longer than ordinary people. However, Yin Nuoxing did not know how long the original level life forms could last in this place. After all, no guest had ever visited this place. This was the first time it had opened, and a large group of original level life forms had been sent in as soon as it opened. He did not know how long it would take to destroy an original level life form with such extreme conditions that had fused with the laws. Yin Nuoxing had already used the Book of Epics and the observers to deduce the origin of these fellows, but the process was slow. The laws of the Empyrean God of Origin were enough to disrupt all information. When the Empyrean God of Origin faced off against the Empyrean God of Origin, methods that targeted the Empyrean God of Origin were useless. Unfortunately, Yin Nuoxing did not belong to this category. Even if he had dabbled in this domain before, he was not particularly proficient. He could only deduce a few things with the help of the Book of Epics and the Observer's Eye. He was not as accurate as a diviner. As for why he was looking for that world, it was naturally, Lord Feng, we've returned from our inspection. Yin Nuoxing turned around when he heard the voice. He saw Qing Jun and Yi Qing returning from the deeper space to the 9,600th floor. On the first day, after watching the prisoner being swallowed by the sand, they went to check on the fellows imprisoned in other places. Later, the two of them went to inspect the others imprisoned in other places. There were a total of 65 original level life forms imprisoned in this place. Only some of the more special upper planes could be born at this level. But now, there were so many more worlds in the void that it was difficult for the previous inference to work. Moreover, those people did not necessarily come from the same place. Judging from experience, they were likely to come from several upper planes, and some of them were very famous and powerful upper planes. They had coveted the divine realm for a long time, and only now did they jump out to cause trouble. Those fellows are going crazy. 2 of them have completely collapsed. They can't even speak clearly. It seems that they have completely fallen into the abyss of death. They are not dead yet, but their souls have been shattered. There is no way to save them. Qing Jun shrugged. I extracted part of the incomplete souls of those fellows, but I couldn't see anything. It can probably only be used to increase the accuracy of the deduction. Yi Qing looked at the vast white space and couldn't help covering his eyes and shaking his head. Not to mention Siyu, even he could hardly stand this place. The guy we first went to see, he was a little special, but he has also entered the cycle of death. Even if he is special, these 5 days will probably... Let's go and have a look. Yin Nuoxing nodded and let Yi Qing and the others go ahead first. She then turned to look at the little angel and said, You stay here with Siyu and comfort her a little. After saying this, Yin Nuashing turned around and took a step forward, disappearing in front of Siyu and the other person, entering the deep space, and soon came to the place where the prisoner was. In front of them, I Ching and Qing Jun were standing with their hands behind their backs. In front of them was a desert. The sky was still a little dim, which did not mean that it was late. There was no sky or sun in this place. The dim sky could only mean that an unusually large sandstorm had just ended here, and it was the kind that could kill. The prisoner was lying on his side in the middle of the desert, his body flashing with a blue energy light of the collapse of order. Most of the rules of his body had been lost. His face was almost transparent, and his body was still twitching constantly. The cycle of death that had just ended gave him a little time to breathe. It seemed that he had been doing well these past few days. The scale is really big. When we just left, there wasn't even a grain of sand, and now there is a desert. How many disasters has he suffered? I Ching looked at the desert that appeared out of thin air in front of her and only felt her scalp tingle a little. Living a life worse than death, begging for death, but unable to, I don't want to experience this feeling in my life. Qing Jun grinned bitterly and couldn't bear to look at the prisoner. The latter was also an original life form, but he ended up like this. It really made people sigh. Apart from the traces of the collapse of order and rules on his body, there was no trace of injury. It seemed that he had just died and was resurrected again. Every time he died and was resurrected, the collapse of the rules of order on his body would be more serious. Then his body would collapse, followed by his soul, and when his soul was also worn out, everything would start over again. Congratulations, you reined in a horse at the edge of the cliff. Yin Nuashing clapped expressionlessly. The empty space echoed with his emotionless clapping sound. In the cycle of death, falling into the abyss for 1,000 years. Even so, you still managed to survive. See, reality is as you wished. You died many, many times, repeated countless times. Oh, you seem to be in good condition. The prisoner twitched all over, and his body curled up like a shrimp, like a drowning person who had just been fished out of the sea. His eyes were dull and almost lost their light. He seemed to be unable to hear any external sounds. He just twitched and tried to bend his fingers. On the other hand, I Ching and Qing Jun couldn't help but grin when they heard this. What good complexion! That guy's spirit was about to collapse. You can still pretend that you can't hear anything. You can still choose not to listen, and your body can still produce a weak reaction. It seems that you are in good condition. Yin Nuashing said faintly. Your spirit won't go crazy, your soul won't disintegrate, and your state of life is limited to eternal existence. What reason do you want to use to explain your current situation? Do you want to play dumb and act crazy? There was still no sound from the other side. Yin Nuashing and the other two stood on a sand dune in the desert, overlooking the poor guy who had drowned in the sea of sand from above. There was no pity in their eyes as they waited. After a minute, Yin Nuashing waved his hand and left. Forget it, forget it. If 1,000 years isn't enough, then 10,000 years. If 10,000 years isn't enough, then an era. Now, you will listen to me and personally control a nightmare. It seems to be quite fun. The wind and sand rose from all directions, rolling from afar into a huge vortex, about to envelop the entire space. The figures of Yin Nuashing and the other two also began to dissipate into the wind and sand. All of this fell into his eyes. Wait. Yin Nuashing and the other two's figures gradually sped up as the wind and sand gathered from all directions. A huge object was faintly discernible in the wind and sand. It was as large as the sun and the moon, with 3 heads and 6 arms, ferocious and terrifying. Seeing that terrifying scene again, the last thread of the prisoner's spirit finally snapped. He hysterically yelled, "Wait. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Click! A crisp sound rang out, and the yellow sand disappeared along with the terrifying figure. When they came back to their senses, they were in a vast white space. Yin Nuashing and the other two stood in front of the prisoner. He said to I Ching and the other two. Finally, he was scared to death. I didn't think that there would be something that could scare the heavenly origin god. In this space, right? I don't think it's impossible. Green couldn't help but smile bitterly. Has anyone stayed in this space before? If so, how long did they stay? Indeed, but time is meaningless. Everything depends on the thoughts of the guests who come in, Yin Nuashing said calmly. Someone really came in? I Ching smiled bitterly. Was it some extremely vicious person who appeared in history? Yin Nuashing slowly shook his head. I stayed here before. I set up a condition for mental suggestion and recovery for myself. Then I stayed in this space for 3 years. Like an ordinary prisoner, I stayed here for 3 years. I Ching and Green. Less than half a month has passed in the present world for me, but I've already spent 3 years. I've destroyed the memories of those 3 eras, leaving only the cognitive fact that I've been here before. Miraculously, my spirit didn't collapse. Perhaps collapse is already normal for me. Perhaps this space is really a place for me to rest. The last sentence might have been a joke, but I Ching and Green still broke out in cold sweat when they heard it. He had locked himself in here for 3 eras to endure that strange, inhuman nightmare. Yin Nuashing turned around and ended the topic. He couldn't remember why he did such a thing at the beginning. Perhaps there was a reason or a purpose. He couldn't recall those things, but the memories of those 3 eras without daylight had definitely changed him. Perhaps after a while, Yin Nuashing and the other two sat down. They even kindly gave the prisoner a wooden chair, lifted him up, and threw him on the wooden chair. You won't die if you don't seek death. A few days ago. Oh, it's a matter of the past for you. Did you think of this day when you were causing trouble in the divine realm? Green saw that the prisoner was shivering and paralyzed on the chair. He saw that 1/3 of his body was covered by the energy of the collapse of order and rules. He couldn't help but shrug. You reap what you sow. What's your purpose? I Ching was much more straightforward. Seeing that the observer didn't have any intention to speak, he opened his mouth. The prisoner shrunk his body. He no longer had that indifferent and fearless attitude. When he heard this, he only said in a dull and unperturbed voice, "There are many worlds that have thoughts about the divine realm. We're just one of them. As for the purpose, this is our purpose, but I don't know their purpose, instigation. There's really someone behind this matter?" Green also became spirited. Who is it? Which world's bastard? He shook his head stiffly. Then, he tremblingly took out a mirror from his bosom and placed it on the table that had just been conjured. Inside, there's something they gave. With it, we can plant that tree that devours the rules and order of the divine realm and turn that devoured energy into the power to attack the divine realm. Green took the thing and glanced at Yin Nuashing. When he saw him nod, he opened the space inside the mirror and turned it upside down. The mirror faced the table, and a moment later, a pure, red, oblate seed fell out of it. Even in this space, it exuded an unsettling energy aura. Yin Nuashing, who was originally lazily watching, suddenly sat up straight. I Ching and Green were also stunned for a moment. Their faces were grave, and the air was about to condense. Lord Feng, this thing. Yin Nuashing picked up the pure red seed and looked at it in the palm of his hand for a while. There was no movement or abnormality. After it fell into his hand, the unsettling aura was completely restrained. He looked at it for a few seconds, took out a bottle from his pendant, and poured out a red crystal ball. He placed the two on the table and compared them. Then he nodded. They're the same. You said this thing was given to you by them? Who is it? I Ching's face became 10 times more serious. He said in a deep voice, "If you dare to lie, you know the consequences." The prisoner laughed bitterly. I don't know, we've never seen that kind of a distorted life form, right? Green finished his sentence. Then he looked at I Ching. 5 years ago, we lost track of that distorted life form. This time, maybe we can't find it directly. The book of the epic and the observers, I didn't find anything. I even suspect that this thing is some kind of illusory existence, or... Yin Nuashing said softly. He looked at the prisoner. You can come into contact with them? After that day, they gave us a seed, and there was no more news. He trembled and smiled bitterly. He knew that saying this would arouse suspicion, but he really didn't know too much. However, His expression changed immediately. But they seemed to have some plans for the realm of the gods. In a few words, they mentioned a little bit. As for what it is specifically, we're not sure. A distorted life form that harbors some kind of resentment against the realm of the gods. Green waved his hand. I've never heard of it. Even if someone from the realm of the gods massacred an entire race or an entire world, it shouldn't involve the realm of the gods for no reason. I Ching shook his head. He stared at the two red, gem-like things on the table and suddenly frowned. You just said that the tree devoured the laws and order of the realm of the gods and used this energy to attack the realm of the gods, right? The prisoner nodded honestly. I Ching and Qing Jun glanced at each other. The latter understood what he meant and waved his hand. Probably he was killed before he could launch an attack. It's probably not something worth paying attention to. Lord Feng? Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up. No, I've seen that tree clearly. It didn't have any way to attack. It's just a parasite that devours and stores energy. If that's the case, I did feel that part of the tree's energy was disappearing. It seems that this matter isn't over yet. The two of you should go and arrange the defenses of the realm of the gods. I'll leave the creation's barrier for later use. It's not the time to use it now. We need to use other means to defend the realm of the gods. After that, you should continue what you were doing. Also, pay attention to the void to see if there's any aura left behind. Yin Nuoxing said as she pointed at the two gem-like things. I Ching and Green stood up and solemnly acknowledged. The latter looked at the prisoner who was curled up on the chair with a dull expression. Lord Feng, how should we deal with this fellow and the others? Should we continue to stay here, or? Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment. Then, she looked at the prisoner and suddenly said, You came from several worlds, right? The prisoner nodded subconsciously. Then, can you tell me the void coordinates of your world and the other worlds? Yin Nuoxing asked indifferently. He was already in low spirits. Almost subconsciously, he said several coordinates. When he was almost done with the void coordinates of his world, he suddenly came to his senses. His eyes widened. You're not done? But it doesn't matter. I can use the Book of Epics to search for the rest. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand casually and said to Green, Oh, by the way, let's put aside what you were doing earlier. Call the big guys. We have something to do. Green understood as soon as he heard this. He grinned hideously and rubbed his palms together. All right, this time, the young men of the ancient imperial world, can't wait any longer. The heavenly deities of the myriad god realm are also waiting. I Ching grinned. When the three of them left this space, the prisoner's eyes became lifeless again. Moreover, it was lifeless like he was dead. He was like a walking corpse. He had been tortured countless times here, and his will had been destroyed. Now he had exposed his world to the enemy's eyes. It was over. Everything was over. He was a sinner. Even if no one knew, it couldn't change the fact. He was worthless. He was truly a walking corpse. Chapter 1290. On the way back from that special space, I Ching and Qing Jun had been whispering to each other. Ever since they got the coordinates of those worlds, the two of them had not stopped talking. Yin Nuoxing would occasionally join in the conversation as well. After all, he was the one who pushed for this matter. In fact, he did not intend to do so in the beginning. With the identity of the realm of the gods, why bother with those ants? But this idea changed after he saw the pure red seed. When the seed was poured out of the mirror, when he confirmed what the seed was, and when he understood what the people behind the scenes were planning to do, he suddenly realized that it was not good to just take a beating and passively defend. Occasionally, he needed to take the initiative to knock down those who were secretly plotting against the realm of the gods. At the same time, he could also establish the prestige of the realm of the gods before the war. Since the situation in the void was already so chaotic, even if he added fuel to the fire, it would not change much. Besides, with the current situation in the void, even if the realm of the gods took the initiative to quell the chaos, literally quell the chaos in the void, it sounded good. In short, he got the coordinates when he had some thoughts. There were quite a number of 17 worlds, and it was no wonder that the combined forces could make the heavenly gods of the realm of the gods struggle a little. So, is the realm of the gods going on an expedition this time? On the way back, he called the little angel and see you and told them what was going to happen. The two people showed different expressions. The former did not feel anything, while the latter was a little worried. I thought of it on the spur of the moment. Yin Nuashing nodded casually. Actually, many people have mentioned this to me. At first, I just wanted to ignore it with the mentality of a dragon does not care about ants. But later, I accidentally saw something unexpected. This is the first reason. It is necessary to go to those worlds to check if there are any other clues. The second reason is that there is no point in passively defending all the time. Over time, it will affect the morale of some people. Yin Nuashing thought for a while, then shrugged. That's it. Just because of these two reasons, I decided to move around a bit. That's why I got the coordinates of those worlds. Actually, I was just asking casually. I didn't think too much about it. I just thought of the reasons. Do you believe me? Little Angel immediately nodded. It knew his character very well. However, I Ching and the others did not dare to answer casually, so they pretended to say, I'm looking at the sky, and did not say anything. Yin Nuashing shrugged indifferently. When she looked away, she saw Siyu sink into her thoughts. She thought she was worried about the upcoming battle, so she could not help but say, "Oh right, you don't have to go this time. When the time comes, it will be a battle between peak reciprocity experts. If you feel like you're not prepared, you can stay." Siyu looked up at him and pondered for a moment. Won't it be troublesome if I go? She had planned to stay, afraid that she would distract Yin Nuashing if she went. However, she clearly did not know how powerful Yin Nuashing was. That was why she had such thoughts. A battle of that level might sound grand and intense, but it was not much trouble for the people of the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing smiled and shook his head. No, it's just a small battle. There are indeed battles in the void that are very troublesome for me, but the battle that's about to happen is not one of them. I'm just worried that you'll be scared. If you want to come, then come. There won't be a problem. Siyu met his gaze and slightly raised her head to look at his pair of black eyes. Those eyes that were as deep as the abyss seemed to have a magical power, causing her uneasy heart to gradually calm down. She seriously thought for a while, clenched her jade-like hands, and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll go. I'll witness your battle, a battle that belongs to you. Yin Nuashing smiled and rubbed her head. Good determination, but I want to correct you. It's our battle, not just ours. After leaving the terrifying white space, I Ching and Qing Jun went to prepare for the upcoming battle. As soon as they got the coordinates, they had already sent people to find and lock on the dozens of worlds hidden in the world group. They also had to confirm the general plan of action. This time, she might have to leave for a long period of time. Siyu carefully mentioned to Yin Nuashing that she wanted to go back to the academy to say goodbye to her friends. If she could also go back to her home that she had not seen for 100 years, he gladly agreed. It was not a big deal in the first place. It was just that that girl had to carefully make such a request to him that he felt a little helpless. The high and mighty position always gave people a sense of distance, and he did not know how long it would take to get rid of that feeling. In the Divine Prefecture, where the western regions would be after dozens of eras, in a city called Qingning, Yin Nuashing sent Siyu and slipped into the city with the little angel. The girl said that she wanted to go home and have a look. Her expression was more or less reluctant. But that was her family's business, and he did not care. It was actually good that she wanted to come back. He hoped that after she solved some of the troubles behind her, she would follow him to the vast and boundless world without any distracting thoughts. It's been a long time since I felt like returning to the world. The little angel listened to the many voices in her ears and felt the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. She sighed a little and then teased Yin Nuashing, "You, staying in the deep mountains and forests every day without any contact with the world, you're almost becoming a hermit. The observer. It seems that there is no difference in essence." Yin Nuashing glanced at her and muttered, "It's still in the realm of the gods. If it were any other size, the realm of the gods could be regarded as the 10,000 worlds. In this way, I am the observer of the realms. Do you think it's possible for me to let this body enter the mortal world to play in the world? Nahui is also the guardian of the realms. Isn't he the same? But he knows when to enter this world, and when to return to the state of wandering outside the world. Oh, that's true. But that's him, not me. Yin Nuoxing shook her head helplessly. She looked at the many life forms walking past her while her eyes looked a little bored. I'm not too interested in things like the ways of the world. It's fine as long as I get to know someone. If I had any other choice, I probably wouldn't choose to get to know the people behind them. That's Feng Ling and Quarter Moon's answer. And Little Star's answer. She poked Yin Nuoxing's face with her jade-like finger and laughed. It doesn't matter. That's why I'm half indifferent and half unhappy at the moment. Now, the unhappy half has the upper hand, which is why I don't intend to interfere with the matters behind that girl. Yin Nuoxing yawned and said lazily, things like the ways of the world are troublesome, and still troublesome. Yeah, you're saying it as if you were born without such troubles. Oh, it really doesn't seem to be the case. She spoke with a teasing tone, then suddenly froze. She carefully searched his memories. It really doesn't seem to be the case. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the sky and sighed. I don't have any, and you don't have any born? What state are we born in? My memories of the Dark Age have been traced to the very limit. At the time, I was an observer. I didn't know Hui. I was a post-divine deity. I couldn't see anything further than that. I even suspected that there was nothing further than that. Tell me, what kind of thing am I? She murmured and reached out her jade-like hand to pat him. How would I know? But that's not important to you, isn't it? I gave myself all the meaning. I am me. You said it yourself. That's right. That's why I rarely think about these things. Without these things, there wouldn't be those troubles, but more or less, it's a little regretful. Yin Nuoxing sighed faintly and looked up at the sky. He clenched his fists slightly as if he wanted to grab something, but he didn't know what he wanted to grab. I can't find my roots. I can't find someone with the same blood as me. Looking back at this life, billions of lifetimes, I've always been alone, like a piece of duckweed floating on the surface of the water without a fixed place to stay. If one day I stand still and look at the path I came from, where would I see the end? I can't find it, so I won't look for it. I'll just keep walking forward. Billions of lifetimes, a trillion lifetimes, forever. The two people stopped talking about this topic appropriately, in case they talked about more problems that they didn't want to talk about or face. Qingning City was just a medium-sized city, so there wasn't much that was breathtaking about it. However, at their level of vision, it seemed like nothing was breathtaking. Compared to admiring a city, Yin Nuoxing and the little angel were still creating a small world together some time ago. They were playing around with different methods. The little angel was messing up the rules to see if it could be combined well, while Yin Nuoxing was in charge of stabilizing the rules and preventing the small world from collapsing. At the same time, he was also in charge of getting rid of the things that he was tired of playing with. The two of them cooperated quite well. Although I expected this, I didn't think that I would be right. The two people walked on the street for a while. Suddenly, Yin Nuoxing slapped his face, and he looked like he had a headache. The little angel was slightly stunned. Before he could ask any questions, he heard the words in his mind. Then, he let out a long, "Something had happened to see you." It seems that there's a reason why the little girl didn't come home for 100 years. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't let go of this fate and chose to come back to take a look, there wouldn't be such trouble. Yin Nuoxing shook his head and pulled the little angel to another street. But this is also the unique trouble of people living in the mortal world. It has nothing to do with me. Let's go, girl. Let's pick up the little girl and leave. The little angel responded and followed side by side. Suddenly, he thought of a problem and grinned happily. A pair of golden Mei Mao curved into a crescent moon. Little star, how many minutes can you hold your breath this time? Half an hour. Aha! I think 10 minutes is my limit. Yin Nuoxing grinned with a bitter face. Can't you not expose me? It's hard to do that. This action is very painful. Don't mess around. After all, that's CU's family. It doesn't matter to us, but it means something different to her. I know. The C family had been living in clear, tranquil city for generations and had a long history. Not long after this city appeared, the C family had been established in clear, tranquil city. They could barely be considered as a well-known family in the city. The strongest person in the family was only a divine spirit master. They were not considered to be a powerful force. As long as they did not provoke some high-ranking people, they would not have any worries. Although there were many people of that level, it was not easy to meet them. They would not come to this small, clear, tranquil city for no reason. They lived their lives carefully and peacefully. They lived a peaceful life. Today, the C family seemed to have something going on. They held a banquet and invited some of the forces in Qingming City, as well as their family and friends. As for what was going on, Yin Nuoxing was too lazy to care. He and the little angel realized that there were very few people on the street opposite to the C family. At this moment, in the corner of the C family's hall, Siyu looked worried. She rested her chin on her hand and sighed softly. Countless powerful people had arrived, and there were many monsters and magical beasts that stopped at the door. Looking at the magnificent scene in front of her, she could not help but sigh that she came back at the wrong time. She just had to pick this time to talk to her parents, but she was given a cold shoulder as if they never had a daughter. She sat there and was being pointed at by her family and friends. She felt uncomfortable all over and tried to sneak out a few times, but she was caught and brought back. If it was in the past, it would have been fine. However, she had promised Yun Nuoxing that she would come out in 2 hours. Now, there were less than 10 minutes left. She did not want to delay their matters because of her, so she had no choice but to ask them for help. Big sis, it's not easy for you to come home. Why are you sighing? Sitting next to her was a young boy who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He was her younger brother, Si Yin. However, the age difference between them was more than 3 digits. She often left home and left for decades. One time, when she came home and saw that there was a young boy in the house, she realized that she had a younger brother. The two of them rarely met. From the time Si Yin was born until now, they had only met 3 times. However, compared to the rest of the family, she felt that this younger brother who suddenly appeared was much more pleasing to the eye. It was just that his temper was too noisy, so he was kept here by the family elders to prevent him from going out and disturbing the banquet. I know. Big sis must be in love. You've asked your little lover to go somewhere to play, right? Siyu's face darkened. She raised her jade-like hand and gave him a knock on the head. A figure lingered in her mind, and she sighed. Your big sis did ask someone out, but it's not a lover. He's my teacher. Right now, she could only choose to use this title to avoid causing more trouble. I've asked him to come back in 2 hours to talk about something, and then I'll go travel with him. In the future, I might not come back for thousands of years. After being knocked on the head, Si Yin became more obedient. However, after being quiet for less than 10 seconds, he smiled mischievously and said, So, you came back to talk about your funeral? So that our mother and the others won't be worried about you and the family. Siyu had a beautiful smile on her face. She pinched his cheeks hard with her jade-like hands until his face turned red. Then, she let go of him and sighed faintly. Let's talk about something serious. This time, I really won't be back for a long time. Look after the family matters. Oh, I'm worried about the others. To be honest, I don't really like this family. It's so noisy, and there's not a single day of peace. Cian rubbed his handsome face hard. When he heard these words that didn't seem to be a lie, his expression immediately collapsed. Big sis, are you serious? What did I joke about these things? Let me tell you, if I wasn't caught, I would have escaped long ago. Now, I even need my teacher to come and save me. It's really embarrassing. Siyu hung her head dejectedly and let out a long sigh. Cian was silent for a while. He sat on the chair and shook his legs. Suddenly, he asked, What kind of person is your teacher? Is he very powerful? Siyu pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. Very powerful. But just saying it like that doesn't have any real feelings. He's a person from another world that's beyond my understanding. However, your big sister is trying her best to get closer to that world. Cian softly replied with a no. She didn't know if he believed her or not. He looked around sneakily and carefully moved closer to Siyu's ear. Big sis, if you can run away, quickly run away. This time, once you go with your teacher, don't come back. Mother, and the others plan to marry you off. Shoo, don't make such a big noise. I'll tell you secretly. They're still dealing with it outside. If you can think of a way, quickly run away. Siyu stared blankly at her younger brother, who was a few hundred years younger than her. She scratched her head and didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Siyin reached out to grab her hair and shook it a few times. He smiled and said, I know Big Sis will definitely not be happy. When the time comes, you will fall out with your family again. But this time, it's really a big matter. It seems that our family's patriarch has agreed. After all, Big Sis, I've heard about your legendary physique. So, if your teacher is really as powerful as you say, quickly let him take you away. Oh, it seems that you're in a bit of trouble. Siyu was just about to sigh when a voice came out from the side and gave her a fright. She quickly turned around and saw Yun Nuoxing and Little Angel sitting beside her with a teacup as if they were guests. The problem was that no one in the hall noticed their arrival. The people who had been paying attention to this side and staring at Siyu were also stunned. Little Star? How did you come in? Siyu was stunned. After asking this question, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This question of hers was simply the stupidest question she had ever asked in her life. In this world, other than the place opposite the front line, is there any place I can't go to? Yin Nuoxing shrugged and turned her head to look at her from head to toe. I rushed over when I heard your cry for help. I thought you encountered something big, but now it seems that you're fine. Siyu's face was full of embarrassment. She lowered her head and shrunk her body, not daring to speak. Siyin was also shocked to see his sister's attitude. He tilted his head to look at Yin Nuoxing and sized her up. Then, he grinned and said, Hello, you must be Big Sis teacher. Hee hee, the two fairy sisters are so beautiful. Much more beautiful than my sister. Huffed. The little angel spat out a mouthful of tea 3 to 4 meters away. Fortunately, this place was in a corner. There was no one in front of her. Otherwise, she would have jumped up and started cursing. The little angel took back her teacup and held her stomach to hold back her laughter. Her pretty face was red from holding back her laughter. Her wings and white dress were trembling. Siyu's pretty face was red. She carefully turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's calm face. She seemed to be used to it. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head to look at the little angel, who was trembling from holding back her laughter. She reached out and pulled a feather on her wing. The little angel, who was convulsing, exclaimed and came back to her senses. She quickly coughed dryly and said, It's okay, it's okay. Siyin scratched his head blankly. He didn't know what had happened. When he saw Yun Nuoxing and the little angel's faces, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. They were fairies who had descended to the mortal world. He really thought so. He had never seen a woman so beautiful. He was about to go blind. Siyu quickly slapped her brother's head to the other side. She knew that the little angel was the purest light in the world. If a mortal looked at her for too long, they would have problems. Siyu saw that Yun Nuoxing's teacup was empty and quickly got up to pour some tea. He casually took a few sips and looked up at her. Have you said what you wanted to say? Siyu bit her lips and shook her head. Then, she smiled in relief. Let's not talk about it. There's no need to. Let's go. Let's wait a little longer. I think something interesting is going to happen. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and looked at the strange movements in the hall. She couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1291. At the Si family residence in Qingning City, powerful figures constantly appeared from the void or rode strange beasts into the Si family residence from the main door. It was a lively scene. The people of the Si family were also busy, constantly welcoming the guests. The sound of congratulations made Yun Nuoxing listen for a long time before he finally understood. The banquet this time seemed to be held for the birthday of the old man of the Si family. Compared to ordinary families and forces, the Si family had one more god-level life form, so naturally, they could no longer be looked at with ordinary eyes. They belonged to a well-known force and were unapproachable. Even though there were as many god-level gods in the god realm as there were sand in the sea, they were evenly distributed in such a vast area. Moreover, most of them were gathered in some bustling areas. In these more remote places, it was very rare to see a powerhouse of that level. Yin Nuoxing expressed his understanding. In the eyes of mortals, oh, He was referring to the life forms below the level of deities. In their eyes, the life forms below the level of deities were superior and difficult to come into contact with. Now that there was a banquet, it was a good opportunity. He expressed his understanding and quietly drank his tea without saying anything. Even though he knew that someone in the sea family had noticed him, he was too lazy to care. He did not leave immediately. Firstly, there was no rush. Secondly, he had said earlier that he hoped that CU would be able to put down the many distracting matters of the mortal world and follow him to the wider world. It was not that he wanted her to sever all ties with the future. Well, to put it bluntly, he just wanted the little girl to come back and say hello. He wanted her to be able to calm her mind for a long period of time in the future. As for the things that would happen in the future, there were still many things in the future. At first, it was a little fun sneaking in. After a while, it was being glanced back and forth by some people. The little angel was getting a little impatient and couldn't sit still. Yun Nuashing saw it and understood its impatience. He just shrugged and reached out to rub its head. Well, be patient. There's still a long way to go. Besides, you were the one who lamented to me that you haven't returned to the mortal world for a long time. How can you be tired of it so quickly? That's different. It's not fun here. It shook its head. A few decades ago, when we went to Otherworlds to play, it was quite fun too. But here, it's different. It's not fun here. It feels very restrained. Although it's called a banquet, there are many strange emotions and thoughts floating around. There are evil thoughts. There are impure thoughts. Yun Nuashing smiled silently. This was what he meant by mundane matters. However, even reciprocity experts like them would not be able to avoid scheming against one another on the battlefield of outer space. It can only be said that every level of life had their own schemes. They could be shallow or deep. The more they hid, the more difficult it would be for others to grasp. Yin walked around CU and poured a cup of tea for Yun Nuashing. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Fairy. The banquets at home are actually not very fun. In the past few years when Sister was not around, we had held a few banquets. However, they were not pure. They all had a very strong purpose. It's not very interesting." Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and sighed. Things in the world are always like this. Those who are unscrupulous will see their conditions and chess pieces everywhere they look. Those who have impure thoughts will do things differently, whether it's mortals or gods. Banquets, pure banquets, are very rare. I've only seen them once or twice. Oh, and they were all held with my help. Sister Fairy has held banquets before? What was it like? Yin asked curiously. His eyes were filled with longing for the outside world. He was just an ordinary little guy and had never left clear, tranquil city. He had never seen anything earth-shattering, so he was very curious about the outside world. Yun Nuashing had seen that gaze many times. What was it like? Yun Nuashing slowly put down her teacup. She tried hard to recall the scene. Thousands of worlds came to congratulate her, as if they were on a pilgrimage. The black mass of heads was enough to make a person die on the spot. All kinds of demons and ghosts came to talk, ignoring the boundaries of races and worlds. They were noisy and noisy. Her face suddenly turned a little dark. Countless races, countless worlds, noisy and noisy. It was as if the entire void was shouting and clamoring without any pattern. After I was done with those things, I went behind the scenes to rest without showing my face. I did not show my face from the beginning to the end. C was very concerned about these words. She caught a few words and thought of some things, but that was something she had heard from the Guardian story. It seemed to be something that happened a few eras ago. At that time, there was a dangerous race in the void. They destroyed and occupied countless worlds, and in the end, they provoked the divine realm. The Guardian led the divine realm's celestial gods to wipe them out in one fell swoop. The battle went on for more than 300 years before the dangerous race was completely wiped out. After that incident came to an end, an unusually grand carnival was held in the void where the final battle was being prepared. The festive atmosphere almost overturned the void, and countless worlds in the void came to participate. She felt that what Yun Nuashing was talking about was very likely that time. And then being described like this by the people who helped organize the carnival, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She felt that her beautiful vision of that kind of grand scene was shattered, and it would take a long time to repair it. That little star, what do you want to do? So you could not help but ask. She could see that Yin Nuashing seemed to have some purpose in staying here. She did not think that this small family could pique the interest of the great observer at all. She did not know what he wanted to do. I told you that you wanted to come back and take a look. I'll let you settle some things while I'm at it. After that, you can rest assured and follow me to get to know the bigger world. All right, to put it bluntly, I'm here to... that's right. Using your words, I'm here to accept a disciple. Yin Nuashing opened one of his eyes and glanced at her. Then, he could not help but send a telepathic message to see you. Just this once. Don't really call me master or master. Ugh, just hearing it gives me goosebumps. See, you smiled bitterly and nodded. She did not know why this great observer seemed to be a little conflicted about accepting a disciple. Of course, I'm conflicted. Think about my identity, and then think about the fact that there's a guy next to me who doesn't mind watching the fun and wants the whole world to know about it. There's also a bunch of little guys behind me who are craning their necks to watch. These two guys are working together. That overly energetic guy is responsible for fanning the flames, and the heavenly gods of the celestial realm are responsible for igniting the flames. With this mess, the entire celestial realm will not be peaceful. Yin Nuashing said this with a bitter expression. Siyu tilted her head and continued to smile bitterly. She did not think that a mere matter of accepting a disciple could be considered a joyous occasion. It seemed that it was true. It was one thing for other people to accept a disciple, but this was the observer of the celestial realm. He was a person who was so mysterious that he always appeared in front of everyone. If someone suddenly told him that such an overly mysterious person had accepted a disciple, it would be normal for the entire celestial realm to be thrown into chaos. 80% of the people would definitely come to see the great observer, and the other 10% would come to see who this person who was so lucky to be accepted as a disciple was. It was no wonder that when Senior Guhong left, Yin Nuashing repeatedly reminded her that he did not accept a disciple, but merely adopted a child. Siyu actually felt that the latter reason was even stranger. The few of them whispered to each other and tried their best not to disturb anyone else. However, they were in a very conspicuous place, a corner of the hall. There was no one else around, but it was specially decorated, so it looked very special. Just by gathering there, they were enough to cause a commotion. Part of the commotion was caused by Yin Nuashing and the little angel. One's face was too confusing, and the other was not an original angel. It did not have the fuzzy perception, nor was it specially treated. That special life form was immediately noticed, not to mention the sacred aura that it carried. It would be strange if this group of people did not attract attention. Who are they? In the hall, the head of the Si family, Si Qingshan, could not help but frown. He did not remember that there were two very strange women among the guests. The people around him heard him and looked over. After a while, they covered their eyes and shook their heads. Obviously, they had not seen these two people before. Si Qingshan frowned even more. Just as he was about to walk over to talk, someone had already walked in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. Some of the people from the Si family who were talking looked over with deep meaning. However, after a while, they were all disappointed. That person was also from a divine force. After talking for a long time, to be precise, he was talking to himself and talking to the air for a long time without getting any response. He walked away dejectedly. His expression was slightly unfriendly. Si Qingshan also wanted to go over and find out what was going on. However, there was some commotion outside the door, which made him turn his attention. His expression changed slightly, and then he quickly went out to greet them. Many people from the Si family in the hall also hurried over to greet them. It seemed that there were important guests. Si-Yin sneaked to the entrance of the hall and looked around for a while. Then he ran back and whispered, "Sister, I heard that the godson of the holy mountain came with his teacher to congratulate us. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I don't know when we got to know such a person. The holy mountain is also a famous and powerful force in the divine land. If you don't know, I don't know either. I haven't been back for more than 100 years. Siyu rolled her eyes at him and shook her head helplessly. She also looked out of the door, curiously. A group of special guests had arrived outside. Instantly, the lively atmosphere was lifted to a higher level. The current head of the Sea family, Si Qing-shan, was laughing so hard that he could not close his mouth. The god of Holy Mountain came with his master to congratulate them. To be honest, he was also confused. In the end, he heard that the god of Holy Mountain had a good relationship with a junior in the family. Only then did he understand. At this moment, he was laughing so hard that he lost his restraint. After most of the people had arrived, the people of the Si family led them into the hall. Si Qing-shan was accompanying a young man. The two of them were talking, and the smiles on their faces became more and more exaggerated. Their mouths were about to split open. Seeing this, the crowd could not help but criticize silently. However, it was understandable. Holy Mountain had a high-level existence coming. Although it was on the way with a disciple to congratulate them, it was enough to give them face. There were two more people beside Si Qing-shan. One of them was the god-level expert from a Si clan. He had heard that a god had come to the Holy Mountain on the way, so he had hurriedly slipped out to welcome him. The person walking beside him was a man in green robes. He looked to be around 30 years old and was much taller than ordinary people. Coupled with his spacious robes, he gave off an indescribably dignified aura. However, there was a very calm smile on his face. Although he was a god, he did not put on any airs at all. "I came with this annoying little fellow to congratulate you. You don't have to pay attention to me." Yin Sheng smiled and waved his hand at the others. "Honorable God Yin, please take a seat." The god-level expert of the Si family bowed and said with some trepidation, "Ah, I just said that I am just a guy who came uninvited. You all follow my disciple. I will just find a corner and squat there. Let me see. PFFF." Yin Sheng smiled and waved his hand as he scanned the hall. He was just about to find a place to lean against the wall. Then his gaze suddenly paused, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared so hard that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Honorable God Yin, what's wrong?" The god-level expert of the Si family was also shocked. He thought that there was something that he was not satisfied with, and he was very nervous. "No, nothing. Aye." Yin Sheng, who was very calm just now, suddenly lost his composure in front of everyone. He was also overly excited. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and shook off the Si family's people. Under everyone's confused and nervous gazes, he quickly walked to the corner. Yin Nuashing was talking to Siyu about some things in the past. They were talking about the future and future arrangements. To put it bluntly, they were just talking nonsense. Just as they were talking, they suddenly felt an aura rushing straight towards them. The few of them were stunned. Siyu saw Yin Sheng walking straight towards them and stood up nervously. Just as everyone was feeling nervous, they saw Yin Sheng quickly walk to 1 meter in front of Yin Nuashing. He had an extremely holy and solemn expression on his face. He half knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. He said solemnly, "Honorable God, ye's heavenly deities, Yin Sheng greets Lord Feng." Everyone in the hall was stunned. They rubbed their eyes hard and widened their eyes. They stared so hard that their blood vessels were about to pop out. Their breathing quickened, and some were even short of breath. A heavenly deity half knelt and saluted. They didn't dare to look at the strange person who was ignored in the corner. Si Qing-shan and the others were also stunned. "Qing-shan, who is this honorable god? Why didn't I hear you mention him? Also, why did he leave them hanging in the corner? Why didn't you inform me? Damn it." The god-level expert of the Si family was short of breath. His blood was blocked, and his face was red. I don't know either." They suddenly appeared with Siyu. "You know that girl had a falling out with her family. She doesn't care about anyone, so..." Si Qing-shan's face was also covered in cold sweat. He felt that the Si family might be done for today. A person who could make a heavenly deity half kneel and salute. In fact, Yin Nuashing herself was stunned for a long time. She looked at the person who was half kneeling in front of her in astonishment. A series of question marks appeared in her head. She couldn't help but scratch her head. Who are you? I don't go out all year round. How did you recognize me?" Yin Sheng smiled bitterly. It seemed that honorable God, he was right. Lord Feng didn't recognize most people. He could only say patiently, "Yes, some time ago I followed the heavenly deities to fight in the concept layer of laws. I even saw you, my lord. This time, I was responding to your call to go on an expedition to other realms. I was about to go to the gathering point when I followed my disciples. We took a detour and didn't expect to meet you, my lord." "Oh, Yin Nuashing replied awkwardly. He knew a little about the current situation. After taking over the affairs of the heavenly deities, his appearance was remembered by the heavenly deities and heavenly deities of the heavenly deities. However, he didn't know that many people. Currently, the people he interacted with the most were I Ching and Lord Green. As for the others, sorry, he couldn't remember any of them. "Well, today I'm just, here for a walk. You." Before he could finish his awkward words, Cian suddenly shouted and pulled Ciyu's arm. "Wow, a heavenly deity. Sister, what kind of person is your teacher?" A heavenly deity kneeling to welcome him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yin Nuashing was stunned. When she turned around, she saw Yin Sheng's expression of disbelief. Yin Sheng's face was full of holiness. "Congratulations, Lord Feng, for having a beloved disciple." "No, wait a minute." Chapter 1292. "Anyway, I'm taking this girl away. I'm just here to say hello." In the main hall of the sea residence, Yin Nuashing said calmly. He turned his gaze to the side. After the incident, Ciyu was pulled aside by her father, Si Qingshan, and her mother. Now, there were fewer people in the main hall. They were all asked to leave by the sudden incident to avoid causing a bigger commotion. He tried to convince Yin Sheng to understand that Ciyu was not his direct disciple, but the latter still congratulated him. His face was still full of holiness, but he was no longer worried that the commotion would reach the point where everyone would know. Now that things had escalated to this point, the Xi family's banquet had been led in a strange direction. Yin Nuashing did not plan to do this at first. It was an accident, but in Si Qingshan's opinion, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The Xi family's god was excited and confused. He knew that Ciyu had a 5-elements body. He also knew that there would be big shots coveting her, but he did not expect this day to come so quickly. He had even discussed with Si Qingshan for half the night, "Haha, the Xi family has really given birth to a good daughter. To be able to make Master Feng take a liking to her and come personally, this is a great honor. It is an unparalleled honor even in the realm of the gods." Yin Sheng said with a smile. After the initial shock, he regained his composure and returned to his original state. "Master Feng's identity. Ahem, I can't explain it to you, but there's no need for you to know. You just need to know that there are not many things in the realm of the gods that can catch his eye." The members of the Sea clan who were still in the hall were all confused when they heard this. They were half annoyed and half relieved. A person who could make an Empyrean god half kneel to greet was naturally something they couldn't imagine. However, this kind of ambiguous statement felt a little strange. Yin Sheng saw that the people in the hall were confused and could not help but shake his head. He roughly knew what these people were thinking. He could not help but tilt his head to look at Yin Nuashing. He was sitting on a chair and yawning out of boredom. There was a faint trace of tiredness between his brows. It seemed that he was tired of these things. Yin Sheng thought for a moment, then waved his hand to the disciple standing at the door, and said, "Little Xuanzi, if you have time in the future, you should hang out with that little friend more often." The young man scratched his head. He didn't understand what his master meant, but he had always been obedient. Moreover, he had a good relationship with that friend of the Xi family, so he obediently agreed. The god from the Xi clan heaved a sigh of relief. Although his plan was disrupted, the result was being able to climb up to the power of a god was already a very good result. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Ciyu. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. It seemed like the fate of the Xi clan was tied to this little girl. In the future, it would be better to let the people of the Xi clan mend their relationship a little. In the past, they were only a little strained, but it wasn't too bad. There should still be time to remedy it. Later on, the banquet returned to its original state. Yin Nuashing was not in a hurry to leave. Other than Si Yin, Little Angel, and a few others, no one dared to come up to talk to her. Everyone else stayed far away, looking at her with eyes full of curiosity and awe. After Siyu finished talking with her family and confirmed that she didn't leave behind anything that would cause her to regret in the short term, she got ready to leave. In the future, when I'm not here, you have to pay more attention to the matters of the family. Be careful. Don't provoke any strange people. Right now, the realm of the gods is very chaotic. You have to be careful in everything. Before Siyu left, she pulled Si aside and nagged. She couldn't help but sigh. If she couldn't let go, she was more or less worried about this silly little brother of hers who was so lively that it gave her a headache. Just now, when that god came over, he was still making a fuss. If it wasn't for Yin Nuashing by his side, who knew what would have happened? Siyin grinned and covered his ears. He nodded vigorously and urged, That's right, that's right. Sister, don't worry and go. I will think of a way to take care of the matters of the family. Sister, on the other hand, be careful that you won't be able to get married if you keep nagging. Siyu had a bright smile on her face. Her jade-like hands pinched his face, causing him to scream. Not long after, Yin Nuashing and the others said their goodbyes. When Siyu left, she didn't miss them too much. She left in a somewhat resolute manner. Yin Nuashing didn't look like she was stubbornly enduring not to look back. It was more like she had thought it through. It seemed like she had seen something clearer. There were already some cracks in the relationship of the family to begin with. After this incident, it seemed like it was even more out of control. Have you guys fallen out? Yin Nuashing asked. Siyu was silent for a moment. Then, she shook her head. That means you have given up without any regrets. Siyu was still silent. However, this time, she nodded slightly. Mei Mao's expression was gloomy. Yin Nuashing glanced at her. She reached out and patted her head. Cheer up. There are many things in this world. Most things can't go as one wishes. Instead of praying that everything will have a good ending, why don't you seek those good endings yourself? When no one cares about you, you should feel sorry for yourself. Siyu lowered her head. A hint of warmth flashed across her eyes. She whispered softly in her heart, No one cares about me. Yin Nuashing and the others didn't go with Yin Sheng. The latter had something to do, so they took a detour to another place. However, they weren't in a hurry right now. More than a day had passed, so there was still some time to prepare. However, it wouldn't be long. Before they left, they still had to open the creation wall. They didn't know how much energy they had recovered from the door opening. Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to fully recover before the arrival of the Great Samsara. They didn't know if other people's interference would have any effect after flying aimlessly in the sky for a while. Yin Nuashing saw Siyu staring blankly ahead. He didn't know what she was thinking. She had more or less recovered. She was a very strong girl. There was no need for him to say anything. However, she still seemed to be immersed in her thoughts. He couldn't help but ask, Is there anywhere else you want to go? Siyu only came back to her senses after 2 seconds. She turned her head and saw Yin Nuashing looking at her. She was a little flustered. Are you asking me? Yin Nuashing stared at her carefully for a while. Then he sighed. You're absent-minded. It seems that you haven't completely recovered. That's right. I'm asking you if there's anywhere you want to go. Is there any place you want to have fun and relax? There's still some time before the army departs. Hurry up and adjust your state of mind. When we depart, there won't be time for you to be sad. So you looked at him. After a while, she smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little emotional. I used to know that there were very, very realistic people in other places in the world. I didn't expect that one day it would fall on my head. And I'm the one who was realistic. I'm a little emotional. I finally know why Little Star would talk about those trivial things in the mortal world. They are indeed trivial things. She smiled slightly. Her jade-like hand brushed her hair that was messed up by the wind. Her smile was bright and beautiful. Well, Yin Nuashing firmly believed that. Although elementary celestials were no longer considered humans, that was a matter of life form. At present, there were still people who had the heart of a human. Let's just treat them as humans. He had seen a lot of betrayals and betrayals. Those who were betrayed either completely changed their temperament or went crazy. There were also those who could still think clearly and continue to love life. But right now, this girl was calm and indifferent as if she wasn't affected. He hadn't seen this kind of situation many times. However, he didn't know her very well. He wasn't qualified to ask about these things. Only she knew what she was thinking. See, you faced the wind and the sun, accompanied by thousands of miles of clouds. Her smile was as bright as the sun. She had indeed let go of those things in her heart. It was impossible to say that it didn't affect her. Today, she had clearly realized that her fate should be controlled by herself. Only when she was strong could she control herself. Weren't the people of the sea family also afraid of that god and this mysterious person beside her? That's why they didn't dare to say anything. Speaking of fate, it seemed like it had already been arranged. So you couldn't help but smile bitterly. She tilted her head and secretly glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was facing the sun with narrowed eyes. She couldn't help but smile. Actually, this was a good result. At least for now, she liked this kind of atmosphere very much. It seemed like she would never feel any worries by his side. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, there was an inexplicably tense atmosphere in the god realm. It was an atmosphere that came from inside out. The movements of many gods were felt by people. Some of the famous major forces in the god realm, as well as many transcendental forces, suddenly started to move rapidly on the same day. They seemed to be preparing for something. Moreover, it seemed like they were preparing for something together. Some of the more sensitive people felt that something big was about to happen. Those visitors from outer space were even more aware of this point. Recently, they didn't dare to act rashly in the god realm. When they had nothing to do, they would hide in the god realm and pretend to be mortals. They were always vigilant, always thinking that someone was going to deal with them. This strange atmosphere reached its peak on the 3rd day. A huge, tangible barrier appeared from within the Pantheon realm. Then, it expanded explosively toward the edge of the Pantheon realm. In just a few seconds, it enveloped the entire Pantheon realm, causing everyone to panic. While everyone was panicking, a sacred voice filled with majesty instantly spread throughout the Pantheon realm. Every living being heard this sentence. Their hearts trembled incessantly. To all outsiders in the god realm, the barrier of the god realm is about to close. You have 30 minutes to leave. If you continue to stay in the god realm, you will be forced to stay here for a short period of time. Furthermore, you will be monitored by the barrier of the god realm. If it detects that you have the slightest intention of harming the god realm, the laws of the god realm will execute you. Please quickly decide on your future itinerary. I will say it again, the god realm is about to close. Either you stay here obediently, and we will not reject any hostile life forms, or get the hell out of here. The voice was filled with boundless majesty. It was Huey's voice, but it didn't sound like something he would say. If the first sentence was filled with majesty, then the second sentence was really rude. It was the kind that ordered guests to leave right in front of their faces. Some people didn't think much of it when they heard it. They were relatively well-behaved people. They came here because they were interested in the god realm. They didn't have any special plans, so the words didn't mean much to them. The god realm is a big place. Why do you have to call the shots? As for the other group, they were some people who couldn't stay put. They shouted and shouted in unbridled voices in the sky. Those who heard it felt like these disobedient people were going to cause a big ruckus in the god realm in the next second. Before those people could do anything, a gigantic dark red energy beam descended from Sky Mountain. It carried with it a destructive energy that could topple the world, and it almost crushed the entire region. The heavenly gods of origin who were causing trouble were instantly suppressed. The excessive energy destroyed their bodies and almost half of their divine souls. After that, they were thrown out of the god realm. The people of the god realm and the outsiders felt their scalps go numb. Several heavenly gods of origin had been destroyed in the blink of an eye. It was as easy as blowing off dust. They couldn't think of any way to resist. It's him. Several decades ago, when we first arrived in the god realm, he attacked us. Some of the people who had arrived in the god realm a long time ago suddenly recalled that several decades ago, when they and the outsiders were fighting at the edge of the god realm, they were suddenly scared away by a violent, destructive energy. At that time, They had been wondering about the identity of that mysterious powerhouse. Now, it seemed that he was indeed a powerhouse of the god realm. Moreover, he was so powerful that there was no limit to his strength. You can do whatever you want, but I can do whatever I want. Now, you have 30 minutes. That voice spoke again. This time, no one dared to impudently reply. They had already learned their lesson from what happened just now. After witnessing this scene, those who had originally planned to stay behind continued to leisurely drink their tea. Those who were worried had already left long ago. As for those who were hesitant and looked like they would stay behind to cause trouble, they found it hard to resist after witnessing this scene. Without another word, they soared into the sky and left the realm of the gods. As for whether there were any fishes that had escaped the net, of course there will be. Those scheming old monsters won't settle down or leave just because of your threats. But it doesn't matter. The creation's barrier has been opened, and some of our people are staying in the god realm. Even if there are hundreds of heavenly gods of origin causing trouble at the same time, it won't be a problem. On a small mountain, Yin Oshing said to Siyu, who asked the question, I only said that to prevent anyone from causing trouble in the god realm. This time, we will be taking 80% of the forces of the god realm and the ancient imperial universe with us. We will be taking action against 17 worlds at the same time. We won't be able to take care of everything if we don't have enough manpower. It took the god realm and the ancient imperial universe 3 days to get everything ready. In fact, it wasn't just the god realm that was making a big move. The ancient imperial universe was doing the same. During these 3 days, some people were working hard to prepare the things they needed for the expedition. Some scouts had already confirmed the coordinates of the void and found the 16 worlds. The last one was deduced by Yun Nuoshing, and she was ready to lead the expedition. I Ching and Jun Qing, the two lords who always showed up, had already rushed back from the void the day before. They sorted out their manpower and confirmed the general plan of action. Early this morning, they led the troops on the expedition. The two realms had divided their forces into 16 groups. They had to have a good discussion. Even if the original gods of the god realm were too powerful, they still had to consider the combat power of the other worlds. They knew nothing about the 16 worlds. So why are we dividing our forces into 16 groups? Aren't you afraid of something happening? Those are our precious forces. On the bed, we had a rare moment of sobriety. Just now, he had used the script that Yun Nuoshing had prepared in advance to give a speech. Deterrence. The greater the deterrence effect, the better. Otherwise, there will be people who have ill intentions towards the god realm. The resonance of the timeline was originally used to gather combat power, not to let them kill each other in the void. Moreover, they even brought trouble to the god realm. Yun Nuoshing waved the nether void sword and pinched her palm to make sure that she was in a perfect state. She then turned to Hui and said, Let's not talk about this first. What's the situation with you? Are you really under the protection of the original gods? Aya, it's just a trivial matter. Hui stretched lazily on the bed. The protection of the original gods isn't that easy to get. Over the years, I've spent a lot of time immersing my consciousness in the lower levels of the god realm to come in contact with the origin energy. Well, don't worry so much. There's progress. It's been hard on you. You didn't want to go through all this trouble, and the god realm has been fine all these years because you've been there. I never thought that there would be a day when I, the guardian, would not do my duty. Yin Nuoshing crossed her arms with a look of reluctance and disdain. TSK. If that's what you really want, then hurry up and go on an expedition. Damn it. Isn't leading an army the job of a guardian? Shouldn't I be guarding the rear obediently? Why do I have to guard the rear and go on an expedition myself? Probably because you're a little incompetent, so I found something for you to do. Hui grinned and gave a thumbs up. It's just 16 worlds. In the past, if I went on an expedition myself, I would be back in 10 years or so. If it's you, yeah, I think you'll be back in 2 days. If you come back in 2 days, there will be a lot of sacrifices. The war is imminent. Although I don't know how long it will take, it's not wrong to prepare for it as if it's going to start in the next second. I don't want to waste the precious combat power of the god realm in such a place. Yin Nuashing grinned and patted Huey's stomach casually. Then she stood up from the bed. All right, I'll go do some exercise. As you wish, the observer will go on an expedition to punish those bastards who disrupted my vacation. As for you, just lie down and be good. All right, then I'll leave it to you. When you come back, things here should be almost done. Hui nodded, his eyelids twitching as if he was about to fall asleep. After a moment, Hui suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Siyu, who was standing quietly beside him. With a smirk on his face, he said, Your second wife? Whoa, wait a minute, I'm injured. I've contributed to the organization. I've bled for the organization. Don't be impulsive. Whoa, you're eating sh*t. Yin Nuashing pressed the book that was as big as a bed on Huey's face and clapped her hands angrily. When she turned her head, she saw Siyu looking at them with a puzzled expression. There was a hint of red on her youthful and beautiful face. She could not help but say, Don't worry about that guy. He has intermittent seizures. Siyu's face was red, but compared to that sentence, she was more concerned about another thing. So, the Lord Guardian is like this. Then those stories, Yin Nuashing sighed meaningfully and patted her shoulder. She said earnestly, Another girl who has been poisoned by folktales. Forget those. The fool in front of you who has been paralyzed in bed for decades is the legendary Lord Guardian. That's right, he has intermittent seizures. You haven't seen him for a few days, so you didn't get to see him when he woke up. Otherwise, your impression of him would have collapsed even faster. Siyu tilted her head and closed her eyes with a look of disbelief. Then those stories of expeditions, eradicating evil, eradicating some trash in the void because they came knocking on our door, guarding the realm of the gods for many years, fighting against the darkness. The essence is the same, but there are not so many things, right? In fact, many things are left to our subordinates to deal with. If there's nothing important, we won't do anything. The world-shattering war of the infinite realms, the battle of the infinite realms, that's true. There's also a carnival after that, but it's so noisy that it gives me a headache. Things that the Lord Guardian and those goddesses and princesses have to talk about, dozens of them. Hui still doesn't have a family. What the hell are those messy things? And there are stories that the Lord Guardian and the Lord Observer have to talk about. Yin Nuashing and Hui turned pale with fright. What kind of miraculous and shocking figures are we among the common people? Siyu shrunk her neck and muttered, There are rumors among the people. It's said that someone has seen the Observer. She's a holy and beautiful woman. So there's a saying that the two lords are a couple. On the other side, the little angel was laughing so hard that she was almost out of breath. On the other side, Yin Nuashing was speechless, and Hui was trying his best not to laugh out loud, so much so that his face turned red. So it's not all true. I know that some of them are unreliable, but I didn't expect them to be so unreliable. Siyu muttered with a red face. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not about whether they were reliable or not. They were basically making things up. Well, after such a commotion, the grand atmosphere of going on an expedition to other realms was suddenly gone. Yin Nuashing didn't even know what kind of expression she should use to face those warriors later. When she thought that they might have seen those things, she suddenly wanted to run away. Chapter 1293. Yin Nuashing could not figure out the strange stories that were spread among the people. It was better to say that they were biographies of people. We looked at them and guessed that they could be regarded as biographies of life experiences. It was a realistic story, but it seemed that there would always be some strange things in those biographies. It was a big surprise to be able to understand these things. I admit that he is romantic and elegant on behalf of Hui. This guy, shut up and lie down. He's the kind of person that everyone loves and flowers bloom when they see him, turning around and smiling. He can attract a world's young ladies to rush over without a care for anything. If he roars outside that he's looking for a groom, there will definitely be countless young ladies squeezing over and trampling the entire god world. Do you believe it or not? Yin Nuashing muttered, and at the same time suppressed Hui, who was struggling to quibble. Then he took a deep breath, and his face gradually darkened. I can understand all these. Well, I can completely understand, but what is this? The story of the observer and the divine children. Is this thing really not made up because they have a grudge against me? Let's not talk about these bastards mistaking my gender first. Well, I can only blame myself for this. The question is, why do they have to make a bunch of guys who I have never met before? Let's not talk about Hui being romantic and elegant. You shut up and lie down. Looking back on my dozens, a few eras of divine life, I don't know many people in my life. Except for special circumstances in the past 100 years, I can count them with one hand. I have killed a lot of people, but how do they stuff so many people I have never heard of in this? Well, it's lonely divine life. Yin Nuashing was so angry that she laughed. She did not know what she was angry about. Was she angry that her gender was mistaken and then a twisted story was created, or was she angry that the story was twisted in the first place? Back then, when Hui and I went out with a few young girls, this guy tried his best to matchmake me with another girl. In the end, that girl said that she liked someone who was more masculine. Mother, why did I say this? The three people didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they watched Yin Nuashing ramble on and then squat in a corner helplessly. His face was ashen, and he sighed one breath after another. They felt that those words, that day, and that experience were probably the darkest and darkest moment of his entire divine life. All right. The little angel walked over and pulled him up. Her red lips kissed him gently on the cheek. She smiled softly and said, "They don't like it. They have no taste. I like it, okay?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. See, you flipped through a large pile of folktales about the two big figures, Yin Nuashing and Hui, that were casually thrown on the ground. She lifted Mei Mao and looked at Yin Nuashing. She blinked her eyes. She was indeed a girl. Her masculinity and whatnot seemed to be rarely revealed. Well, but that face was indeed pleasing to the eye. It could almost reach the level of being attractive to both men and women. Oh, I can't say this. If I say it out loud, I will be beaten up. The guardian who said the wrong thing has already been tied to the bed. We couldn't help but chuckle and said, "That's what you say, but that's just your appearance. However, when you are masculine, there aren't many times, but there are still times." Yin Nuashing glanced at him and asked, "For example?" We took a deep breath and said solemnly and seriously, when you go crazy, you are more. Yin Nuashing slapped her face. Was he saying that if he wasn't crazy, he wouldn't be a man? Yin Nuashing casually tidied up the strange folktales that she found from the folktales. Her cheeks twitched when she saw the strange names. She couldn't wait to burn them all to clear her eyes. "It's almost time for you guys to go over," Hui suddenly said softly. Yin Nuashing nodded. The army set off earlier than them. She stayed behind to set up the creation's barrier and settle the rest of the matters in the celestial realm before setting off. Calculating the time, most of the elites in the celestial realm should have already arrived at the gates of those worlds. They were divided into 16 groups, waiting for an order to break in and burn, kill, and loot. No, revenge. Hui was a little worried that there would be problems if they were divided into 16 groups. However, he was only worried and did not directly interfere with Yin Nuashing's plan. Most importantly, both of them believed that the strength of those worlds should not be too strong. Perhaps they had the strength to gather and cause trouble in the celestial realm. But after all, they were limited by the world. Even if they existed in the upper plane and were located in a prosperous land in the void, the world itself was still weaker than the celestial realm. This could already be seen from the battle in the conceptual layer of the rules. Therefore, this battle might end very soon. After checking the defense of the celestial realm again to make sure that there were no loopholes in his understanding, Hui also said that he would deal with it if there were any big problems. Yin Nuashing then flashed into the void with Siyu and the little angel and quickly teleported to the gathering place. This was the front line of the void. Oh, not the front line of the blockade. This front line belonged to the celestial realm. At this place at the bottom of the void, close to the void, there was a powerful detection shield. A huge temple engraved with divine runes, and runes stood in this completely dark space. This was the place where the warriors of the celestial realm who came out for an expedition gathered. There was no need for too many things. As long as there was a space that could accommodate many people and an infinite amount of energy, it would be enough. Yin Nuashing and the other two people appeared on the top floor of this temple in an instant. I Ching and Qing Jun, who were talking about something, were shocked by the sudden appearance of the people who suddenly appeared. They were about to be alert when they realized that it was the observer. They quickly got up and saluted. "Well, don't mind me. You guys continue your conversation." "Yes." I Ching cupped his hands and rotated the blue crystal in front of him with his fingers. Energy images were projected in the hall on the top floor. What was reflected were the light clusters of the worlds that were connected to each other. According to the information we have obtained, we have previously missed a condition that has a great impact on the battle situation, I Ching said as he pointed at the light clusters of the worlds. The 16 void coordinates that we obtained earlier are all in the same void region. They are very close to each other. We have found traces of people moving the light clusters of the worlds and piecing them together. This change probably happened after they formed an alliance. The 16 light clusters of the worlds in the image that are marked by the origin are the 16 coordinates. There is also the one that is very close. It's the 17th. Yin Nuashing finished his words and said, "There's no need to deduce anymore." I Ching nodded. When he first learned the coordinates, he was stunned for a moment because they were too close. He didn't expect them to be a connected world group. In the image, there were 17 worlds very close to each other, and the other worlds were centered around these 17, like stars surrounding the moon. He pointed to the surrounding worlds and said, "What we missed before is the worlds that they control and govern." After a few days of observation and intelligence gathering, it seems that they have a large number of controlled. Well, the races that are ruled have a lot of living forces. After countless years of subtle changes, the lives of those worlds have taken this for granted. The 17 worlds are incomparably sacred in their cognition and are inviolable myths. They are not controlled by rough means as I thought at the beginning. That's why I said that they are ruled races. If that's the case, the number of enemies we face will be much greater. How many worlds do we have to deal with in total? I Ching pondered for a moment and shrank the image projected by the blue crystal by a lot. The light clusters of the worlds appeared in his vision. He pondered for a moment and said, "There are a total of more than 60 worlds. Moreover, they were originally the life forms of the origin world. Moreover, they're near the center of the void gathering, so their energy is not weak. The number of Empyrean gods we have to face is probably no less than 1,000. Yin Nuashing suddenly said, "A unified world? This, from the information we know so far, that is indeed the case. Such a huge unified world, and an alliance to form an even stronger force, is rare in history." I Ching nodded solemnly. Qing Jun crossed his arms and thought for a while before saying, "It's just like a huge amount of energy gathered to deal with something. It's better to say that it was premeditated. Since they took control of the first world, they have been planning something, right? Their next step is to attack the realm of the gods." Yin Nuashing shook his head. "It's like hitting a rock with an egg. No matter how much power they gather, it's still far from the power of the realm of the gods. They obviously know this, or they wouldn't have chosen to rely on external forces." He took a light breath. However, they still couldn't keep their cool. They were a little too anxious. They should have planned their next step around that tree, the next 100 steps, instead of pinning their hopes on that tree. By the way, speaking of the tree, have you found that energy in those worlds over the past few days? Lord Feng, I'm very sorry. We have searched this part of the void with all our might, but we couldn't find any trace of that distorted energy. We don't know if it's hidden or... The one who answered was not I Ching or Green, but another Empyrean god in the hall. He lowered his head and sighed. Yin Nuashing waved his hand. "There's no rush. Also, don't search too openly. We'll be in hiding until the real battle begins. As for searching, focus on those 16 worlds or the world I'm marked out. If there's still that thing, it shouldn't be anywhere else." Yin Nuashing paused for a moment and raised his hand. "Wait, I think I said something wrong. That tree is used to absorb the energy of a world and use it against the light of an entire world. The realm of the gods is a little special, so it's a little harder for it to eat it, and it can't directly deal with the light of an entire world. However, it shouldn't be much of a problem for some ordinary worlds. If that's the case, let's not bother about those 17 worlds for now. Get some people to look at the edge of this void and outside to see if there are any traces of world destruction, or observe the light of those worlds. If they show signs of energy weakening or drying up, then go in and take a look. Lord Feng, I think we still need to look for those 17 worlds. I Ching cupped his hands and said, according to that person, that tree is used to absorb the energy of a world and use that energy to launch attacks. There should be one that absorbs energy and one that attacks. That's right, but I don't think it's in their hands. It should be in the hands of those sneaky fellows hiding behind the scenes. We still need to look for those 17 worlds, but we need to look for any traces that could be related to those distorted fellows. Not even the slightest trace would be a problem. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment after saying that. His gaze swept across everyone in the hall, and then he looked at I Ching. Are all of you here the commanders of the 16 forces that you've sent out? I Ching nodded. We're at your command. Do you know about the god-destroying tempest in the great void fissure? Yin Nuoxing suddenly asked. Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other, and a deep sense of fear and dread flashed across their eyes. That place was the place where the great heavenly god of origin had fallen. It was filled with an indestructible tempest of destruction, and that energy could destroy the heavenly god of origin tens of millions of times over. Yin Nuoxing rubbed his fingers on the table as he stared at the 60-odd worlds. I can borrow the energy of that place, a part of it. It won't be a problem to bury this entire void fissure. Do you think this plan is feasible? Everyone's faces turned pale as they looked at each other in shock. There were 60-odd worlds, and not all of them had designs on the realm of the gods. There were quite a lot of low-level life forms among them, and there was no telling how many lives there were in total. They could be reduced to ashes with the snap of a finger. Lord Feng, you mustn't do that. I Ching was stunned by the terrifying plan for a long time before he recovered. He hurriedly said, if we directly destroy all of them, some things will be destroyed as well. The traces of that distorted race that we've been searching for decades might be left in this place. We've already grasped the locations of some of the living star regions in these 17 worlds, and we've confirmed that those locations should be where the people who attacked the realm of the gods are gathered. Ugh. Before he could finish, he saw Yin Nuoxing chuckle a few times. Then he heard him say, all right, I'm just suggesting a plan to be used as a stepping stone. Look at how nervous you are. Phew. Everyone in the hall quietly wiped away their sweat. They did not have much contact with Yin Nuoxing, and they did not know much about him either. In the past, they had followed the Guardians into battle, and this was the first time they had followed the Observer into battle. They did not expect him to suggest such an exciting, deadly, and terrifying plan. There are still many living beings in the void fissure. There's still a lot of life forms coming and going in and out of this void. Try not to involve too many unrelated people. Seal off the void where these 69 worlds are. Be as careful as possible. Don't completely seal them off. If there are any Origin rank powerhouses who want to go out, they'll be on alert immediately. In this area, including these 1,000 or so worlds, prepare to seal them off completely when the battle truly begins. Then, set up another barrier in these 69 worlds. If there really are people who want to go out, I want to be able to find their location at any time. Then, it's time to arrange the personnel. I originally planned to split into 16 groups, but now I've changed the plan. Have everyone find a world they like and hide in these 69 worlds until the birth of the world. Do your best to find traces of that twisted race. Everyone listened to Yin Nuoxing's arrangement and immediately thought about how to achieve that effect in their minds. It was not difficult to seal off this large area of the void fissure, but it was a little difficult to use a barrier with the effect of aura marking to cover the void fissure around the 69 worlds. They needed to act carefully. After all, the other party was also a high-level Origin life form and must have many means to observe the void. So, They could not cause too much of a commotion. Then, everyone suddenly thought of one thing. The void was so chaotic now. This was a very good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Oh, what they meant was that they could use the big movements in the void to set up a seal. After all, many battles had broken out in the void in these places. It was just that no one knew that there was a group of violent warriors hiding at the bottom of the void, ready to wipe out these 1,000 worlds in one fell swoop. Pay attention again. Right now, we are still in the lurking and preparation stage. Don't rush up in. Yin Nuoxing glanced at Qing Jun. Just rush through the void. Qing Jun shrunk his neck and scratched his head with a silly smile. I don't want to have any casualties when dealing with these guys in the gutter. No matter how many people come out, send them back to the divine world. We are here to punish, not to throw away our lives. Yin Nuoxing slapped the table and looked around. Is it clear? Yes, Lord Observer. The group dispersed and immediately carried out Yin Nuoxing's order. I Ching and Qing Jun had already made arrangements for the warriors of the divine world and their souls. Yin Nuoxing looked at everyone getting busy. She scratched her head and sat down next to them. She let out a long sigh of relief and could not help but mutter, "My head hurts. I haven't thought about so many things for a long time. Actually, I think Qing Jun's idea of rushing through the void is not bad." Mei Mao looked at him with gorgeous colors. When he gave the order just now, she could feel his burning soul and inextinguishable aura. Now it was extinguished all of a sudden. She did not know why, but she was looking forward to seeing him go crazy. She wanted to see if he would be like what the Guardian said. The little angel walked up, put her soft hands on his shoulders, and squeezed gently. She bent down and looked at his face. "You weren't really going to do that just now, were you?" "It's true. If I was the only one doing it, although I would accidentally hurt a lot of lives, trillions of lives, it is indeed the fastest way. There is no other way to intimidate people more than this." Yin Nuoxing showed a comfortable expression and said those scary words in a lazy tone. Siyu looked at the large world of light and pursed her lips. She still did not have much of a concept of the entire void, so many worlds and so many lives. Her cognition was insufficient. Perhaps after she had the ability, going to another world of light would be the same concept as going to another city now. She still could not see such a vast world clearly. Are these glowing balls every world? Siyu muttered to herself. Seeing Yin Nuoxing and Qing Ju nodding at the same time, she said, "Which world are we going to?" "Just like the plan. We are going to the original world. We can directly hand the seed to that person. His world should have been specially taken care of. I have to go and see for myself," Yin Nuoxing said. I Ching was making arrangements at the side. When he heard that, he put down what he was doing and said, "According to the information we have now, that world is probably the leader of the entire alliance. Over the past few days, we have observed that a lot of information and energy are flowing into that world. It is like a center. A few days ago, their large-scale invasion of the realm of the gods did not cause any ripples in those worlds. I don't know if the news was suppressed or if no one knew at all. Now, there are also many lives coming and going in this unified group of small worlds. After all, the current situation in the void." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and sighed bitterly. "If I knew this would happen, I would have just gotten rid of them before the timeline resonates. Now that's a lot of trouble. It won't be that easy to get rid of all of them without leaving a single one alive." I Ching shrugged. Knowing that Yin Nuoxing was just complaining, he ignored the previous topic. Indeed, there are many unrelated people in there. Killing one or two of them is nothing. But if we destroy them to ensure that we can clean them up, there will be a lot of bad news in the void. Perhaps it would cause public anger, and thousands of worlds would gather to attack the realm of the gods. Before the death mist of the abyss could reach us, there would be a civil war with order as the battleground. Yin Nuoxing straightened his hand and said lazily, "So the plan to blow up this area is just a passing thought. You being able to think clearly is the greatest mercy you can show to those innocent people." I Ching smiled and projected a location in the void. "This is a very important gathering point in that world. There are other connected living places around it. We won't disturb your thoughts. Having said that, I Ching stepped aside and continued to work on the arrangements. Yin Nuoxing took the crystal and tossed it up and down in his hand for a while. After a while, he turned to look at the little angel and see you. Let's go, girls. We'll set up the battleground and coordinate with them. Before the big move, we have to be prepared so that they won't notice anything. We'll also check out the battleground while we're at it. Chapter 1294. Sneaking into a huge world ball of light was a very easy thing to do. No one had the time to stare at the world barrier for an entire day without doing anything. Furthermore, when a life form entered the world ball of light along the world barrier, it wasn't as simple as opening a door and walking in. After all, even if a life form entered the world light, it did not emerge from the edge of that world's planetary system. When a life form entered the world light, they would become pure energy for a short period of time. After passing through the world barrier, they would instantly revert back to their original state. That was how they entered the world barrier. As for the speed of energy flow, there was a limit to the speed of energy flow. However, some of the more advanced forms of energy did not have such a limit. In other words, the Empyrean gods could enter the world barrier and go wherever they wanted. At present, the void was in chaos, and this place was no exception. Even before entering, one could feel the tremendous energy aura exploding and flowing within. Chaos had become a daily occurrence in every world, and even if there were 1,000 origin life forms in these dozen or so worlds, there was no way to accurately distinguish who had entered this world. With such a world-level contest and such a chaotic and complicated background, it was even more impossible to distinguish whether it was an enemy or a tourist who had entered this world. That was why the Empyrean gods had entered the world barrier in stealth mode. As long as they did not jump out, there was no risk of being discovered. The other worlds aren't that special or different. Just like how the realm of the gods is very powerful and special to other people, when we from the realm of the gods see another world for the first time, we also look at it as if we're looking at something new. We can't help but sigh, damn, this world is so small. Yin Nuoxing brought his little angel and see you to the 17th world. It was the world that was surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. From what he could see, the energy level of this world was slightly higher than the surrounding worlds, and the illusory world origin was even more powerful. If he was not mistaken, this should be the main world of the Allied forces. Who knows? While the soldiers of the Celestial Realm were still making plans and carrying out missions in the Void Abyss, the highest-ranking commander had already dragged the two girls to an enemy world for sightseeing. But judging from the current situation and the scene before their eyes, calling it sightseeing might not be the right word. Boom! Yin Nuoxing and the other two had just emerged from the energy teleportation when they felt a strange energy flow. Following that, there was a loud bang as a huge energy rainbow exploded not far away. The terrifying energy caused Ciyu's pretty face to turn pale. At first, she felt that the energy came from the front, but in just a breath's time, that feeling came from all directions. It was as if she was in the center of destruction, and she almost couldn't breathe. When the three people descended, they were covered in an energy barrier. Yin Nuoxing was the one defending it, so she was naturally not afraid of this level of energy explosion. The biggest effect this energy had on them was to scare Ciyu out of her wits. Phew! When the energy explosion dissipated, Ciyu regained her senses. She looked at the starry sky with a face full of cold sweat. In the distance, there was even more energy wantonly pouring out. The rumbling energy explosion seemed to fill the entire world, causing her heart to beat uncontrollably. There's a battle here, too. It's really chaotic. Why are these people fighting? Well, you'll have to ask those guys who have nothing better to do. Who knows why they're fighting? The void is very chaotic right now, and no one can figure out why it suddenly became chaotic. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. I can only say that when intelligent beings gather together, it's easy for them to cause trouble. Look, this is the evidence. If you want more evidence, I can show you a few scenes of the destruction of worlds. The two sides fighting didn't even know each other a few decades ago. God knows what happened that caused a great battle of the origin. Ciyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. No. this galaxy had fallen into a chaotic battle. The two sides fighting three sides. Perhaps there was a fourth side, but who knew? Yin Nuashing and the others just happened to descend in this place. And then they were hit in the face by an energy arrow. He actually subconsciously gathered a cluster of energy, but thinking that he was not here to cause trouble. Not for the time being, he did not do anything. In the dark background of the galaxy, a star was shattered. Countless fragments shot out from a protruding piece, and 2 or 3 people broke through the star. Energy splattered everywhere. It was an attack of law destruction. Normally, a star was a body of pure energy and would not be shattered like a stone. The destruction of a body of pure energy was nothing more than an energy annihilation, or an energy blast with the purpose of destruction. Looking at the dazzling battle in the starry sky, Yin Nuashing felt bored, so he brought the 2 people beside him and flew towards the star field in the distance. He could feel that there were life auras gathering in the depths of this star field. Following that direction, he carried out flickering teleportation again and again. Soon, he left that space and entered a relatively peaceful space. Suddenly, a huge sun appeared in front of him, with several stars revolving around it. The planet they were on was extremely huge, vast, and many times larger than an ordinary planet. Furthermore, there was another aura on this planet. That aura made Cu, who was about to visit this planet, a little fearful. It's the imprints of gods, and there are quite a few of them. If we want to deal with them, we just have to use energy equal to or greater than theirs. Ignoring the others, there are 50 to 60 imprints of the Empyrean god of origin. Oh, some of them are abandoned, just remnants of power. It's not difficult to deal with them, but there are still 30 or so that really exist, Yin Nuashing murmured. Cu tugged at the sleeve of the little angel and asked softly, "What do you mean by that, little star?" There are 50 to 60 imprints of the Empyrean god of origin, which means that 50 to 60 Empyrean gods of origin were born on this star, and there are still 30 or so of them that exist. The difference in the number of imprints probably means that those Empyrean gods of origin are already dead, and the remaining imprints have not completely dissipated. They are still suppressed in this star and the concept layer of this void. The little angel explained softly. When you see it, you will feel that the Empyrean god of origin is really suppressing this place. This is a kind of protection that the Empyrean god of origin has for the imprint. Most people will probably choose to move the imprint to a place that is important to them, and some people will not care about it. Cu expressed that she completely understood. Then, she looked at Yin Nuashing curiously. Where did little Xingxing leave his god's mark? Yin Nuashing clenched his hands. I ate it. It didn't stick to the concept layer of the void. Cu was stunned and looked at the little angel in puzzlement. The latter smiled bitterly. This guy is very special. It's not strange that anything happened to him. Yin Nuashing looked at the 2 of them and said, the imprints of the Guardian and the Observer were originally branded in the realm of the gods. It is also a kind of invisible protection. Huey's imprint is still there, and mine was eaten by me. I used another method to strengthen the original defense of the realm of the gods, making it even stronger. The little angel blinked. The creation's barrier? Yin Nuashing nodded with a slightly strange expression. This was from his memory. When he learned that the creation's barrier was actually contaminated with his aura, he was stunned for a few seconds and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Feng Ling to choose to do this. It seemed that he would have to protect the realm of the gods for another dozen or so eras. On the other hand, he seemed to be inseparable from the realm of the gods for the rest of his life. This star has special traces of evolution. It seems that it has been tampered with by someone. The rules and a part of the order have traces of raising. It seems that someone wants to evolve it into a higher standard world and let it transcend this world of light. Well, it's worth praising, but the path is a little difficult. Yin Nuashing looked down at the star and observed it with interest. He didn't treat it as an enemy's world at all. I really want to cut it in half with my sword. Cut it in half. It should be very beautiful when the dazzling sparks bloom. It should be very beautiful, The next moment, Yin Noashing suddenly trembled as if he had a stroke. He hugged his lower abdomen and hands, and his face was flushed with morbid excitement and madness. Siyu was startled by his exaggerated expression. She didn't know why he suddenly became like this. However, the little angel knew that he must have been suppressing his anger because his vacation was interrupted, and now he wanted to vent it out. In other words, he wanted to destroy and cause an explosion. She helplessly stretched out her hand and poked his waist. Yin Nuashing exclaimed in surprise and instantly calmed down. Looking at the helpless and frightened expressions of the two, he couldn't help but laugh dryly and scratch his head. There were also battles taking place in the sky above this star, and they were also quite fierce. There was a huge battle at the level of origin. Just standing here for a few minutes, they saw 4 or 5 battles break out. There were also 2 or 3 battles that had already ended. Yin Nuashing watched for a while, then waved his hand and said something to the 2 girls. 3 palm-sized magic circles floated out from his palm and finally imprinted on their foreheads. They completely restrained their aura and laws, and finally descended toward the star below. The process of landing did not cause any disturbances. The 3 of them successfully landed on the planet and stopped in midair. A vast, primordial aura rushed toward them. It was the aura of this world itself. With the imprints of the Empyrean gods and the origin Empyrean god, this aura will be magnified many times over. In fact, it was just an aura that was released unconsciously. If one ignored it, it would dissipate in a short while. The 3 people casually landed in the air above a barren mountain range. At first glance, it was a vast expanse of green forests and yellow mountains. It was quite similar to the scenery in the God realm. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that there wasn't much difference. Perhaps the essence of these worlds was not much different, only the local customs were different. The little angel looked around and carefully let his soul enter the void to explore in all directions. After a while, he withdrew his soul and looked at Yin Nuashing. There's nothing unusual. Where should we go to play first? Where should we go to take a look first? Siyu turned her head in a daze. Her red lips moved a little, but she didn't say anything. She felt that these 2 big shots were just here to sightsee and didn't care if this was the enemy's territory at all. In this short period of time, she also felt the characteristics of this planet. The energy was thinner than the realm of the gods. Of course, that was the result when compared to the realm of the gods. In fact, it was still a world full of energy. The sky was bright and clear, but the clouds were strangely blue. She didn't know if it was because of the blue tint of the sun or some other reason, but these things only existed in her mind for a second before being thrown to the back of her mind. She was busy admiring the different scenery of this different world. This was the first time she had left the realm of the gods to go to another world. Not only Yin Nuashing and the others, she also came to explore with a little bit of a sightseeing mentality. Although that was the case, in reality, the scenery that she saw wasn't too impactful. It was as if she had traveled a great distance across the void and ended up in a world that was similar to the realm of the gods. Yin Nuashing looked around and saw the satisfied expressions on Siyu and the little angels' faces. He thought for a second before suddenly remembering that they had landed in the enemy's headquarters. Ha! Then he relaxed again in the next second with a satisfied look on his face. It couldn't be helped. He didn't feel any sense of crisis or urgency at all. He could sink this void into the void by himself. If it weren't for I Ching and the others' persuasion, he might have done it without caring about anything else. The 3 of them hung in the sky and basked in the sun for a while. Yin Nuashing felt that if she continued to be lazy, the purpose of this trip would completely change. She quickly pulled herself together and knocked on the heads of the 2 girls. All right, we're not here for sightseeing. Business is more important. Business is more important. It took Siyu 2 seconds to remember that they were here to observe the place. Where are we going? I don't know. Yin Nuashing put her hands on her hips and pointed straight ahead. Anyway, just find a place and keep going straight. Siyu and the little angel looked at each other and stuck out their tongues. Even the big boss herself had the mentality of a lazy person. Yin Nuoxing glanced at the two and knew what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. She curled her lips and said, "My investigation is complete. Every corner of this planet has my energy imprint. As long as I want, I can bring my army and charge into any place at any time. If I don't like the look of it, I can detonate those energy imprints and make the planet disintegrate instantly into the void. In other words, this is now my territory." The little angel was flying forward with her arm around Hao Ren's arm. She didn't notice Hao Ren's movement at all and asked, "When did you do it?" "A minute ago." Yin Nuoxing replied lazily and grinned. "So, I have achieved my initial purpose of coming here. If I wasn't looking for traces of those sneaky things, I would have turned around and gone to another planet to take a look." Huanxi City was a city with a long history on this planet. It was a city that had been passed down since ancient times. Many corners of the city were filled with the aura of history. There were also some recent buildings that were very different from the style of the celestial realm. The style of the buildings on this planet seemed to be leaning towards the shape of towers. There were also many small auxiliary buildings. Moreover, a section of the buildings had to be buried underground. The depth of the burial was arbitrary. Perhaps some of the buried parts of the buildings were wider than the parts above ground. It feels like a holy city, the combination of prosperity and chaos. There is an ancient aura mixed with a very recent aura. There are many buildings that, although I don't understand what they are, they look very good and they seem very powerful. See, you couldn't help but comment after walking into the city. Yin Nuoxing withdrew his gaze from the distance. Generally speaking, it was a place where good and bad people mixed together. It was a mess. However, there was a rich layout and a meticulously arranged city. Moreover, the buildings were He raised his head. He couldn't understand why those people would build such tall buildings. Even the gods in the celestial realm who were palace lovers would only build a palace that was thousands of feet tall in the place where they lived in seclusion. Moreover, there were also 3 rooms and 1 living room inside. The facilities were basically incomplete. There was no place to make tea or stretch on the sofa. Those huge palaces were mostly used to bury themselves. Looking back at the outside of Huanxi City, the majestic mountains towered into the clouds. The boundary between the mountains and the city was quite blurry. A small plain separated the two. This ancient city did not have any city walls or similar defenses. However, he could feel that there were defensive measures buried deep in this space. It was not something like a magic circle. It was probably something unique to this planet. However, it should also be something like a magic circle. It covered a very wide range. It was not difficult for him to find a few flaws with the observer's eye. He was planning to make some small moves. "Friend, please wait a moment." Yin Nuoxing and the others were walking on the street when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. When they heard the voice, they subconsciously turned their heads and saw a slim woman looking at them with a smile. She was wearing a green dress and had a small pendant next to her left ear. It seemed to be an ornament from this planet. She moved closer with light steps and looked at the 3 of them from head to toe. Then, she suddenly said softly, "You are Kof. I wonder if you know the name of the protector?" Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood. This woman was from the celestial realm. It was very easy for people from the celestial realm to recognize each other outside. It was not because of their unique aura. It was just a feeling that would only appear among people from the celestial realm. After he understood, he transmitted his voice, "Kof. Our protector's name is Hui. Hello." The woman covered her mouth and smiled slightly. Then she whispered, "I didn't expect that after leaving that place for so many years, I would still be able to see a fellow countryman. Are you here to look for something as well?" "Well, we are here to play, but we are indeed looking for something. I just don't know if the thing we're talking about is the same as the thing you're talking about," Yin Nuoxing said casually. The woman in the green dress laughed and shook her head. "Since we're all here, I think it's the same. I've stayed in this world for hundreds of years without any harvest. Recently, I've also given up on myself. If you're interested, you can walk along this road until you reach the other end of Huanxi City. Oh, and I suggest that you change your clothes. Our family's clothes are too conspicuous." The few of them turned their eyes to see you. The little girl's pretty face suddenly turned red. Among them, only her clothes were unique to the celestial realm. I have settled down near the sea in Huanxi City. If you have any problems, you can come and find me. It is rare to meet a fellow countryman, so I want to chat a little. But seeing that you are still a little busy, I will not disturb you. The woman in the green dress smiled and bowed to the people from the celestial realm. Then she left. The three people from the Yunhua planet watched as she floated away. They looked at each other and shrugged. The former said, "All right, now we really have a direction. But whether or not it's what we're looking for, we've still found something unexpected. I didn't expect to see someone from the celestial realm here. We should be able to get something out of her if we ask." Chapter 1295. Magnificent mountains and rivers, desolate cliffs, and thousands of mountains surrounded the place, as if there were countless giant dragons living in seclusion. None of these were there. An ordinary mountain peak was no more than 100 meters tall. On the peak, there was a black lake. In the center of the lake, there was a black obelisk. The obelisk was blank, and it was so black that it could reflect sunlight. Even the black lake was as bright as a black crystal, like a mirror. There was no energy or movement, and the energy in this place was strangely dried up. Black Lake was such a simple name. It was not very famous, but it was at the level of the roadside scenery. Yin Nuoxing and the others walked along the road in Huanxi City and walked out from the other side of the city. Along the way, they asked around and found that the Black Lake was the only place worth paying attention to. It was said that it was deliberately left behind by a peerless expert. Some people said that it was the gathering of the forces of heaven and earth. Everyone had different opinions, but there was no accurate answer. However, there were two kinds of results: man-made and natural. Man-made could be created by someone or left behind by someone. Natural could also be created out of thin air or brought here by some natural force. The truth of the matter that happened tens of millions of years ago was unknown. Not only was the energy in this place dried up, but it was also entangled by some inexplicable rules. The Book of Epics could not trace back to the origin of the matter to investigate it. In front of the Black Lake, there was a lonely crystal lotus seat. It emitted a blue, icy light and was not stained by a speck of dust. There was an accurate saying. Once, a god sat here and passed away. The death of the god caused endless strange phenomena and attracted countless people to come and take a look. In the end, they discovered this lotus seat that was more than a meter tall that appeared out of thin air. Yin Nuoxing stood in front of the lotus seat, his hands clasped behind his back as he bent over to examine the lotus seat. He turned around twice and nodded. It is indeed the crystal left behind by the death of a god, so it is not too surprising. However, this lake is not the same. Why would a god, who had encountered something unknown, sit here until his death? Either something happened to him, and he returned here with regrets, or something happened while he was staring at this lake. Siyu carefully moved forward and hid behind Yin Nuoxing. She placed her hand on his shoulder and poked her head out to look at the Black Lake. Is there really something special about this lake? It's hard to say. Yin Nuoxing twirled a strand of her bangs around her head. Judging from these marks, it seems like they were left behind by a heavenly origin god after he made a breakthrough here. But it also seems like he was silent for a while and grinned. When I used the statue to deduce, I disturbed the conceptual layer of the rules and fished up some things from the bottom, and finally sank here. There are 7 or 8 types of precepts that have not dissipated for a long time, and it should have something to do with those precepts. But I've just taken a look, and those precepts do not belong to this world at all, and yet they remain in this world. It could only be that this planet, like the realm of gods, chose a world to inhabit. Now, this planet has left that world, but it still left behind some precepts fragments. The fragments that should have sunk to the bottom of the sea of precepts have appeared here, and it could only mean that something disturbed that bottom layer and pulled it up. This planet also has some precepts that point to this place from afar, and they are somewhat related. Oh, that seems to be the case. I think I understand now. Yin Nuoxing murmured on the other side, and suddenly raised her head as if she had understood something. Then she tapped her palm. Yin Nuashing placed Siyu next to the little angel, walked over the lotus, and walked toward the Black Lake. The two girls were a little nervous when they saw this. Ding! Yin Nuashing gently stepped on the surface of the Black Lake, and a ripple appeared. However, it was as if he was stepping on ice, and he could not go any deeper. He frowned, nodded, and continued to walk forward. Every step he took caused a ripple to appear on the surface of the Black Lake. Yes, yes, that's right. Girl, see you come and play. I know what's going on here. Yin Nuashing raised his hand and waved, beckoning the two girls over. The little angel blinked and walked over without thinking. She also walked across the Black Lake like he did, and then waved at the stunned Siyu behind her. Although I don't know what's going on, if Little Star says it's fine, then it should be fine. Siyu heard this and walked over as well. She looked at the Black Lake, and it was so dark that it seemed like it could suck her soul in. She shook her head and did not think about it, and quickly walked over. Splash! The sound of water echoed in her ears, and the cold feeling on her feet and legs made Siyu shiver. At the same time, her heart trembled violently, and she felt as if she was about to fall into the water. Looking at the Black Lake crashing toward her, the fear in her heart rose to the extreme. It was not that she would be afraid of falling into the water. It was that there was something extremely dark and negative that entered her heart through the Black Lake, as if a demon was opening its hand at her from the bottom of the lake. Ah, I forgot about this. Just when Siyu thought that she would fall into the water and sink into the abyss of fear at the bottom of the Black Lake, a pair of strong hands grabbed her arm and pulled her half-submerged body out of the water. Then, she felt that she had fallen into a warm embrace. Sorry, I forgot that you were still just a Shumming. Yin Nuashing patted Siyu's back. This girl was still in shock. Siyu smiled bitterly, and her heart was still thumping nonstop. She calmed down and was about to say something when she felt something rising from her body. She could not help but cry out in surprise. When she came back to her senses, she realized that Yin Nuashing was holding her legs and carrying her on her back. This lake is indeed a manifestation of something that exists at the bottom of the Sea of Rules. People whose souls are not strong enough will fall into the lake. The weaker they are, the deeper they will sink. After all, this lake is a conceptual existence, and there is no limit to its depth. It is probably something like an inspection. The thing that is really worth paying attention to should be the obelisk in the center. Yin Nuashing explained as he walked forward. Siyu nodded in a daze. The little angel thought that she had not recovered from the shock just now, and couldn't help but float up a little. She reached out her hand and rubbed her head. Don't worry, don't worry. It's okay, it's okay. Siyu nodded and looked at Yin Nuashing from behind. She was still in a daze. After a while, she suddenly bent down and wrapped her arms around his neck. She was silent and did not say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Yin Nuashing felt her movements, but he did not care about it. He continued to walk forward at a steady pace. The little angel flew around him, and slowly felt that the situation was not quite right. There was a palpitating and oppressive atmosphere slowly approaching. Moreover, they seemed to have been walking for too long. They should have reached the obelisk very quickly from the shore. It was only a small lake about 20 to 30 feet in size. However, they had already gone deep into the lake for a while. Even the sky was slightly darker. It was as if they were walking into a chaotic place, and the rules and order were beginning to blur. Girl, come here. This place is close to the edge of the rules and order. Something might happen later. Stay by my side. Otherwise, I won't be able to react in time if something happens, Yin Nuashing said to the little angel, who was flying left and right. The little angel nodded obediently and stopped beside him. She stretched out her wings and wrapped Yin Nuashing and Siyu up. What is this place? It's still the same place as before, but I didn't explain it clearly. This lake is like a domain, and it has a defense that prevents anyone from entering. Those whose divine souls are not strong enough will fall into the lake water, while those whose divine souls are strong enough will have to wander around the vague boundary of the laws and order for quite some time. Do you still remember the woman in the green dress? She is a high-tier celestial, and she is probably not too far away from the origin. Her divine soul should be strong enough to enter this domain, but she might not be able to go too deep. The sky is constantly darkening, which is a sign that we're going deeper into this domain. Right now, we are constantly approaching the land of chaos and nothingness. The obelisk is at the center of this domain, and we should be there after walking for a while. We should be able to see the obelisk in the center. It's about the obelisk in the center. We should be able to see the obelisk in the center after a while. There were dark clouds in the sky, and the area above them was bright white, as if there was a sun hidden behind the thick clouds. From the center to the edge of the region, it was dark. A few black veins like blood vessels spread out in all directions from the center, blending into the darkness. Just a moment ago, they could still see the blue sky from afar, but now they could no longer see it. Hey, we're here. A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing stopped and said. She patted the thigh on her hand to signal see you. The three of them raised their heads at the same time. At this moment, they seemed to have entered a stormy sea. Their surroundings were dark, and the area between the sky and the sea was filled with chaos. There were no rules or order restraints. There was no sign of daylight in the distant sky, only darkness. Layers of shadows pressed down from the sky and then retracted at a certain point. Large patches of darkness spread out from the bright area above their heads, as if something was about to emerge there. C was worried when she saw this scene. She just wanted to shrink her body as much as possible. Although she had seen a lot of strange things with Nuashing these days that she couldn't understand in the past, she still couldn't understand what she was seeing now. The chaotic atmosphere here, everything was chaotic, and the frightening atmosphere made people not dare to look at their surroundings. Wow, this place is too deep. One side is close to the void, and the other side is open to the bottom level of the concept of rules. Yun Nuashing was the first to exclaim. Then, she raised her head. 3 to 4 meters in front of them, there was a black obelisk that was only 5 to 6 meters tall. It stood there and almost blended into the scene. It was pure black, making it difficult to notice. It doesn't seem to be anything here. She shook her head and looked around. She didn't find anything, and indeed, she couldn't see anything. There's something, but I can't free my hands. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and lowered her head. She was holding Siyu's thigh with her hands. Half of her body was even covered by the little angel's wings. The little angel smiled foolishly and stuck out her tongue. She took Siyu from his back and stood at the side with her in her arms. Then, the two girls watched him walk toward the obelisk. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand and touched the obelisk gently. The smooth surface was actually black lake water flowing on the obelisk surface. When she pressed her hand on it, part of the lake water was pushed away. It was a little cold, but other than that, it didn't affect her. It should be around here. I just saw something wrong. Yun Nuashing frowned and muttered. Her palms slid back and forth on the obelisk surface. After a while, she couldn't help but use a trace of energy. Suddenly, a place on the obelisk in front of her lit up. Then, many symbols appeared in the surrounding space. She couldn't help but be happy when she saw it. She took a deep breath and raised her hand, which contained a huge ball of energy. Then, she slapped it into the bright spot. Bang! The entire domain shook, and the lake water flowing on the obelisk suddenly disappeared, revealing its true form, an obelisk engraved with many mysterious symbols. The symbols floating in the air suddenly gathered together and converged toward the light. Then, a dark blue spatial gate slowly emerged. It's done. Come here. Yun Nuashing clapped her hands and waved at Siyu and the little angel, who were standing not far away. Siyu's heart palpitated when she recalled the scene just now. However, out of trust for Yun Nuashing, she still went over. Nonsense. She was being carried by the little angel, so she had no choice but to go over. However, nothing happened this time. The two people successfully reached Yun Nuashing's side and walked into the dark blue spatial door together. What entered their eyes was a dark space. There was a weak energy circulating around Yun Nuashing's body, which spread out and lit up the space. What appeared in front of them was a small space about 10 square feet wide. Looking at the special layout, it looked like a mountain or an underwater cave. A cave? Yeah, I might have thought of something, Yin Nuashing suddenly said. What? Siyu swallowed her saliva and hurriedly asked. It's, no need to say any more. You can see it if you look in front. He was about to explain, but this space was too small. They could see the whole picture of this space after taking 2 steps inside. They could also see what secrets were hidden here. When the little angel saw this, she instantly understood what this place was. Siyu felt a little uneasy. This was a sealed space that looked like a cave. The ground in the center was covered with flowers that hadn't withered after so many years. Above the sea of flowers, there was an ice coffin. It was still emitting cold air and was crystal clear. They could see a person lying inside, frozen in ice. It was a woman. That was all they could see. Her real appearance was a little blurry. It should be the concealment effect of the ice coffin. Did we break into a senior's retreat? Siyu asked carefully. No. Yin Nuashing shook her head. We broke into a tomb. She has already passed away. She has been dead for many years. Her soul has already been annihilated. She has either entered the cycle of reincarnation or dissipated. In any case, there is no trace of her soul aura. What is left here is only an empty shell, a deceased Empyrean god of origin. The shell was deliberately left here, probably for some purpose. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. The little angel walked around the cave. Suddenly, she waved at Yin Nuashing. There's a purpose. There's indeed a purpose. Yin Nuashing brought Siyu to the little angel and found that there was a table made of ice in the depths of the cave. Cold air was drifting in the air. Speaking of which, the cave was also full of cold air. It was as if they had arrived at a fairyland. There was a very old book left on the stone table. The material used to make it was not simple. It was well preserved. There was also a line of words on the ice table. The 3 of them were a little curious. They hurriedly brushed away the cold air and saw the line of words clearly. I have taken away everything left here. In the future, if there is a great disaster in the world, I will take action to suppress it. I only leave this book to inform the future generations. If the future generations see this line of words, please remember that this book is not read by those below the heavenly God of origin. It is not a taboo. It is just that the content recorded in this book can easily steal one's mind. The 3 of them looked at each other and felt a little regretful. The things here had been taken away. It was probably something left behind by that woman. Yin Nuashing did not care. He cared more about the book. Siyu, turn around and don't look. Yin Nuashing said. When the little girl nodded and turned around, he casually opened the book. With the mentality of, since I'm already here, how can I not do something? He casually glanced through the book, and then he was fiercely stunned. Yin Nuashing widened his eyes and looked at the little angel, who was talking to Siyu to divert her attention. He whispered, Little girl, we found something big. He was stunned. He flew over and looked inside the book. Then his expression froze. The words left in the book were very obscure. The words and sections were deliberately broken, as if they were afraid of something. The book mentioned a race, a dangerous race that existed in the void. They originally existed in the lower plane. Their entire race was bloodthirsty and loved to kill. They had killed all the races they saw in the void and seized their power. They used some unknown method to move that world to the upper plane. Their main body was in the upper plane, but they were hidden in the lower plane. They could only be found in the lower plane. However, no one knew what they had to face if they wanted to go to that world through the entrance. Maybe someone had already gone to the void. That is a kind of abnormally distorted race. From the form of life to the foundation of the laws that make up their existence, everything is distorted. They're not a naturally born life, but a normal life of order that was once affected by some kind of power. They live with endless pain and suffering. They are like sinners who are tormented by curses. They can no longer tolerate the existence of order. I once fought with one of the distorted life forms of the origin. Although I killed him in the end, my body was distorted and polluted. I have crossed countless voids, but until now, I have never heard of such a race. Their energy can distort the normal void, and the harm they cause to the void in the world of order is unimaginable. There were many gaps in the middle. There were many vague words that she crossed out herself. After flipping through a few pages, she finally found words that she could recognize. Following those traces, I finally landed in this star field. In this world, the distortion on my body could not be removed. I can no longer wait. Before I become that kind of distorted monster, I might as well banish myself and start over. By leaving this record, I hope that someone can find it and prolong my life. I will spread the news of this race and warn the other worlds in the void of their existence. After that, there was a large blank space. Yun Nuashing carefully flipped through the book, but she could not find any more clues. It seemed that all the useful clues had been crossed out in those few pages. Yun Nuashing closed the book and remained silent for a moment. I told you that those fellows would definitely be involved. Look at this, the irrefutable evidence. Oh, it's just a book. Anyway, it's evidence, and it's evidence from many, many years ago. Those fellows have been plotting against the realm of the gods for a long time. That's the expected result. I just don't know if they were the ones who plotted against the realm of the gods first, or if they were the ones who obtained this power first and then plotted against the realm of the gods. She shrugged helplessly. It's a disaster if we keep it. Yun Nuashing suddenly sighed and smiled. Why don't we just blow it up? Then we won't even be able to leave any evidence. Little Angel smiled bitterly and pressed her jade-like hand on his face. She knew that he was joking. Yun Nuashing held the ancient book and pondered for a moment. Then she put it back on the ground. She waved her hand and led the two people out of the quiet tomb. Boom! Little Angel and Siyu heard a loud noise as soon as they walked out of the tomb. Then they saw Yun Nuashing pulling the obelisk out of thin air. He forcefully pulled it out, and the entire place rumbled and trembled. Without the core carrier, it seemed like the entire place was about to collapse. He put the obelisk into his pocket as if nothing had happened. Then he clapped his hands and looked at the two women. He shrugged and said, "There's going to be a fight in this place. I can't just leave her tomb here. She left me an important clue, so I'll protect her tomb a little. It might be a good idea to send it back to the realm of the gods." The chaotic area began to shrink after the obelisk was pulled out of the ground. Yun Nuashing pulled Siyu to her side so that she wouldn't be affected by the chaotic state when the domain shrank. It took them about 10 minutes to walk in from the shore, and the entire domain shrank and collapsed for only a minute. When they came back to their senses, the Black Lake had already disappeared. It was still the same 100-meter-tall mountain, but there was only a lotus seat and a small clear lake that was only about 30 to 40 feet in size. Oh, there's an unexpected reward. It would be even better if we could directly know what those things did when they descended on this planet. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said some nonsense. The two women sighed helplessly. This matter was indeed a little troublesome. Now, let's go look for that fellow from our hometown and see if we can get anything out of her. She knows more about this world than we do. Maybe she noticed something a few days ago. A few days ago, there should have been a large movement of people in this world. Maybe a peak heavenly god would have noticed something. He looked forward to it for a while, then turned around and left with the two people. Chapter 1296. Lu Su sat on the edge of a huge rock on the shore. The waves washed the 3-meter-tall rock, causing it to tremble slightly before returning to its original state. She sat lazily on the huge rock and stretched out her soft limbs. She changed into a cool green dress, and a lazy expression hung on her gorgeous face. She was very relaxed, and the gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot because she had seen her fellow countrymen in this world for so many years. The pace of that world was very tense, and there was not much time to relax. It was rare to see such a relaxing scene in such a distant world, and she also wanted to relax. She shook her head and shook off the messy thoughts in her mind. All of a sudden, she felt a very exaggerated fluctuation of rules. She raised her head abruptly, and her lazy expression was swept away by the fluctuation. Habitually, a touch of seriousness and sharpness surged up. A moment later, everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Her expression was also startled. Many people on this beach also felt the abnormal situation, but it was only for a moment. After that, no one paid attention to what had happened. "Beauty, are you alone? Do you want to come and play with us?" A young man climbed up the rock and invited her with a shy face. He pointed at a group of people below with his finger. There were 6 young men and women gathered together, and they were all young people, unlike her. Although she was young, she had lived for many years. She smiled and shook her head, indicating that she had something on her mind. The young man shrugged and did not pester her, and returned to his group. Phew! Lu Su let out a long sigh of relief. She raised her head and closed her eyes, letting the sunlight shine on her face. However, after a moment, she felt a shadow blocking the sunlight, as if someone was coming. She thought that it was the boy who had asked the others to come, and opened her eyes slightly impatiently, and saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at her curiously from above. Yo, it seems like you're enjoying yourself. Yin Nuashing saw that she had come back to her senses and raised her head to greet her. Lu Su froze for a moment and quickly sat down. Although I told you that I would settle down by the sea, I didn't tell you that I would come here now. Well, how did you find me? Yin Nuashing shrugged. There's no one on this planet that I can't find for the time being, especially someone I've already met once. How can I not find him? She looked at them in surprise. Other than the little girl in white, she couldn't sense the auras of these 2 people. She was slow for a few seconds before she reacted. However, she only smiled and patted the ground beside her. Have a seat. Do you have something to ask me? Yes, there is indeed something. We just came out of the Black Lake and learned a lot of information. You have been living on this planet for a while, so we wanted to ask you about it. Yin Nuashing pulled the 2 girls to sit down and said bluntly, You've already entered? Lu Su's eyes widened in shock. After a moment, she thought that the 2 people in front of her might be people of a higher realm than her, and she felt relieved. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. I've been working hard here for hundreds of years, Well, to be frank, that obelisk is actually from a mausoleum, and there's nothing precious left in it. There's something left in it, but it has been taken away. The only thing left is an ancient book that is useless to ordinary people. It recorded a piece of information that we value very much. Yin Nuashing was still blunt. Lu Su was stunned when she heard that. She was stunned for a long time, and suddenly she smiled bitterly. Sigh. In this world, there are many things that don't go as you wish. Yin Nuashing looked at her from head to toe. Lu Su's body was tall and full, and her figure was graceful. She was also a peerless beauty. Even at this realm, she would not be ugly. However, he was not looking at her body, but just feeling her aura. She should be in a state of breaking the seal, and it should have been going on for a long time. It's been blocked for 60 million years. Noticing that he was sizing her up, Lu Su said frankly, but her expression was a little downcast. My peers had already reached that level long ago. I was the only one who stayed where I was. The road ahead was long, and I couldn't find a way forward. Like a child, I gave up on myself and threw tantrums. In the end, I slipped out alone and left for hundreds of years. I wanted to leave that place where I lost my soul. Oh, Yin Nuashing nodded slightly. This situation was not rare. It was just like the gods' realm dozens of years later. Gods and divine gods were hard to find, but at least there were people who could barely find a way through the extremely narrow gap. However, even more people became ordinary. It was not that they were not talented enough, nor was it that they were not lucky enough. To put it in a very hurtful way, it might be that they were not lucky enough. After all, even if there was a chance in front of a peak god emperor, it was not that they could reach the post-god level just because they wanted to. The gap between these 2 realms was like the gap between before and after the creation of the world. It was on a completely different level. Removing those unreliable and uncontrollable factors, it still needed time and accumulation to reach a new realm. Lu Su had accumulated too much time, but she was still unable to reach the origin realm. Yin Nuashing observed her state. Logically speaking, she should have reached the origin realm long ago, but she did not know why. However, there were many reasons. There were thousands of ways to reach the origin realm. Learning from other people's success stories was not very useful. After all, the number of failures was thousands of times more. So, you came out to change your state of mind and to relax. Yin Nuashing said casually. Lu Su nodded. The sea breeze messed up her hair, just like her state of mind at the moment. It was chaotic and could not be sorted out clearly. "How about I send you up?" A sentence accompanied by the sound of the sea breeze came to her ears. Lusu just listened and thought blankly. She was a little dazed. About 20 seconds later, her body stiffened. She looked at Yin Nuashing as if she was looking at a crazy person. "Ah, what did you just say? We've only been here for less than 3 hours, and you've already pointed us in a direction, allowing us to find what we're looking for. Since that's the case, how about I guide you and let you find your own path?" Yin Nuashing said softly. "The kung fu used by the two is not much different. It depends on whether you are willing or not." Lusu looked at him with a complicated expression. After a while, she suddenly smiled sweetly. "Are you comforting me?" "No, it's not that I can't accept it. I have lived for so many years. What else can I not accept? At most, it's just a pity. I won't go down the wrong path because of it. No, I am serious. The problem is that you're talking to me in a tone like you're talking about strange things after a meal. I can't be serious about it." Lusu smiled bitterly. "Also, even if, well, I know that you might be a person of that realm, but it doesn't mean that you can casually... I believe you." Yin Nuashing ignored her words and calmly took out a scepter that was only the size of a palm. Lusu was immediately convinced. It was just a small thing that looked like a token. Only people who were personally given this token by the Guardian would have this token. Everyone in the realm of the gods knew about it. "I didn't expect you to be someone by the Guardian's side," Lusu murmured and said in a slightly sluggish manner. "Well, although not long ago, I pinned him to the bed and beat him up." Yin Nuashing murmured softly to himself. "Ah, no, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it." Yin Nuashing shook his head and handed the small scepter token to her. "Everyone knows about this token, but they don't know more about its uses. Even if they know, they won't be able to understand it. My path is only suitable for some abnormally extreme people. I can't feel that aura from you, so I can't personally give you anything. I'll give this to you. Just wear it on your body. It won't be long before you get what you want." Lusu was stunned after receiving the token. She quickly wanted to return it to Yin Nuashing, but he just waved his hand. "I'll give it to you. Anyway, I can get more." She did not hear clearly in her panic. "I said I still have a few more. Just take it. Huey's divine domain will show you the way, lost maiden." Yin Nuashing spread out his hands with a holy look on his face. Hearing this guy call the Guardian by her name, Lusu also felt a little unnatural. Seeing his serious expression, she hesitated for a while and solemnly wore the scepter around her neck. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, thank you. You must have something to ask me. As long as I know, I can tell you." "Oh, it's not a big deal." Yin Nuashing's expression suddenly became serious. Although he was serious just now, he was even more serious now. "A few days ago, our home was attacked. It was done by the people of this planet. Oh, they also joined forces with a few other worlds. I just wanted to ask you if there were any special movements in the past few days." Lusu's expression suddenly became frightened. She was very surprised when she heard that the divine realm was attacked. With the name of the #1 world, there were still people who dared to provoke it. Then, when she heard that they were in the world of those people, she was even more stunned for a while. Looking at Yin Nuashing's calm face, she could not help but ask, "You're not just here for a vacation, are you?" Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and sent a message to her soul. "That's right. It's still there for now, but it won't be long before. For now, you can still wander around for a while. After a while, when we start moving, you can use that little scepter to return to our current stronghold to avoid being implicated." Lusu's expression trembled violently. Her frightened gaze changed for a moment. Slowly, she frowned and said with a serious face, "Do you need my help?" "You are helping," Yin Nuashing said. "The few of us are here to investigate a very strange energy presence that has appeared in this world. We speculate that it may be the mastermind behind the scenes. At first, we were a little confused and did not have a target. Now that we have found you, we just want to ask if you have seen this thing on this planet. A presence that is very similar to it is also fine." Yin Nuashing suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. He even rubbed it up and down a little impolitely. However, Lu Su did not care about that. He had placed something in her palm very discreetly, completely isolated it from the outside environment, so that she could feel the energy presence, twisted, cold, and dark, full of negative emotions that spanned countless years. Such a thing could never be born in a normal world. It was simply something that was completely hostile to order. About a minute later, Yin Nuoxing retracted his hands without a trace. His expression was incomparably serious. Did you see it? Lu Su's expression was a little strange. She looked around without a trace. She only felt that the relaxed and lazy atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if there were many more strange people on the beach looking at them. It was just an illusion that originated from her heart. She nodded gently, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. And in a very ancient family in Huanxi City, I once felt this presence, but it was already more than 100 years ago. After that, I did not feel it again. Yin Nuoxing was also very happy that he had confirmed the existence of this place for the second time. He could not help but reach out and pat Lu Su on the shoulder. He smiled gently and said, "You are really a lucky star. I have led half of the people of the celestial realm to wander in the void for decades. It was not easy to find traces of this place, but as soon as I saw you today, good news kept coming out." It had been a long time since she was praised. Lu Su blushed like a little girl. After hesitating for a moment, she could not help but say, "You led half of the people of the celestial realm? Oh, right, you're the person beside Lord Hui. You should be a very important person. Oh, how should I say this? If you say in front of me, neither of us will admit it. It's just that." Yin Nuoxing shrugged. He told her some more details. After getting detailed information about the ancient family, he was about to get up and leave. Wait a minute. Lu Su also hurriedly got up and grabbed his wrist. "I will go too. I have observed the area nearby. Maybe I can provide some help." Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment and did not refuse. He brought her along and left the beach and entered Huanxi City. After entering the city, they changed out of Si Yu's overly obvious clothes. Only then did they set off for the ancient family. However, after entering the city, they heard some very concerning rumors circulating in the streets and alleys. Even their footsteps could not help but slow down. Have you heard? There are several major forces in Huanxi City that have found the legendary world. Moreover, it is not too far away. I have heard this news a long time ago. However, there was indeed some big movement in Huanxi City 6 or 7 days ago. However, it returned to normal in the end. It seems like nothing happened. Some people said that people have already gone to that world. Right now, they have obtained accurate information. It is confirmed that the world is indeed in that place. They have already sent back the information. Some high-level existences have even come back to life. These coordinates are still very young. How could that legendary world be in such a new world? You don't know about this. That world is the same as our world. It is a world that can survive in the void. What is so surprising about it? It must have been replaced many times. Surprising? Those guys would send out the coordinates of the void to share? I feel like there is a trap. It is not like you don't know how chaotic the void is right now. What if it is a trick by some world to lure the tiger away from the mountain? The cause of this matter seemed to be caused by some of the ancient forces in this city. They sent out a mysterious coordinate that led to an ancient world. Moreover, it caused a huge movement on this planet. In an instant, more things happened. I have confirmed with I Ching and the others. They did not send out such a message. In other words, it might be their movement. For the time being, we don't know what they are plotting. Yin Nuoxing muttered, maybe they want to cause some chaos. Or maybe they felt that something was wrong with the void and came up with a countermeasure. If so many people left together, they could not be trapped in the void. Lord Feng, how should we deal with this? I Ching asked. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment. The barriers that I asked you to seal off the 69 worlds should be ready, right? The seal is 90% complete. That part can be put to use. The remaining 10% is on the other side. It is an area that was discovered last minute. However, it will not affect your plan. If that is the case, then mark all the life forms that emerge from these worlds. When we attack, We will use the auras of the main combatants to identify them. See if there are any fellows who took the opportunity to sneak out. Don't let a single one of them go, Yinuashing said coldly. Yes. But Lord Feng, are we going to capture people all over the void? I Ching nodded and smiled bitterly. Why we have to capture people all over the void? Yinuashing asked in surprise. Then he said, lock those who went to the realm of the gods for sightseeing in a chaotic domain. Only let them out when the battle is over. When they are let out, it will be time to identify them. Don't let a single one of them go. Let those who stayed behind in the realm of the gods move. Leave a small hole in the creation's barrier. Make it big. Make it obvious, but not too obvious. We have to make it look like the battle in outer space will affect the effect of the barrier. Then cast the net and catch the fish. Understood, I Ching replied solemnly. Then he cut off the soul communication and went to deal with the small changes here. Seeing his expression changing, Lu Su guessed that he might be communicating with something and did not disturb him. Now that he had calmed down, Lu Su went up to him and whispered, that ancient clan is among the ones who sent out the coordinates. The House of Kanglin used to be a very powerful clan on this planet. Unfortunately, they had gradually declined many years ago. After a last burst of activity more than 100 years ago, they fell into eternal silence. That was something everyone knew. Now that the clan had suddenly appeared and announced the coordinates, their existence itself had attracted everyone's attention. They were more concerned than the coordinates. It is said that 100 years ago, they used energy to open up a special small world and cause a commotion. The entire clan moved and hid in it to recuperate. Now, there are only 3 to 5 heavenly god-tier beings left in the clan. The rest are just small shrimps. They do not have the ability to inherit the clan. They are selling the coordinates. They use the coordinates to exchange for many good things. It is said that they want to revive the clan. They sold it to many factions. In the end, those factions could not help but jump out and suppress the commotion. They also deliberately announced the coordinates. Looking at the time, the first batch of people should be on their way. I wonder how they are doing. On their way? What way? Are they going to conquer the first major world? Forget it. They will only be a tourist if they go there. Could it be that there are people who have some thoughts about that world? We don't know about that. Anyway, that's the news. We don't know the specific situation. There were those who were looking forward to it. Naturally, there were also those who were worried. Now that there were countless worlds in the void, the situation was getting more and more chaotic by the day. No one could suppress the entire void by themselves. So, they just let it continue to be chaotic. Some people were worried that someone was considering this world and was planning to do something to it. They had indeed guessed correctly. Someone had set their sights on this world. However, they had barged in openly. Right now, there was still a group of people who were busy in the void and the star region. The commander had even gone deep into the enemy's camp. At this moment, he was standing in front of a ruin. House of Kanglin, an ancient plaque that has been gone for many years. Yet, no one dares to occupy it. Interesting. I hope it won't disappoint me. Yinuashing and the other 2 looked up at the broken plaque. His deep gaze then looked at the ruin. Light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1297. A void coordinate had caused a sensation. It pointed to a very new world, and countless people were paying attention to it. Although the news had been spread a few days ago, it was only officially confirmed in the past 2 days. Many people were looking forward to it. The veil of the legendary first world had finally been lifted. However, what they didn't know was that those who really knew about it had already gone there and caused some damage. Nobody even knew that they had been beaten back. The ones who spread the news now were probably those who had been beaten up. It was just that he didn't know what they were thinking. If they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape or cause trouble, well, he already had a corresponding solution. He just hoped that the truth wasn't too far off. While this star and the void were boiling, in an ancient ruin in Huanxi City, there were 4 people looking for the things they wanted to see. The space had already been sealed. Even if someone really wanted to enter this space in a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to bump into them. I always feel like I'm walking in these ruins. Yin Nuashing, who was rummaging around, suddenly stood up straight. It threw away a piece of gravel in its hand and said helplessly. The little angel transformed into a transparent energy body and drilled around the broken buildings like a ghost. It quickly rummaged around. When it heard Yin Nuoxing's words, it couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it really did walk in the ruins a lot of times. Not to mention the later generations, it went to the land of destruction a few decades ago. It was estimated that it was the ruins of the highest standard in the entire void. Even when it walked into some worlds in those decades, it would also walk around some dilapidated ruins a few times. In its words, it was like the two of them were walking in the wasteland of history that had been forgotten by people, looking for stories that had been buried by time. It was as if it was looking for something. I didn't find anything. After all, it was something that happened 100 years ago. The ruins are empty. I don't think anything will be left behind. It thought for a while and decided to ignore Yin Nuoxing's words. It changed the topic. Did you see any special hidden places? This place is only so big. I think there's really nothing here. Yin Nuoxing shook its head and kicked a broken piece of wood under its feet. No, there's nothing here. There's nothing at all. There's not even a trace of life in this place. There are faint traces of distortion in the laws. It's very faint, but it's also evidence. They definitely stayed here before. With the nature of that kind of life, their existence alone will cause some distortion in the normal order and laws of the world of order. The traces of distortion left behind now were slowly repaired over the past 100 years. It can only be used as evidence and can't be used to do anything. As soon as it said that, the three people fell silent. They looked at each other and turned back to search. However, even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, it was useless. This place was really so small, only about 3,000 feet in length and width. The souls of 2 peak reciprocity and 1 peak heavenly gods swept back and forth in this place. They dug 3 feet into the ground and 3 feet into the void, but they couldn't find anything. When those people left, they seemed to have left in a very orderly manner. They didn't leave anything behind. When the Kanglin tribe left, it said that someone saw a portal to a small world open. Could it be that we're looking in the wrong direction? Lu Su said. If that's the case, it'll be very troublesome. Yin Nuoxing felt a slight headache. A small world was actually very hidden. If it was a small world created by someone at the same level, its laws would be close to perfect. It was no different from a normal world, so it would be even more difficult to find. After a day of not finding anything, Yin Nuoxing was not in a hurry to move. He rested at Lu Su's place for a night. They took the initiative to search, but they couldn't find anything. They also couldn't find the Kanglin tribe, who were still alive. He had many ways to find them. As long as they were really on this planet, there wouldn't be a problem. A large-scale flood of information swept across the world. With the help of the World Core, any information he wanted would be exposed. However, that would cause a huge commotion. Before he came out, he had already said that this was a covert operation. He couldn't delay the main purpose of this trip because of this. Let's not talk about the Kanglin tribe for now. If they want the coordinates of the celestial realm, how about we give it to them? Still sitting on the giant rock by the shore, Yin Nuoxing suddenly said something so shocking that it startled the 3 girls. After a moment, he continued, one of the plan to push the boat with the current. But I just thought of it. If they want to go to the celestial realm, let them go. Let everyone in this part of the void rush to the celestial realm. Those who are not important will leave very quickly. Once they leave, only the primordial life forms in these places will be left. It'll be many times more convenient for us to act. Even if some of them leave, we don't have to be afraid. There's another net waiting for fish to crash into the door in the celestial realm. The group of people from the celestial realm had lived in the celestial realm for countless years. They were already used to living there. Even so, the celestial realm still hid many great secrets. In the eyes of others in the void, it was a brand new world that they had never been to before. Naturally, there were even more secrets hidden between heaven and earth, waiting for people to uncover them. The celestial realm was a big place, and there seemed to be no restrictions in doing anything. As long as one had enough power, one could survive. To put it bluntly, The celestial realm was a good place for emigration and retirement. The coordinates of the celestial realm were spread all over the planet. It was not a secret. Some children with good memories could even report a long list of coordinates. This made some vigilant people suspicious. Logically speaking, the major factions should have kept such a big secret to themselves. Now, it seemed like they wanted everyone in the void to know about the coordinates. They wanted everyone to rush to the celestial realm. The celestial realm is the world of the celestial realm. There are also people who say that the celestial realm only produces true gods in the celestial realm. The rebirth realm experts in other void regions cannot be taken seriously. They have their own secrets. Now that the secret is right in front of our eyes, how can we not be moved? From now on, these voices were not only coming from Huanxi City, but from many other places in the void regions. Even if they don't have any ulterior motives, it would be good to just go and take a look. That huge and mysterious world has always been shrouded in fog. Who wouldn't want to take a look at it with their own eyes? Voices came from the 17 worlds in the void regions. Some guests from other void regions also learned about this news. They remained silent and cast their gazes towards the distant void regions. Their faces were as calm as still water. No one knew what they were thinking about. Some people had already set off immediately. They were still some distance away from the coordinates of the celestial realm. It was easy to get lost in the void regions. Even if they had the exact coordinates, they would need to teleport over and over again to slowly find their way there. Everyone, please calm down. This is a trap. Don't tell me that no one remembers how powerful those who came out from the celestial realm are. Compared to the hidden dangers in that world, the value of the celestial realm is not worth mentioning. If you don't even have your life, what else is there to scheme? Riches and honor are sought in the midst of danger. How old are you? You still don't understand the meaning of this? Danger, and opportunity coexist. If there is a corresponding risk, there will naturally be a corresponding value. That world is a magnificent and huge world. I have seen it from afar. It is incomparably huge and incomparably beautiful. That world is actually not much different from our world. Moreover, that world is not as unified as our world. It is a world that is greatly divided. It is enough to seek benefits in the cracks. Moreover, the masters of the origin world have a reason to send out this message. They want to conquer the celestial realm. Naturally, they need more power. Now is the time to express their stance. There were many people who were listening to both sides. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words were basically people of this type. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words were either already on their way or had obediently returned home. They had no intention of daydreaming. Those who stayed to listen to these people's words would frown and loosen their brows at times. It was as if they were convulsing. Their faces were changing colors as if they had just come out of dye house. You seem to know a little about that world. Come over and tell me about it. I want to hear in detail. A noble person arrived at the scene and said to the young man who was speaking with fervor and assurance. The expression of the person who was speaking with extravagant eloquence changed slightly. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Sir, I only saw it from afar. Right now the void is so chaotic. A lot of news is coming from that world. It is said that there's a galaxy following that vast world. If you're more interested, you can actually go there and check it out." The noble guest pondered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to leave. He didn't see the strange smile on the young man's face behind him. The same lobbyists appeared in other worlds as well. There were more people in each world who seemed to have been there before. It was as if they had stepped into that world before. It was as if they had returned from afar and understood that world. Their words were like a fantasy story, but there were still many who believed them. It was unknown what made them believe in these people's nonsense. Lord Feng, the operations of the various worlds have begun. After the matter of the coordinates in the past few days, they have begun to persuade more people and forces to go to the realm of the gods. The results so far are not bad. It seems that they have been able to mobilize 60 to 70% of the entire planet's life forms. I Ching reported in the Soul. Yin Nuashing sat on the surface of the sea and scooped up a fish from the sea. She held it by its tail and watched as it struggled to swing its tail. I thought that it was a completely unified world. I didn't expect it to be a unified world. It only has the core of the main world and many subsidiary worlds. It has a framework, but it is hollow. All the tributaries will eventually gather at the same place, but that place can't command all the tributaries at the same time. No matter how loyal the tributaries are, they are only loyal to a higher level that is engraved in their memories. At this time, without receiving orders from above, they will fight for themselves. Just as well. Then let me make use of it. He let go of the fish and let it return to the sea. He shook off the seawater on his hand and stretched. How is the realm of the gods? The world barrier has been connected to the creation's barrier. In just a minute, we can close the world barrier and trap everyone in that world. Even if there are hundreds of thousands of peak origin, they won't be able to break it. Is the power left behind by the realm of the gods enough to deal with the impact of these hundreds of worlds? Just use absolute power to intimidate and suppress them. Those people are not soldiers who obey the absolute orders of one side. They're just some random people. There are even more random people who are easy to deal with. They won't riot collectively if we don't push them to the brink of death. We just have to control the extent of it. Qing Jun grinned. Yin Nuashing pondered. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Cast the net and make it sturdy. When you pull the net, listen to my orders. When you pull the net, it is also the time for the operation to begin. Before that, ensure the flow of information. Yes, I Ching responded. The figure of Qing Jun disappeared from Yin Nuashing's mind. Yin Nuashing lay back. Just as she was about to lie down on the sea, she felt a soft touch at the back of her head. She looked up and saw the little angel bending over and looking at her from above. She pursed her lips and smiled. She immediately knew where her head was resting. There are people who seek death every year. Since the time axis resonated, there have been a lot of them. Yin Nuashing stretched and rubbed the thigh of the little angel through her long skirt. She said lazily, "One thing leads to another. It's so troublesome." The little angel stroked his long hair. Feeling tired? I feel that I've spent more energy in the past few days than in the past few hundred years combined. That's because you've been lazy for the past few hundred years, she said grumpily. See, you looked at him from the side. When she saw the little angel stroking his hair like a cat, she couldn't help but come over. She stretched out her finger and gently poked his face. Well, it was soft and bouncy skin. Yin Nuashing lazily opened his eyes and glanced at her. Then he closed his eyes again. He didn't care much. In his later life, he had to be treated as a pet, a doll, a pillow, and other strange things by several girls at the same time. He was already used to it. Siyu and the little angel were stroking the big cat's hair for a while. Then, a beautiful figure emerged in the space next to them. They both stopped when they saw it. Yin Nuashing also sat up and looked at the person who appeared next to them. How is it? Lu Su emerged from the space and looked at Yin Nuashing and the others. She sighed and shook her head. No, I went to confirm it. There is nothing left in the ruins of the Kanglan clan here. In addition, there are a lot fewer people in the city. Almost only some mortals with little energy are left. Well, it's the same on your side. Yin Nuashing scratched his head. When he saw Lu Su looking at him, he explained, "Before you came back, we had already confirmed the situation on the other side. We also visited some of the more famous ruins. We didn't find anything. The space is also very normal. It doesn't look like it's hiding anything. Sigh, I may not be able to find the small world. It's a small world created by people from different worlds. God knows how to sense it. Now, I'm also tied up." Lu Su was a little apologetic. "I can't help." "Oh, you've already helped a lot." Yin Nuashing smiled and shook his head. He reached out and pulled Lu Su to sit down. "At least we now have a more clear destination. It's locked onto this planet. There are many plans that can be taken. Without your guidance, we may not be able to find the Black Lake. Moreover, when I went to the Black Lake, I didn't sense anything at first. I had no idea that there would be something hidden there." Hearing that, Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little better. Other than here, the other cities are also, well, if we count it this way, 40% of the life forms on this planet have already left. The remaining 30% are still in preparation. Yin Nuashing counted with his fingers. "Little angel. The remaining ones are the enemies we have to deal with? It doesn't seem to be a lot." One world isn't a lot. 2 worlds isn't a lot. But the ones left are 20% of the 69 worlds. If we count it this way, it's actually a considerable amount of power. Huh, we can't underestimate it. Yin Nuashing smiled, his face slightly darkened. We can't relax before we completely crush them. They ruined my vacation. Damn it. At percent, this guy is swearing. The 3 girls could not help but smile bitterly. At first, they were also quite surprised when they learned that there were hundreds of worlds rushing to the realm of the gods. Then, when they learned that it was under his control, they relaxed a little. After that, they could not help but look forward to that scene. Now, it seemed that they just needed to wait a little longer.